Wish I could say I was finally over you, but that's not the truth. Everyone always keep falling in love again. The fuck's wrong with them? I don't understand. Maybe it will pass by, someone save me. Before I pass out, I'm too lonely to be done. I'ma drink at this place. Yeah. Why am I the only one who's left in the rain with nobody to hold on to? Ooh. Why am I the only one who's feeling this pain when there should be two of us? And yeah, I know we both wanted different things, but letting go just comes easy to you, don't it? Why am I the only one who's left in the rain? If I had an option to be someone else, I would, and let go of you. I know that I'm obvious, fuck it, I'm made this way. But why didn't I stay when I had the chance? Maybe it will pass by, someone save me. Before I pass out, I'm too lonely to be done, and I'll drink at this pace. Yeah. Why am I the only one who's left in the rain with nobody to hold on to? Ooh. Why am I the only one who's feeling this pain when there should be two of us? And yeah, I know we both wanted different things, but letting go just comes easy to you, don't it? Why am I the only one who's left in the rain? The only one that's left in the rain. The only one that's left in the rain. Am I the only one? 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 Wish I could say I was finally over you, but that's not the truth. Why am I the only one who's left in the rain with nobody to hold on to? Ooh. Why am I the only one who's feeling this pain when there should be two of us? And yeah, I know we both wanted different things, but letting go just comes easy to you, don't it? Why am I the only one who's left in the rain? Doesn't matter where we go and destination unknown. I don't care where the motor stops, cause when I want it, then I want it. Yeah, I want it, oh I want it, let's go. Look around, where's the people at? I want a taste of the good life. Hit me with it right now, I'm in it. Cause when I want it, then I want it. Yeah, I want it, oh I want it, let's go. And I won't look back, yeah. I don't care about the bad shit back home. It's Cincinnati, baby, I just wanna let it go. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Oh, yeah. Maybe I don't have to know your real name. I'm just addicted to the way you take the pain away. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Yeah. Cincinnati, baby, Cincinnati, baby. You said, yeah, Cincinnati, baby, Cincinnati, baby. It's 2 a.m. when we close the bar, but we're in the get-go. Next place, give me someone I could dance with you beneath the stars. Cause when I want it, then I want it. Yeah, I want you. Everything stops when you move like that, and I wanna get in close to you. It's what I'm gonna do, cause right now I'm in it. I feel kinda dizzy when I'm staring at you. And I won't look back, yeah. I don't care about the bad shit back home. It's Cincinnati, baby, I just wanna let it go. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Oh, yeah. Maybe I don't have to know stops when you move like that, yeah. Everything stops when you move like that. And I wanna get in close to you. It's what I'm gonna do, 'cause right now I'm in it. Yeah, I'm fucking in it. I don't care about the bad shit back home. It's Cincinnati, baby, I just wanna let it go. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Oh, yeah. Maybe I don't have to know your real name. I'm just addicted to the way you take the pain away. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Yeah. Cincinnati, baby, Cincinnati, baby. I said Cincinnati, baby, Cincinnati, baby.
Take everything we got, give it an honest shot, turning it on and off, we've been sliding, riding the highest dream, keeping the fire real. I call for you. Hold your gun, cut the wire, aim for fun, with a light to fire. I've been flying up the ceiling, taken by this feeling. Maybe we're invisible at last, fueling every engine, power is descending. Maybe we're invisible. Over the coming days, let's cut to the chase. We're gonna beat this maze, let's go deeper. I wanna reach it all, taking a leap or fall. I'll get to you. Hold your gun, cut the wire, aim for fun, with a light to fire. I've been flying up the ceiling, taken by this feeling. Maybe we're invisible at last, fueling every engine, power is descending. Maybe we're invisible. and maybe we're invisible. Hold your gun, caught the wire, aim for desire. Hold your gun, caught the wire, aim for desire. Hold your gun, caught the wire, aim for desire. Hold your gun, caught the wire, aim for desire.
How many treks could a wood trek because a wood trek
I'll be
could trek wood?
flying up the ceiling, taken by this feeling. Maybe we're invisible. To make you believe. With my heart like the drum, we do what we want, but we're not free. With our hearts on hyperdrive.
Hello, chatto! It's Thursday, and coming up today on Building a Nation with MTK Budapest, the Champions League is back, and we are the reigning champions of Europe. Can we make it 3 Champions League wins in 4 seasons? In other news, the other Hungarian sides will, of course, be back in action across various other European competitions. This time, we get 1 in the Conference, 3 in the Champions League, 3 in the Europa League. It's going to be a bloody good time. All that coming up today on Building a Nation with MTK Budapest. And we're dancing! Wasn't perfect, but it wasn't bad. That was too much windmilling there, I'd say. Oh, you love to see it. How's it going, friends? Just gonna have a little sip of my pissy drink. Too much pointing. Just for you. Just for you. I'm gonna mess the focus up. Thank God this is a manual. This is on manual focus. Hope you'll get. Yeah, probably not a lot, honestly. Oh, holds up 2 fingers. I'm just there to confuse you. Got to keep you on your toes. Paolo with the 95 bits. Thank you, friend.
Will we click continue? Find out this and more on today's Building a Nation with MTK Budapest.
It's true. And the video, thank you for the 50 bits during the intro. Let me just turn that sound down a little bit there. So you feel sufficiently threatened. That's the point. I want to keep you on your toes, basically. And Jeff, thank you very much for the follow during the intro as well. So yes, I decided to randomly put the Everest video up at the start of a stream because I feel like morning uploads actually do better for whatever reason. So I figured, fuck it. We're just going to do the Everest video today. Illuminate after you peak. Do you know what? It hasn't yet, Tig, but maybe, just maybe, I haven't drunk enough of it. I'm willing to put that out there. Maybe I've just not drunk enough of the drink yet. Like an is it iodine solutions that they use to make people's insides glow for x-rays? I don't fucking know, do I? What am I on about? Simi, thank you for the follow. Most important competition of all is the Europa League. I would much rather win the Europa League right now, mainly because we could clap cheeks all the way to the final. Oh dear. RDF losing his shit how I scores with every shot. It's fine. You're going to join a stream where the exact same thing's likely to happen, Monkey. As you know, because we're playing Champions League today. Luton or commentary for oh mate, I'm so genuinely, I have nothing against Sunderland or Middlesbrough, but I'm really happy that the playoff final is Luton Coventry. I think that is from a completely neutral, just wanting different teams in the Premier League type of standpoint. I'm so happy that that is going to be the playoff final. I can't wait to watch that. Barrium, that makes more sense. Yes, the Everest video is out as well, which is hopefully it does well. We'll have to see. I wanted to make something kind of different, and you can't really, yeah. You can't really get more different than that, I would say. Luton in the Premier League minutes, or even seeing Coventry City back in the Premier League would be sick. Just because I have a little bit of a soft spot for Coventry City. Mainly because they always batter us, it seems. Like, when we were absolutely dominant last season in the Championship, still lost 4-1 at Coventry. As you do. Oh, dear. National League playoff. Oh, it's going to be a playoff final that I'm genuinely looking forward to as a neutral for once. Which most of the time I don't care too much about it unless Fulham are actually in it. It's just, yeah, it just feels old school and I just really like it. I like everything about it. I think if Luton went up, they would have to change some stuff with their ground, but obviously the amount of money they'd get for playing in the Premier League would allow them to make the upgrades they would need to make. So it's kind of like, I think they'd much rather just go up and get the money as well. So, but I don't know the specifics of it. I was surprised though. I thought Borough were going to win. I didn't think that, having watched the first leg, that's right, I actually watched the first leg of Coventry Borough. I didn't think Coventry looked amazing. And I thought at Middlesbrough, I didn't think they had much of a chance, but was it Hamer that got the goal? Who got second in the championship? Sheffield Wednesday. Whoa. Sorry, Wednesday fan. Sheffield United got second in the championship. Sheffield Wednesday set a very different type of record this season. Oh, dearie me. Blasphemy. Also, what about City last night? I mean, they are just a machine, aren't they? Inter really just don't stand a chance, do they? It's a bit of a shame, but it's City's to lose. Let's put it that way. If they don't win, it's an absolute, like, mess up, really. They have to. Happened to Norwich. See, the problem with Norwich is that Fulham did really well this season, and as a result of Fulham doing really well, Norwich weren't allowed to do well at the same time. So, because obviously, if we got relegated, Norwich would have won the league, but sadly, because we did well, Norwich won. It's just the rules. If we do shit next season, expect the return of the Carrow Road boys. But they really do, yeah. So we suck. It's fine. It's been the other way around at various points as well. So I mentioned to some of you in the intro that I drummed up a bit of cash, and I still haven't actually told you who I sold yet. So we needed to get some money in, and obviously we got some cash in from various things like some new sponsors, although we did lose a sponsor hilariously due to a glitch in the game. So I sold 2 players. One I sold for 20 million, the other one I sold for 50 million. And they're not fan favourites, but they're also not even fan favourites at the level of Yeboah and Kontavrakis, to give you an idea. That's how we've absolutely mugged this. I'm so happy with one of these sales. It's actually ridiculous. Yeah. They're actually lower down the pecking order of fan favouritehood than those guys are. And that's why I'm so happy that we've got 70 million quid for him. Brazilian midfielder. Do you mean Giddy? Nope. I think Giddy's actually gone on loan to Kekschmidt, if I remember correctly. Let's just have a little look. Right. So, the first of those signings was Latoro Ojeda. I sold him to Benfica for £20 million. Now, I actually like Ojeda as a player, but I felt that we had some more AMs coming through and figured, fuck it. You know what? When Benfica just offered me flat fee of 20 million quid, I thought, hey, let's just do it. Robert, how's it going, man? Welcome in. So that's the first one. But that then leaves the question of who the hell did I get me to pay? Did I get to pay me £50 million for one of our players? Oh, you think that's a fleece? Just you've not seen anything. The fleece I'm about to show you is going to look like a fucking Patagonia shop. It's not Skinnerino, no. And it wasn't to Dortmund either. That's the other thing. Frage, thank you for the 11 months.
Sparta Praha might finally end their 9-year title drought this Saturday. All they need is to beat Bohemians Praha at home and for Slavia Praha to lose points against Plzeň. Lamar just remembered the Fulham 3 red cards in like 2 minutes. That was crazy, haha, smile.
Was a little bit crazy, wasn't it? Yes. Where is he? £50 million to Real Madrid. £50 million to Real Madrid. I could not believe my eyes. So there I was. This was the last day of the window as well. And things are great, Daz, because this happened. I was just, bear in mind, we got barely any bids on our players through the entire window. Not a single bid on the likes of Montiel or Silva or any of those guys. I think us winning the Champions League genuinely frightened teams. We're now at a point where they're just not bothered about those players, which is interesting. And then on the last day of the window, Real Madrid put a non-negotiable bid in of 50 million. To which I said, yes, please. Yes, please. I'll take your £50 million, which was worth, I think was more than he was worth, honestly. I couldn't believe. Bear in mind, we paid like it's technically only 46 million, but it's got clauses. We paid 13 million a couple of seasons ago. He's barely played, and we flip him for 46 to Real Madrid. It's the dream kind of move, basically, which now puts us on a much more stable financial footing. 110 million in the bank, nearly 50 million transfer, and we're up to 30 million in profit for the season. I feel much more stable at the moment. Now, I have also done a few more loanies out, as well as a couple of signings that are in the works right now. Also, do you remember that goalkeeper, Chato? Gacic from Benfica. There are some other transfers from other sides, but not as many as you might think. We'll get to that in a sec. So, do you remember in the last stream we were all sat there, and then Man United put like a £76 million bid in on him, and then Benfica stalled the bid. Man is still at Benfica. Man didn't go to Manchester United. He snubbed Manchester United. Which means that come January 1st, there is a strong chance that we might be able to pick up Mladen Gacic on a free transfer. Because he ain't signing a new deal at Benfica. Oh, we have to go as soon as we can, yeah. Basically. That's the play on him. We have to get him January 1st, straight in there, new contract, bam. Also, that means we could sell Portier for like 80 million quid. Yeah, it's mad that Benfica, but you know how at the time we were just like, Man United are absolute mugs here for bidding £76 million on a player whose contract is up in a year. The biggest mugs all along was actually Benfica for turning £76 million down. He's got 19 one-on-ones, 16 aerial reach, 15 reflexes, which ain't bad, but reasonably-ish okay eccentricity. Like, it's not I would rather it be lower than that, but it is what it is. I'd be so stoked if we got Mladen Gacic. Even though he's 28, he's older than Portier, but still, we could get 10 years out of this guy. Like, he's got, not that his natural fitness is that important on the goalkeeper, but we could easily get 8 years out of him as a starting goalkeeper for us without a problem as well. Oh, sorry, what happened, Pog? What did I miss? Yeah, he's just fantastic. High consistency. Yeah, he's a little injury prone, but, you know, it's a goalkeeper. When has that ever been bad? Unwusu. Likes big matches as well. I love him to death. He's great. Also, we have new kits, by the way. Thanks to the courtesy of Naime. He must have heard. I say he must have heard. He definitely heard us talking about this on the last stream. So now we have new Beng branded kits, of course, for the Beng.com arena. I'm good, Cambodia. How are you, man? Apply the 1-year extension clause. No, they can't do that. Because do you notice how on his profile he has an FRT indicator? That means he is leaving at the end of that season, no matter what. That's why he's so interesting to us. So yeah, we got new kits. I'll show you the other kits as well while we're here. So Pushkas, got some lovely ones there too. I like that. That's kind of sick. First season in the top flight for Solnoki, of course, with the big M kits as well. And then the first one's kind of interesting. Then we've got obviously Haladash. Slapping things. We have got all the sides in Europe, by the way. In fact, the pathway for Haladash was kind of interesting because they just seem to be really good. I was a bit worried at one point. Bear in mind, I'll show you properly in a sec. They knocked out a German side, which makes us very, very heavy. And it was like fairly comfortable initially. Uipest, just, I think they're genuinely going to have a chance at doing some great stuff this season. No, free transfer means yeah, FRT means free transfer. So basically, the progress goes from this. It goes optional. Sorry, OPT, which means they're exploring their options. But then somehow it goes beyond that, and then it goes to FRT, which means they are deciding to leave on a free transfer, and there's nothing the club can do about it, which is why we're so safe to put that bid in. Yeah, Uipest have spent some good cash. I'll show you the transfers in a second as well. Yeah, OPT is recoverable. Exactly, yeah. Although, not that I've ever managed to recover it myself, personally. But how do you recover OPT? Because every time I've had a player go OPT, they always leave anyway. But yeah, so that's what FRT means. So Debret, obviously Honved got their kits there too. Debrecen, that's nice. Like that. Who is it that's sponsored by? Yeah, Rubik's. Love that. That's finance is not great for them, but personally that makes sense. They're not in the top flight. Well, they are, but you know what I mean. Like 5 months randomly. Interesting. Okay. To be fair, we're going to avoid that being a problem later anyway, because now we've realised that they only start exploring their options when they go to 18 months left on their deal. So as long as we give them a new contract before they reach that point, we should be okay. Also, Antoine Merlin's now the Kujvada captain, which I just really like that he's found a career here, and it's just been awesome. Yeah, if you get FRT on one of your players, usually I think they only go FRT in the last year of their contract as well, whereas OPT they get before that. There's Fehevar ones as well. Right, what else was I going to show you before we catch up? We got Liverpool first, by the way, today. This is how the league's shaped up so far. Pretty standard, although Pushkas looking like trash. Classic. Ian Robinson is the greatest thing that's ever happened to this football club. He is so good in this tactic in the match engine. It is actually outrageous. He's a creative machine. Yeah, Bohat. Oh, you should see some of the values of the loan players. Thoughts on even Tony ban? It's not really any thoughts to have, really. It's an 8-month ban, really, isn't it? Like, it's what you get. Yeah, I'll show Robinson. Actually, I'll show you Robinson now. This is the guy we got on a free transfer from Villa. We picked him up for free in the summer. He's worth 69 to 75 million pounds, but he's played 3 games for us so far, 2 goals and 3 assists. He is an assist machine. Not only that, you'll see that he has an expected assist of 2.76. He creates so many chances. If we had players that could finish a little bit better sometimes, Robinson would have had 7 or 8 assists by now already. He's absolutely outrageous. He's great from set pieces. Well, he's not great from set pieces, but he's good enough from set pieces. His actual finishing play himself is fantastic. Just build a new stat. It's true. I've heard that does work. Yes, too. Wherever could you have got that impression? I take it you've seen the video. Only got Logia home country. Yes, I can. So the 2 systems you want. Massive sell-on value. Although, honestly, he's the type of player that I could see getting 3 or 4 years out of him, then maybe selling, because I was expecting him to be a flip player. But, so yeah, he plays as Trek on the left here. That's where I've got him, or was where I had him training. Weirdly, he's lost his training there. That's weird. That was where I was training, but yeah, Trek on the left-hand side of the 3. Sorry, when we play in the 5-star Trek system, him on the left-hand side is absolutely godlike, basically. That's where all of his good plays come from, as you can see here. Left-hand side, 2 goals, 3 assists, monster. Oh. Oh yeah, no, Merrick, I agree with that personally, but that's like, these are the rules as they are. I do agree that they're wrong. There's a lot of stuff with the betting company stuff I don't agree with, but it's not like he doesn't know the rules. Like, well, that's the thing. Like, but that's what we were originally doing. But a lot of the time, he will end up playing on this left-hand side anyway, is because we don't have the swapping wingers in the normal Trek system, do we? So yeah, as for how you get the dev listing, so the first thing you want to do, obviously, is make sure that the dev list setup is correct over here. So you want to set it how you want over here. But then, on top of that, it's very important to go into transfers and contracts and then offer to clubs and make sure this bit here also matches what you want in your dev list. You can't always get it exact because there's sometimes other options, but you want to make sure that this matches up to it, basically. Actually, I'm asking on, always, for me. I find the game boring. The game would be far too easy with it off, because I could just use one of my player searches that shows that, and it would show all the attributes, and then we could just sign any player we wanted at that point, and it would kind of wouldn't be as fun for me, personally. But that being said, play the game how you want, because it's a single-player game, and if you're having fun, you're doing it right.
Here's a fun fact.
Yeah, exactly, Anderson. But to be fair, aren't they banning gambling sponsors in a couple of years in the Premier League as well? J. Lucas, thank you for the follow. Hey, I didn't bring it up, Daz. I was trying to avoid talking about it because what is there really to say? It's happened now, isn't it? Like, that's it. It's not like Brentford don't have other players anyway, right? But it certainly won't help his career. But I don't think Brentford will suffer, honestly, that much from it. Ah, dear. Doesn't make sense once you get used to it. Yeah, no, exactly. I kind of think of it like the fog of war in many other games, right? They're choosing... Oh, interesting. So it's kind of like a jump before they're pushed type of situation, right? Okay, so transfers. I'll just filter it by the numbers here, so it's just a bit easier to get an idea. Budapest obviously spent all that money on those guys. Ferencváros sold a guy to Milan for 7 million, rising to 11. And the thing is, he's not even that good. That's the kind of deals that, obviously it's Milan, so I think it's because he's a Montenegrin international, honestly. So there's Major Head there. He's actually scored twice against us. We played against Puskás earlier in while I was off stream. He scored twice against us, so that guy's decent. Valmir, 5 million quid there. Yes, Budapest spent, 16 million on this guy, Grabowska. I mean, look at the state of him. He's absolutely filth. 16 million pounds that Budapest spent on him, and I completely agree with them. Besides, I feel like they'll still end up flipping him for like 30 million, because they don't tend to hold on to these players very long if they do quite well. I mean, they're looking fantastic. Morning, stat line. Anyway, just we missed out on selling him. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, it's kind of like the way I felt with the whole Mitrovic thing. I was annoyed at him. That's basically it. Well, that's what we thought, Wild Hunt. But no, he's just full-on Brazilian, born in São Gonçalo. But my first thought was he does sound a bit Lithuanian with that Grabowska bit there too. I guess if it was Grabauskas, I'd have been even more like, where is this Lithuanian grandma? But yeah, these are the kind of other signs we're looking at. Brighton bought a guy as well. Puskás spent a little bit more cash. So how did we get? You'll see here that I think you already knew about all of these guys. Oh, Chris Smith, by the way, looks pretty solid as well. Has actually scored a goal for us in a rotated squad. In fact, no, he got 2 goals in the last game. So he's a pretty solid option for us as well. And that's another reason why I was happy to get rid of Ojeda, because we had Chris Smith to sit in that same role and he was a free transfer. So yeah, maybe I think it does, right? You already knew about Mendes, and I think you guys already knew about Santiago Lopez as well. Or maybe you didn't actually. No, you didn't. Guy signed off stream. £4 million. Ignoring the fact that his value isn't great and his potential, look at his attributes. I felt he would be perfect for the loan farm, so I sent £4 million for him. He's replaced Kevin Pays at Debrecen, because obviously he came back from his loan and has now kind of diddled about. So Lopez is going to be the replacement for Debrecen this season, and I think he could actually clean up for them once he starts getting a bit more football. So that's all I did. However, there's 2 more other Hungarian sides in Europe. I'll show you in a sec. One more thing. I know that this is always a catch-up point. So 2 more signings I'm making. One is Octavio Akiveka, goalkeeper, Espanola. £1.7 million. 17 years old. I thought for £1.7 million, we had a Gonzalo Siegrist run over him as well, and he still had 5 stars. I like him. Play whether out on loan. Rejects all incoming loans. Yeah, don't do that. Basically, don't assign any squad statuses to the players when you do that, because you'll just prevent the loans. However, when you get multiple loans coming in for the player, just disregard any ones that give them a lower squad status. That's the way I do it. I feel like it's better to get the loan off. And also, most of the time, I haven't had a problem. Most of the time, they're either regular starter or higher a lot of the time. Oh, thank you, True Patch. I'm glad people have liked it. I'm happy with that. I will plug it more later in the stream. I thought I'd try a morning upload for once. Because why not at that point? Let me just have a little check on it, actually. Hopefully all the various media around it has actually gone out now. Let's see. There we are. Is it already up there? Oh, damn. Shit, that's actually doing very well. Fuck me. Well, okay then. Damn, I wasn't expecting that. All right, that's actually doing really well. What stadium pack are you using? It's called FMC Stadium Packs. What I would say is it's really out of date. I've used the same stadium pack for like 3 or 4 FM cycles now. I got it off of FM Scout about 3 or 4 years ago, and I just copy it over each year. So I saw someone was asking me about that in the skin thing, Saz. I just couldn't remember off the top of my head, and then I forgot to reply. But thank you, chat. That's very kind of you about the video. It seems to do nicely. I had a lot of fun making it, basically. It was extremely fun, particularly when Hadrian sent me the save file of the team just having their goalkeeper on the pitch where he had to take his own kickoffs. Which was amazing. I would hardly even call that one an experiment at this point. It's just madness, right? You'll love to see it. But thank you, chat. That's very kind. Hopefully it performs well, which it currently is. So I'm really, really pleased about that, particularly for 11 in the morning on a Thursday. So that's nice to know. I think what I'm going to start doing is putting my videos out when I go live streaming instead now. Ruskin, how's it going, man? With the tier 2 at 25 months. That must be very early for you, friend. How's it going? Lowest you can go. I believe it's still only negative 1,000. However, I think Hadrian did test this, and I think you can change it, but I don't believe it actually has any effect. Because obviously the extreme heat was playing a factor, but it's not the be-all and end-all. We only did that as a bit of like icing on the cake. It still is mad, even without the extreme heat, because obviously there are places in the world where they play football with the 42 degrees, and it doesn't affect the teams like that. It was the extreme altitude plus the extreme heat that combined for just madness, basically. I look forward to Man and I nearly did that. What I did change, though, was I made this light blue to make everything feel a bit more Nordic, and then massively didn't dress for the occasion. Play with Imagine Grotto. Yes, of course I did. Had to do it just for Dazza. Got to get my swimming pool shirt out. Right. Oh, yeah, one more signing as well. This is quite a big one. 8 million rising to 10. This is Makis Theocharakos, which is a wonderful name. Now, the weird thing about him is, do you remember we signed that guy from these guys before, Nesteros, last year, and he cost us 700 grand? This guy was a lot more money. However, we had him run over again by Sigurist, and I liked enough about what I saw, even though he has fickle personality and a few little cons. I still felt there was enough there, and we'd already got that money to the point where I thought, you know what, let's do this, particularly as we're getting another 20 million from all those players we're selling to other Hungarian sides. It's all good. Because remember, we still have this as well. Players going out, 60k in wages and 17 million in transfer fees going out to other Hungarian sides. And it's not because we're giving them loads of money. It's just because there's so many transfers. Look at them. I love that Haladash taking so many. I think he's one of those players that might develop. We pay that whole wage if we can do any. Mark Theo, that's the one. Specific FM Scout page. Very good shout. Yeah. I tend to look on FM Scout every couple of months and just have a look to see if they've got any new random stuff. So other Hungarian sites. We'll get there eventually, chat. Worry not. So ECL is the key one, which obviously we had. Was it Haladash? Yeah, Haladash are in. Notable here, I'd never honestly heard of FK Igman Konjic. But they're a Serbian side, apparently. Or are they Serbian? No, sorry, Bosnian side. But needless to say, not a side I was particularly familiar with. When I think of Bosnian sides, I think of FK Sarajevo, I think of Željezničar, teams like that. I don't tend to think of Igman Konjic. But nevertheless, they're in the Conference League, and Haladash get to play them at home. So that's good. Their fixtures are pretty solid as well, so I expect them to do reasonably good stuff here. But it's the way they got there. They played against Vaduz and beat them, I think, 3-0 home and away. But they knocked out Schalke. They beat Schalke in the playoff round. They won 3-0 in Gelsenkirchen. I was like, what? Sharknado, thank you very much for the follow. Hope you're well. You have no... That's always when it's a good sign. When a person that's like local doesn't have a clue who they are either. So yeah, we'll get the team report on them, because why not? Well, they don't even have an under-19 squad. That should tell you everything you need to know about how... They must have won a cup, surely. I don't know what's happened there. But regardless, they're in Europe this season. We also got... So who was it? Yeah, so Kishvada, we've got 3 sides in the Conference League. Sorry, 3 sides in the Europa League this season. So we might have a better chance this year because who was it? I think it was Kishvada. So Ferencváros in there we already knew about. Debrecen we already knew about. I think it was Kishvada. Or was it actually? No, I think about it. Fuck, who was it? Maybe I'm wrong now, actually. I think it was actually Debrecen. I think it was Debrecen. Just check. Yeah. Yeah, it was Debrecen. So Debrecen went straight into the playoff round, obviously, but then they had to play against Nice. Weird thing about this, right? For some reason, their tie was a week delayed to everybody else's. So the Champions League qualifiers had finished on the same day they played their first leg. And then there was like a week's delay, and then they played their second leg by themselves. And I don't really know why. I guess it's good. I genuinely don't know why. But that's what happened. So, yeah. Needless to say, they're in the Europa League as well, which I think is better for us in general. But the coefficients is, well, look at the tightness of this. We're on 69 now, and you can see that we've already dropped to 7th because of that. We've got a lot of work to do this season to try and get back up into these echelons. This is going to be very, very tough. But I suppose we better get started with this today. Let's crack on. Fixtures. Okay. Liverpool away to start things off. Oh, I'll show you our fixtures first. We've got Liverpool away, Lyon at home, Malmö away, PSV Eindhoven away, Spurs at home, Man City away, which isn't that big a deal these days. They're only pot 2. And then Hoffenheim and Sevilla at home. I feel like we always play 2 home games after Christmas. It always feels like our 2 games after Christmas are always like, not ringer games, but they're usually relatively easy games for us, which is nice. They're 7th in the top tier. How many teams are in the top tier in that league? Oh, shit, wrong tactic. Clear that. Swap that around a little bit. And we should be good, because Stia Robinson's definitely not playing there. However, he is going to start today. Top the league with that. I believe so. It will depend on what happens against City. That's probably a factor. Oh, yeah, we lost the Super Cup to Spurs. So, this was again off stream. We went into a 2-0 lead. Then, Spurs got a goal with their first shot on target of the match in like the 76th minute. Then, we gave away a penalty in the 89th minute. We then proceeded to go to extra time, miss a load of chances, and then lost on penalties. So, we've actually now lost both Super Cups in this save to Spurs as well. We've won both of our Champions League finals in Kiev and then played Spurs in the Super Cup both times and lost both times. Very, very strange. No, the stadium sponsorship is gone. The glitch in the game cost us £270 million in sponsorship money, which is just amazing, SI. Thanks for that. So that's not ideal. No, the money has not come back and we will clearly not be getting it back now. We are ironically Spursing it against Spurs. What's Hungarian for? I guess it's Spurs. It's going very well, Carly. Off the back of our second... Hidalgo. Oh, you mean Hidalgo? Wait, what the fuck? I saw that as well. That was funny, just because the bottom of his name. Hidalgo's a really good link-up striker as well, by the way. He suits this system so well. I think some of the guys we've brought in have actually done a really good job at moulding to this team. I was hoping we'd get rid of Malero. Not get rid of, but like we could move him on in the summer. There was no bids for him, sadly. It just wasn't to be. So I feel like he'll probably just leave on a free at the end, which is a bit of a shame. So what's Liverpool looking like? Have they lost their big striker guy? Where's Valia? Oh, of course he got sent off, didn't he? In the semi-final or something. So he's suspended. This is perfect. He's the one guy that I was super worried about. That's helped us. Oh, it's annoying that they've got Rojipal. He was a guy that we nearly signed earlier in the save, and I was quite interested in. And he looks pretty decent, actually. Right, we move. Whack Human Big. Thank you very much for continuing the sub from El Gordo. That's very kind of you, man. I don't know why there's not a pop-up for that, but we move. So a lot of... But yeah, he's not bad. Right. Okay. Be curious to see how Robinson handles the wing switching this season. I'm so glad we've got him. You'll understand what I mean when you see him on the ball in this game. You might not see the best example of it against Liverpool because obviously they're a very strong side. But when he's given space, he has this fantastic ability to pick the perfect pass. He did it several times against various clubs. Yeah, they've got a goalkeeper called Seaman. It's Dennis Seaman, I think. Daniel Farker. Liverpool manager, of course. And we've got a guy called Sam Ironton, which I really like as well. And then just Dave Bell on the bench. You love to see it. Still a couple of real players in here as well with Fofana. I genuinely think that this is a case of us just... If we don't lose, good. Budapest away at Inter is tough. Kishvada away at Roma is very tough. And that's it. We don't have to worry about Ferencváros for once. We don't have to worry about Ferencváros for once. Watch them absolutely tear up the Europa League now. Now that they finally had a chance to drop down, they'll just become absolute gods. Oh, Dinamo Bucharesti. Nice. 10th. That's insanely impressive, Danny, to do it in 10 seasons. I think the fastest I've ever got to a Champions League win was 11 seasons, and that was from the Portuguese 3rd division. Oh, shit. Oh my lord. But that's insanely impressive. The fact that you got to a final before that as well. Actually, chat, let me think about this. When did we get to that PSG final? Yeah, we've had undefeated seasons so far, but never a perfect season yet. That's been what's missing from us. I think Robinson might take this. Oh no, Castillo takes these because he's got that fantastic free kick on him. Did we really get to a champion? It was 7 seasons. You're right, it was. It must have been. So actually, yeah, we could have won it in 7, which would have been remarkable. Chris Barwick's just scored. Kijvara lead away at Roma. These are the types of results we want. It's a shame that Budapest are a goal down, and oh god, that is not good. Potential groin injury. I mean, thank god for LMS, but an injury to that man is not what we were looking for. At all. He is extremely important to the way that we play. Also, we've not really done a lot so far in this game. It might be the type of match where perhaps we move to work ball into the box like we have in other games. We'll give it to half-time and have a little look. Oh god, that's a really... Did anyone notice our defender actually step away from the on-running player there? I might be the only one that saw that. That was fun. I enjoy that when that happens. Maybe I'm wrong. But when he gets the ball here, which is a lovely bit of play for Liverpool, by the way, the guy runs towards him and then just sort of doesn't do anything. I know he's kind of already passed him by then, but that is a very annoying goal to concede. Oh well. Less of that, please. He did take a very shit angle, true. And Portier, nice. I'm not going to praise him for doing that this time because remember what happened last time? We did that. I'm also liking this new kit layout for us. I'm liking the blue shorts and white shirt combo. It's just different to see us playing in this sort of combination of colours. Oh, good. Yeah, Liverpool are getting right in on us at the moment. They're actually looking very good. Okay, that should be easy for Patrice. Oh, good lordy. Right, if we can win the knockdown here. Oh. We're just a bit slow. We're not really getting in on them. Yeah, we've got brand new kits for the entire league as well, which means we have brand new kits. YouTube saw it. It did make it to a YouTube short and an Instagram reel and a TikTok. All of the above as Tex-Mex bursts in behind. First chance of the game for us. It's a tough angle. It doesn't matter. This man is inevitable. Liverpool 1, MTK 1. Tex-Mex is back. Big up Nine yet again. He always listens. That was great. That was the perfect example of what I want from this strategy and why Tex-Mex is the best player for the job. They drop deep, wait for the running behind. And I actually thought he was going to miss this because he doesn't really... I thought the defender would get a block, but that is just lethal finishing. Oh... Yeah, his name is Marcio Teixeira. We started calling him Tex-Mex because I think chat just really liked him. But the reason it all came about is because we bought him as a right-sided player / left-sided because he was good on both feet. And then he played like crap through most of the first season. I think he got 2 goal contributions in his first 25 matches for the club or something. So then we decided on a whim one day to randomly put him in the middle. And then I think he got 19 goal contributions in his next 13 games. And ever since then, he's just been nailed on straight through the middle. I think he's got 33 goal contributions and then 30 last season. Oh, slip it in. Texie. Castillo through. Oh, look at this. We were very close to selling him. Tex-Mex now with the assist. And then he just does things like this. He's a great assister. He's a great passer of the ball. He's a great eye for football. It's perfect. Look at this. The way he just waits up for the ball, watches the running behind, drops it around the side for Castillo. It's a lovely finish from Castillo as well, by the way. This is gorgeous football. We are actually mugging Liverpool off here. This is very unlike us. I'm a little bit concerned. Hey, Phil. We've only had one youth intake since. And that's not really enough time for us to know if it's actually working or not yet. But we're going to give it 5 seasons, I would say. Yeah, Tex-Mex off the ball through the centre is cracking. As you say, it's like he makes runs that other players in that same position just don't seem to see a lot of the time. Yeah, the shirt is a little bit... I got some new stuff yesterday. Pog's always buying stuff off of Shein. And she was like... Have a look, see if you can find some things you like. So I actually managed to find a few things. And honestly, quality was a lot better than I was expecting it to be. Boom. But it is a little bit new. It is a little bit skin tone. 5-0 there. We will get a preview today, true. See if we can keep an eye on the Roma game. Because Budapest, I think, are unlikely to really do much there. But it's if Kijvara can continue to do mad business. Something to keep an... Right, yes! I saw that as well, James, but only when I was editing the video, and I couldn't be asked to do a Matt from the editing room part, but it was that guy, was it Collivan or something was his name? I saw him randomly appear on the left-hand side. Yeah, they were 1-0 up last we saw, but Tex-Mex on corners as well now? Go on. Oh, nice. Oh, go on. Thomas, you know you want to. Oh, my days, that was close. More response to the players. Yeah, I would be very surprised if that happened. Unfortunately, also, Giannocoli has equalised for Roma. That would still be a good result for them, honestly, but I would like them to do a little bit better than that. What a bad game this has been, by the way. Both sides have been kind of bad. There's been very few opportunities overall, and we just happen to be pulling off a remarkable result here, as it's a great save from Portier. Okay, subs. Just the bedroom. It is, Millennium. But, you know, you've got to keep some of the mystique, right? I love that Yeboah can apparently play as a right back. Won't be doing that, because Skinner will be coming on. Skinner! Robinson struggled a little bit today. I wonder if it's the big occasion. Part of me also suspects that maybe he's less effective when the wing swap happens, so maybe we'd have to get him a bit more trained up there. We'll give a bit of Labros, just because he's always so confident in Europe. And Malero is just such a god in Europe, so now it'd be rude not to bring him on. Frost delay. Holy shit. Also, am I right in thinking that the F1 this weekend has been cancelled because of the weather? I saw a video on YouTube yesterday, but I wasn't sure if it was like just a meme or something. It has. Wow. Must be seriously bad in Italy then. But I saw like flooding stuff as well, so that would make sense. Arm intense area. Oh, if we hang on for this would be a superb and honestly completely undeserved result. But it would be, once again, Tex-Mex absolutely carrying us. What a gut. What a result. Tex-Mex, man of the match, goal and an assist. He's literally carried us through that game. We had 2 shots on target. Is it going to be the year where we get the luck for once? No way. They didn't score at Inter. Budapest are massive. Yeah, I saw some like the rivers were literally bursting their banks and stuff. That makes sense. So does that mean that the race just simply doesn't happen? There's no like rescheduling. Again, I'm like new to this certainly side of F1. Is it just kind of like null and void essentially? So there's one less race on the calendar, or do they like try and fill it in later in the year? But I guess that would be difficult because of like logistics. Edge Steel, thank you for the follow. That's a really good start for us. Just Monaco next week. Oh, great. A race I was not planning on bothering to watch, honestly. I watched qualifying, obviously. Yeah, there's just no gaps, is there? Because they already used a massive gap over the last few weeks, didn't they? Tex-Mex is the finest of finest cuisines, for sure. Now, I want to see if Kishvardo actually managed to hang on. Look at that. Mihail with an equaliser for Budapest away at Inter Milan. That's fantastic news. Right, come on, Kishvardo. I bet they've lost 2-1. Oh, 1-1 draws away from home for Kishvardo and Budapest in the Champions League. Gorgeous. We did actually whack, but weirdly not during the stream. After stream, I randomly got on the last day of the window. I got a £50 million non-negotiable bid for Rivadavia from Real Madrid. So he gave most of the money. Oh. Well, you just can't pass, can you? So are they actually looking at trying to reschedule, or is this one of these things that they just sort of say at the time until it actually becomes, oh, that's not good? I mean, we can cope, but that ain't good. Bit of cash for us there. Texie does the business yet again. Okay. Lovely stuff. Well, that's the thing, yeah. Oh, thank you, Scott. Yeah, the reviews from people have been remarkably good so far. Fuck me, that's doing well. Holy shit. Hang on a minute, chat. One sec. I've got one of my... I have my analysis screen up.
I'm streaking.
Thank you, Tony, for the 25 bloody months. That's very nice of you, friend. Yeah, that's coming at number 3, which is really, really solid. I'll take that any day of the week. So thank you, friends. Thank you for watching. Tribute to the Danube. It does. Rivadavia just sounds really good, doesn't it? It sounds even better when it's met with £50 million and we paid 13 for him. There's a really interesting video if you're interested in the logistics of F1. I think it was Wendover Productions made one about it a few years ago, and it is fascinating. It doesn't, unfortunately, Bev. Hadrian tested this when we were discussing to make the video. Less than an hour. Yeah, it came up at 11 o'clock, and it's nearly 1,000 views already, which is mad. The 2 videos above it. One is the Wonder Kid Scouting video, which makes perfect sense because Wonder Kid Scouting video. And the other one is the recap video, which is called the Wonder Kid Factory, so it kind of benefits from the same exact draw point as the other one. Battlefield Matt, thank you very much for the follow. That's very, very nice of you. I was just expecting this one to be a flop, like the red card one, but the fact that it hasn't is just, that makes me so fucking happy. Particularly as tomorrow I'm recording a collaborative Career Resurrection video as well, which is going to be fucking hilarious. Oh yeah, no. I think it was the right move, Bev. I mean, look at the sub number. look at the views on the videos now, I think it was the right choice. Well, that's the thing, yeah. I imagine some of them have those kind of commitments to it. Because when is the Indy 500? Ah, we're getting Makis. Nice. It's £10 million, but it's a lot. It really is like a bit of a draw, Anderson. So I use it when I need to. I don't like to overuse it, but like I feel like occasionally, as long as you... What the hell? Ferencváros. That's like 32 matches in Europe without them winning a game. I know Valencia are good, but they're a home, for crying out loud. Also, Debrecen losing to Hertha is not ideal. Football Wonder Kid's a man Everest. You don't want to be the boy who cried Wonder Kid, exactly. You also don't want to be accused of like quick clickbaiting and stuff. I'm having a great day, Sin. How are you, my friend? Welcome back. Molfair did win a game, though. Same does Monaco. Oh, shit. NASCAR Charlotte. It's not the Coke 600 Charlotte, though, is it, Hazy? Because if it's the Coke 600, I am not interested. It is the... I know this is going to sound like an oxymoron. It is the dullest race of the year. I know it's the All-Star race this weekend, which I might be more interested to watch. Twerking to YouTube. Sub number go through. I know. I couldn't possibly handle it. So, yeah. At least Molfair won a game, right? Also, it is the Coke 600 as well. Not interested. Coke 600 to me is just... It's so long. Why does it have to be so long? Oh, God. I think I'd rather watch Monaco than the Coke 600, honestly. Oh, dear. We know what's going to happen. 600 miles and then Ross Chastain crashes into someone. That's basically every NASCAR race now. So, that's the Europa League. Come on, Haladash. Oh, there's no Haladash first week, is there? I always forget about this. Always weird. Like, why is it that there's never... It feels like there should be more... Hang on. It feels like that the Conference League should have 8 games as well. I just find it strange that they don't, honestly. A bit of that too. It's bigger than ever, mostly because of Drive to Survive. I think that's what's broadened it to a massive audience, especially in the US. And arguably, I mean, I wouldn't say I got into it because of that, because I didn't. I actually was watching it before then because of chat. And then chat told me to watch Drive to Survive as well. Yeah, well, Kurt Busch did it in 2014. He did the Indy 500 and then the Coke 600. Oh, sorry. And then, yeah. And I think Kyle Larson is doing it next year. Watch Jetlag the game on YouTube. I haven't. No. Oh, wait, hang on. That rings a slight bell. More information required. That does ring a bell, and I don't know why. Feels like a type of game that... Did Northern Lion play it, maybe? I don't know. We'll pop it over. True, yeah. Because of the media that comes with it, right? Although, what I would say is it seems to have really priced out, like, normal US fans, particularly from races like Miami. I know COTA's probably slightly different. I did not find the latest series of Drive to Survive particularly interesting, honestly. Maybe if you're like a hardcore F1 fan to begin with, I feel like maybe it's kind of one of those things where it's like, it's literally not for you, I guess. Where, because it... Well, think Will Buxton. It's Southampton Logan Sargent. I feel like they're more Latifi last year. I wouldn't compare them to Mazepin. Like, they're not that... Mazepin was Derby County those years ago. Might need to do something. Hey, well, I mean, that's a good weekend to pick, is just pick a random weekend and then just watch all the races. It's fun. Like, that... I like all those sports equally because they offer me different things. Like, for F1, you're sort of getting the peak of engineering and what is arguably... Well, not even arguably, the peak of motorsport. But you do, obviously, with that, have to suffer from, you know, less things like the overtaking the pure action with that. So it's more of an exercise in engineering in many ways. But there's still a lot of excitement, obviously, but you can't always guarantee that. Whereas with NASCAR, for me, I get the almost opposite, where the engineering side of things is not that, but you get a lot more, like, wheel-to-wheel action, lots of passing. There's more variation in the tracks because, obviously, it's ovals, street courses, road courses, fucking dirt races. I like the multidisciplinary element of it and some of the strategy that goes into it, along with F1 actually on that one. And then for everything in between, touring cars is fantastic too, because then you get the kind of the cars you see on the road just driving 160 miles an hour as well. It's fantastic. Speaking of Le Mans, NASCAR are actually entering a car at Le Mans this season. They've got an entry at Le Mans. That's a good result. Oh God, De Bruyne has absolutely clapped at the start of the season. 9 goals already. 9 goals. I've never managed to watch Rally. I like playing Rally games, but I don't find the spectator part of it. Maybe I'd have to actually go and watch it in person. Maybe. Yeah, Garage 56. Which is an interesting decision. One thing I really like as well is in NASCAR, they've got this thing called Project 91. Well, one of the teams does, where it's like a guest driver slot that they've had, like Kimi Räikkönen. They've had... The idea is it's like a rotating slot where they can bring in big-name drivers to just sort of experience it. And Räikkönen's done, I think, 2 races now. Supercars is great as well. V8 Supercars is smashing. Yeah, I love V8 Supercars as well. Problem is the time zones. I think it's just one of those things where people are very quick to say X is boring and they just prefer the other one, but it's like, I just like them all. Maybe that's just because I'm seeing the whole spectrum and I enjoy all these things. Never really had much of an interest in motorcycle racing, but maybe that's just because I'm not a biker. Yeah, Button was racing at COTA as well. But he was racing a Rick Ware car, wasn't he? So.
Oh, this isn't where I parked my car.
Age of Wonders 4. What is that? Never watched Formula E. Milesy, thank you for the follow. Isn't that where Nick De Vries kind of cut his teeth lately and actually maybe got that ride? Although, that ride that he may not have for much longer at this rate. Bloody hell. Hey, Chuck. We were just talking about motorsport in various facets. So this... When is the next Champions League game? Lyon in 10 days. Good shit. So this is going to be back to this. Oh, they're almost low enough that I'd actually consider Octotrek, but can't quite stretch to an Octotrek today. We will be starting Smith again. Actually, no, not Smith. We are going to start Smith, but I was going to start Robinson, but maybe he needs a rest. Do you know what? We'll start Kevin Griffiths. I've decided to move Big Kev up to the first team because no loan was forthcoming for him. So I've decided that, you know what, he just gets to play for us now. Isn't it? Like, hasn't it got some like push to or like fan vote thing or something? I can't remember what it is. Again, correct me if I'm wrong. Also, does anyone else remember this? I feel like I imagined this in a fever dream. Do you remember a World Cup of Motorsport event? This is probably like 15, 20 years ago. And the idea was it was single-seater open wheel. But the drivers were all from, like, there was teams from each country. And there was 2 drivers from each country. And it was like a big event. And, yeah. A1GP, that's it, yes. When was this? Because in my head, I was convinced that I'd made it up. You can indeed have 8 treks. Let me just show you. We have a spare tactic that we use occasionally. Where is it? Octotrek. So that's how you have 8 treks. So you can have 5 across the midfield attacking spots and then 3 up front. Obviously, we don't have this trained, because otherwise our players would be... Oh, shit. That's fucked it, hasn't it? Game did not like that. Oh, Sky, really? Wow, actually went for... Wow. I remember watching the first race. I think it was at Brands Hatch, of all places. I fucking love Brands Hatch, don't get me wrong. Where is he? Oh, yeah, he's right down here, isn't he? Because he's not technically trained for the role yet, but that's fine. Oh, yeah, no defense, obviously. If you're going to have 8 treks, you're going to be relying on mostly being the better side. Mendes is the anchor. I like that he can play there, but I feel like Yamin, surely. Oh, he's injured. How long for? Oh, that's fine. In that case, yeah, fuck it. We'll give Mendes a run there. With CB, you can have technically 9 treks. Can you? Oh. How does that work? Yeah, we'll insert this one. The BTCC game's never happening. It's motorsport games. They are an allegedly, basically fraudulent company at this point. No. We use this system in the league just because the main reason we use this in the league is because it allows us to play more of our attacking players without them getting annoyed, because we have more attacking players at the club for obvious reasons. And this will just allow us to play them a little bit more and get them a few more... Wow, 2 goals from Patrice. That's the main reason we do it. And it just allows us to create a few more chances. Although, weirdly, in that game, we just didn't. Oddly. But we are still through with another 2 goals from Big Patrice. Purported huge transfer deal. I mean, if they want him, if they give me 200 million, I'd be possibly even tempted. Toka 2 was fantastic. Toka 2 was probably my favourite of them. Toka Race Driver games were pretty good too, but Toka was peak. Because you could play all the support series as well. The depth that you would get back on those days. Because those were Codemasters back in the day, weren't they? They were fantastic. Right, so this is our man. January 1st. Mladen, get your suitcase ready, buddy, because you're coming. I'm so excited if we can actually get him. Who's this guy? A 15-year-old at Pogon. Jakob Soccer. I mean, he's called Soccer. He's bound to be good. Yeah, it is a shame. I mean, things tend to get worse when they become EA, really, don't they? I think these guys are a little bit not spectacular. Gutierrez. Wait, why am I looking at you? Oh, he's the guy that's on Moon Money. Wait, is he on even more money now? Oh, no, he's taken a contract. He's taken a wage drop, chat. He's still on 350 grand a week, but he has dropped a bit of wage now. I will send you to Gonzalo for a week. Okay. Put the polish on it. I had Project Cars 1. Never played Project Cars 2. But there we go. Pushcast need to get their shit together. I cannot have our Tycoon team getting relegated. Not on my watch. They need to sort it out. Not like they're in Europe. They just need to be a bit better. That's all fine. That's all fine. Good shit. Yeah, so Giddy, I managed to get Giddy on loan to Budapest. This is the kind of quality of players now that Budapest have on loan from us. Gaffer, if you see this, we're starting to catch you up a little bit, hopefully. Yes, there's a good couple of BTCC mods for Assetto Corsa, but they often get a bit outdated, I suppose. Yeah, you're right, it was Honda. Honda basically, like, kicked up a stink, and that's why they couldn't do it. I would have loved BTCC in iRacing, because they've got some TCR cars in iRacing now, but, oh, God, it would have been so good. Was that specifically Honda, or was it Team Dynamics, who hilariously aren't even in BTCC this year? Fuck it, we'll get them, that team again there. Boom. PGA Tour. I do remember the old EA PGA games back in the day, back when it was, oh no, I think it was just called Tiger Woods PGA Tour back in the day. But I remember playing those when I was like 15, and they were really, really fun. Because I swear there was a character that you could play as called Aphrodite or something. This is in the back of my brain. Wow, lots of teams that I've scouted that just seem to not have any... Are they in the first team, perhaps? Maybe? Oh. I have had one of the more recent PGA games. I think it was 2021 I bought it, and I have no idea why. I think it was really cheap on some website. I think I got it for like £9 at the time, so I was willing to give it a go, and it was actually pretty fun. Still have no idea why specifically I was super interested in it, because I haven't played golf since I was like 15. Well, actual golf. I've played like Top Golf with Mike, but that's not really the same. Yeah, I want to put Robinson back in here now. Texie there. And then... Yeah, Brandon Silver's fine. Cool. Oh, that's the 2K version. Oh, right. I didn't realize there were competing ones. Nowadays, it all seems to have been so like homogenized that I just assume there's only one for each of them now.
It's good.
No, the continent map. No, because the coefficients are a bit dodge outside of Europe in terms of that, and also just any nation that's out of Europe, just immediately I could guarantee half the viewership. Unfortunately, double Metzala. Thank you very much for the follow. That's brave. I like that. I feel like I might have done that myself in the past before we discovered everyone needs to be a CMA. 10 years this year. Oh, wait, PS. Oh, I see. Right, yeah. 5-0. That's more like it. Bobby Tree. Patrice again. Patrice is an absolute goal machine. He got 9 goals last season, and he's already got like 3 this year. Hidalgo off the bench too. An injury to Castillo is less than ideal, though. That worries me somewhat. Budapest with another big victory over Pushcast. Good lord, lads. Please don't be too serious. We can't afford to lose yet another... Ooh, Kvamen. To the... Oh, I was going to say, how is he on loan? But yeah. Best registration rules. Ireland, Hungary, Poland, Austria. But honestly, don't be afraid to just change them in the editor. Have fun, right? Pick the nation you want and then just make it bend to your will, I suppose. Zoltan Sulak, you had me at Zoltan. Surprisingly bad youth intake, actually, for Slovan Bratislava. Eurovision weekend. Of course I did. I had a great time. Watched it with the group chat I say with the boys, but with the boys and the girls this time. And oh, it's not too bad. We were taking it very seriously. My friend had a spreadsheet, and after each contest, after each song, he was like scores, and we had to give him a number out of 10, and then he was collating it in this giant spreadsheet. And it wasn't me. I was bullied into this. I had a lot of gin. I had a great time. Woke up feeling trash the next day, as you do. I feel as I've got older. I really do feel much worse the next day after I drink, and it's not even like a case of like a hangover. I just feel a bit depressed the next day. So, Ferencváros have won a game, by the way. But why exactly are there 3 random European Europa League ties on a Wednesday, all of which involve Hungarian sides, even though one of them isn't even at home? Good win for Ferencváros, though. Is the game just starting to lose its mind a little bit? So, Molfehovar have got to win. Ferencváros have got to win. Debrecen need to get their shit together a little bit. Hungary is just built different. It do be feeling like that. Hang on. Wait, is that... It is him. It's Georgi Bubanashvili. The Georgian country singer. He's the top scorer in the Europa League at the moment, having finally found his way back to Georgia. I say back to Georgia as if he ever actually came from Georgia. He was from an Austrian side initially. Use the editor to put your sponsorship money back. No, because I don't have the editor switched on for this save for obvious reasons. Because if I had the editor switched on for this save, it just meant that anything we did, someone could just say, hey, you've just changed it in the editor. It's not worth it. From a content standpoint, right? Hungary teams have moved up a mountain. All of a sudden, yeah, we do be feeling mountainous. So how are we doing coefficient-wise? 3.6. I have a theory we might drop to 7th this year with even having an average season, which I'm not even opposed to. I think it could actually be highly beneficial for us, potentially. Because it would give us the same number of teams in the other competitions. Meanwhile, the dilution would be a lot less. And we'd have the guaranteed best guys. Oh, yeah, you can always tell when a player's been severely edited. I mean, just see the stat app videos from back in the day, right? Right, weird that their fixtures are being all over the place this year, and it's only Hungarian sides that seem to be having this issue, regardless of whether they're home or away. I think I just saw that... Did De Bruyne just get injured? I swear I saw a news article there that said De Bruyne got injured there. No. Owned churn, butter churn. I mean, it gave me thoughts, Stewie, that I wasn't expecting from the evening, you know? Oh, dear. Maybe we don't scout them next year, actually. Most of the time I'm adding teams, not taking them away, but there's really no harm in it, right? Like Redacted. That's true, we did edit Redacted, but only his name. Portilla's making pleasing pro. I mean, he is good, but the other guy's just a lot better, isn't he? And if we could get a shitload of money from him. Sudden urge for butter. I mean, I love butter at the best of times. You know me. Oh, Mura, go on. You have some players, right? Ooh. Not a lot of them. But Nick Volk is a cool name. Shame he's not a good player. Did that back in... that was Stat App, Bakroon. That's what I was referencing a minute ago. That was the gentleman who decided to edit the players in his save. Extremely obviously, might I add. Silva asked to be recalled from Honved. He hasn't played a lot, but... No? What did you know? Hey, it's that time of the year again, chat. Nicholas Bentner's coaching qualifications delayed. Who could have predicted that? Yes, it's another win for us, Asher. I think this year as well, we've got a really solid chance of topping the group. We've probably already played our toughest game. And it was away at Liverpool and we won. Is City at home or away? City's away, but City are usually worse. Watch Kane Full of Love put us to the sword this season, though. Ooh, David Illich. Okay. Unambitious. Not fantastic, but wow, he doesn't even have a face yet. Must be brand new. Nice. Thank you, Hexen. That's very kind of you. People seem to be liking it. That makes me happy. One more little check on the statistics. What are we up to now? I will absolutely take that for the first hour. Holy shit. That's surprising. Oh. That makes me very, very pleased. Cool. Particularly as no one was expecting an 11 a.m. upload, right? Going to find new players in F123. Right, Heng. Okay, so you have asked a very important question. Give me a moment. Right, let me just set this team up and I'll be right on that, chat. In the meantime, chat, help him out. Defensive space, thank you for the follow. Right, I'm going to do that because it just seems to get us there half the way anyway. So yeah, actually, fuck it while I'm here. So basically, it depends entirely, Heng, on what save you're doing, where you're at in that save. But you're seeing some links in chat now to YouTube videos. I'll explain what they are as they come along. So the first one is amateur scouting. There is some amazing players that can be found at amateur sides that somehow end up in the lower age group brackets of national teams, particularly in Belgium. So that's one thing to do. So the amateur video is about that. The second one is scouting, which is to do if you're at a slightly higher level. Say you've actually got like worldwide scouting, or at least in Europe at this point, right? So there's that, which will allow you to do sort of... You'll find Wonder Kids pretty early with that one. There is also a new version we've been working, which is team report scouting. But again, that one's more flexible, actually, because it will depend heavily on what level you're at. So if you have only, say, European scouting, you could still do it, but then concentrate it solely towards Europe as well. And that's under team reports as well. I don't know what the Brazilian one is, actually. No. It's all right. Don't worry, Aaron. I hadn't actually had a look through the squad properly yet. I'll put Mendes in. That's fine. I think it's team report as well. Although it might be that you can't trigger it. Let me just see. There you go. That's the team report one as well. You should find out, hopefully, Heng, some kind of information that will help you along the way and allow you to get what you want out of it from one of those, would be my guess. I think we've kind of covered most bases from really, really low. And if you're at a ridiculously low level, then honestly, the best thing I can say to you is free transfers and, well, to quote Zealand, loans, loans, loans. Like, that's the way you got to go with it, I would say. Hopefully that's been helpful. Sorry, it's my jam. I'm going to start Durin instead of Karpanu because I want to give Milovanovic and Durin as a pairing more of a run out together, and I think that's the correct side. Yes, it is. Left-footed. Cool. Jarju at left back. We are still a little bit light in the fullback spots, but we've got some guys that I think eventually will just randomly not go out on loan, and then we'll get them back, like that guy at Haladash. Right. Okay. Let's go. 5. Wow. Oh, these are mostly players that return from loans. But I think most of them are actually going out permanently. So Daniel's going to Juri, Poyet's going to Debrecen, and he's going to Debrecen as well. They get a number for a bit. We should be beating Solnoki, but they've actually managed to win a few games this season, so that's surprising, to be fair. Plus, Pog's going to be back soon. She's going to be bringing iced coffee, and what a day it is. She's gone to get the car, like, cleaned inside and out, because it's a bit of a mess, honestly. Huge underperformance. Jesus Christ. Blazerly's got a goal. Kevin scored for us too, which keeps us motoring, as Pushkas lose again. It's not looking good for them. Luckily, they're not going to be that far off. But it's very clear already who the established teams are in this division. Ferencváros look like they've bounced back this year as well. Glad for them to finally won their first game in Europe in, what was it, 4 years now? Something like that. Lyon's at home as well. What we missed. So the big thing so far is that we had a Tex-Mex masterclass at Anfield, which was enabling us to get a very fortunate victory, which is probably the second, actually no, arguably the hardest game of our group. Is that one. So if we can just stay consistent, I think we've got a real chance at winning the league phase, which we've never done before. I think the highest we've come is 3rd. Debrecen Haladash. Also some weirdness in that a lot of fixtures are getting moved for Hungarian sides in Europe, even when they're playing away from home. We're not sure why that's happening. Zag, I think I've probably already got Zag. Okay, I've got their B team. You can't slip these by me. Believe me, I've got 750 teams set up to scout reports. So let me have a look at their under-19 squad. There is at least players in there. When we eventually get round to seeing them, they will still be in there, hopefully. We're currently at... Where are we at? Is this Slovenia, Slovakia? Feels like that type of area. Because it's going to take like a full 2 years to get through the full cycle now. Oh, yeah, by the way, do you remember we were looking at that Metzala guy, Max, from... I can't remember which club he was actually at. So randomly, Vasas loaned him from Atletico Mineiro in the 2nd tier of Hungary. This guy plays in the 2nd division on loan from Atletico Mineiro. And I've no idea how Vasas were able to get him, but they were. And I didn't intervene in any way, obviously. What's the injury? Not ideal. But yeah, just randomly did that. Proper stones. I believe they are, yeah. Flying insects never win again. They're B team. Oh, damn, he's lost a little bit of it. Oh, they're only reasonable at the moment. I'll give them another go. But yeah, there's a guy here called Zinan Music, who, of course, he's jovial. Oh, I haven't looked at the 2nd tier kits. You're right. I totally forgot about that. Soccer's... Yeah, I think soccer can go. What is the 2nd tier looking like? Oh, Zalagaseg definitely coming back up. No doubt about that. They're looking very, very good. So, oh, I love that. I like the sash ones. No, none of that happens, Bakroon. It's just... The only things that happen, I think, is that there's a few nations that are, like, hard-coded to join the EU later in the save. What else we got? Oh, I love that. That's clean. Shakvari as well. Love that. And FM Girl! Alice! How is it going, friend? How are things? Where's my button? What club are you at now? Are you still at Son Etienne, or has things changed? We were just looking... ooh, that is a solid moustache there on old big Zoltan Kovacs, I must say. Zirmot as well. Love that. They're so clean. And the Kapashvaros here, newly promoted. Mezhkoved. We like those. Hang on, who was that managing them? Oh, no. Still haven't got loads of random managers yet. I feel like we're missing out on that currently, but we will get there eventually. There's Pekshi as well. Zoltan Gira still in charge. Okay. And there's Senyo. That's cool. The way it's got... Look at this detail on these fucking kits. Szeged. That's a cool little graded one as well. 52 players is solid. Just ooh, that is nice. I actually really like the one with the stripes too. And ooh, oh God, I love these bloody kits. They're so versatile as well. Lovely stuff. Gerard's manager of pushcards. Yeah, we haven't got that yet. Winter schedule. No. With Treaty United, that's just how it is. That's how the Irish League is. It's a summer league. So you play all throughout the summer. Average news article. Arse beat Brest. You love to see it. In a battle of Arse v Brest, I think I'd be on the team Arse, truth be told. Our new kits, yes. These are our lovely new kits. I love these. I'm going to hopefully get the Beng logo like locked in soon. And so I can send that over to Nyman and he can spruce them up. But I'm working on the Beng branding stuff. I was supposed to be doing more of it this week. But well, this is true, Rob. Arse by name. Well, not really, but Arse by nature, certainly. Without a shadow of a doubt. This is just dope. I just love Adidas kits as well. There's just something about them. They are delightful. And these ones look really tasty as well. Second yellow Arse. You don't want that. Wow, our under-19 side actually lost to them. That's not very nice. Okay, we move. And we got an international break there, which is fine. Portier. New contract. He's obviously not going to go for it. Here's the plan, right? Because he's, what, 38... 39. We sign Gacic, or Gacic, and then in the summer, Portier, flip him for moon money before his value drops too much, because obviously if he's not playing, he will drop. In fact, honestly, if we get Gacic in January, we could... No, we can't really do that, could we? We're all a bunch of tits. Exactly. Tex-Mex says key player. Oh, yeah, no, he's killing it this season. He wasn't a key player a minute ago, actually. He's already got 4 goals and 4 assists in all comps this season. He's having the start. God, look at him. I can't believe we nearly thought about selling him. Yes, so Job is at Man City. Yes, I'm glad you pointed that out. Yes, Job has moved to Manchester City for, what was it, £45 million. God, was it really that long ago that we sold him? I still think we did well out of that. But yeah, Man City really do just be buying random players. Viking is now in possession of the keys to his new house. How do you feel? I'm interviewing you live. Are you actually there, or did you just go to the estate agent to pick them up? I don't know how this works. I've never owned such things. Giddy scored again? Oh, it's his first goal. Have a house in it. Does that mean housewarming party / birthday party? Ooh. There's Julian there. Oh, you're there now. Nice. Say hi to the dank for us. That's awesome. I'm so happy for you, man. Is it nice? Not that you wouldn't have not been there before. How to set the database. So basically, if you do !database in chat, the video isn't specifically about that, but it's the exact setup that I use. So it sort of is. It's just like it isn't at the same time, basically. So it's literally Hungary on, and then 108,000 players, but loaded in a very specific way. Your chat's opinion on wall colours. Chat Viking, if you could send me pictures of the walls, maybe I could. No, actually, don't do that. What room are we talking first? Job is at League One. Well, I think with this one, Job went to Manchester United, I think, and then got released. We picked him up on a free and kind of rejuvenated his career. Flipped him over to, I think it was Feyenoord or PSV, and then they've made moon money out of it. Like a based array from is vital. It's true. Rob speaks only in facts. Oh, right. We're about to get some swatches. Let me get my messenger open. Unless you want to Discord it to me. Actually, that might be better. Otherwise, we'll just hear ding, ding. Brown is a Viking colour. I suppose so. Ooh, Celta Vigo. Oh, I'm so annoyed that we missed out on signing Lee Snodin. Ah, there he is. Right. Okay. He sent me a picture. Get messenger open. Okay. Need your expert opinion, Chatto. Why is it not loading? Right. I'm going to have to do a Gyatso here. Oh, I see. We're getting a full-on live wall.
Here's a fun fact. Voltaire contracted syphilis just 2 blocks from here.
Right, here's the choices, chat. Ignore the frame rate drop as I upload this picture to Gyatso for us. Okay. So, choices. So, is this, just to clarify, this is living room wall we're talking about right now. Gorm, thank you for the follow. So, if we're talking like... So, let's just in order here. This is 1, 2, 3, 4 from left to right. Bedroom. Oh, okay, bedroom. All right. Definitely not 1. 1 for me has got very much grandmother's doily type of vibe. Sorry if that's the one you chose. I'm just trying to work out which ones you've chosen, which one Dank chose. Pink too dark. Yeah, I think you might be right. I like 3. Personally, I like 3 because I think it's kind of... That one's not too bad either. I think this one, maybe, because obviously it's a bit lighter there, is not too bad. You chose all... Hang on. Dank let you choose all of them. My God. Is she okay? Is she, like, tied up in the boot of the car? Outside home base? 3 is... Yeah. I don't mind it. It's kind of subtle. It could be a bit funny. The thing is, this is very dark. Ironically, this color is almost identical. I know, I realize that you can only see 2 of the walls, but 2 of the walls in this room are actually this exact color. This wall behind me is that color. Makes it look well, I would say so, yeah. Painted the whole wall. Dark and a bit true. For me, these ones are my... I just think, honestly, anyone except this one. I think these fine. You could get away with all of these too. Yeah, that's a good idea, actually. A feature wall, and then... I think if this is going to be a feature wall, you probably want to go with 3, as I think that is too dark to go with that. So if that's a feature wall, have that as like the subtle one around it. I think that would be a nice combination. Yeah, 1 is an absolute stinker. What were you thinking, mate? And that concludes this segment known as Paint Colours with Matt. Yeah, white or I guess off-white you can get away with, right? Let me just get that again. A brand new segment to the stream. One is going to be the spare rib. Great. We'll shove me in there. Interior design. You just don't get this from other streams. Only reason I follow... Yes, Gorm. Come on. I'm going to put the social button up. Come on, give me the follows for the interior design streams. If you're new here, we do this all the time. We're like changing rooms. I'm Lawrence Llewellyn Bowen. I just like saying his name. Good shirt taste, that man. I know. My favourite race is Silverstone. And we move. Encyclopedia. Oh, nice. I love that this website exists. Yeah. Yeah. I can see that. Excellent. Right. Is that so? What are you actually doing there today? Are you just doing like some basic sort of housekeeping, I suppose? Or he's already moved in. He's got the paint gone. Carpet's in. Sorted. Is there any work that needs doing, or is it pretty in good nick? I know the other place was in the worst possible nick. Honestly. Ooh, AIK. Ah. I was hoping for better out of them. Yeah, I don't think this is a new build though. Just cutting a bear. That's a map pun. There really should be in there, yeah. Kuzvada hosting Red Bull Salzburg. That's hopefully winnable. And Uipesh hosting Nice. I tell you what, there's a chance for some Hungarian dubs here. Right, back to that. I'd be even tempted. I think we could probably get away with the 5-star trek against Lyon, but I don't want to risk it. So we want Silver. Texi. Where's he in at? There he is. Bobby through the middle this time, of course, because of the injury. Yamin and Velazquez. I think we'll do Navarro instead. But I might start Yamin. I feel like he needs to... Matt is dull. Well, you would say that. Nature's Metropolis. That's... I love colour names. Colour names to me are just an absolute minefield. Always calming. Yeah, just don't paint it bright red and you'll be absolutely fine. Hey, Mason. Oh, so basically, finished 3rd or 7th in the coefficients. It got really tight this year because Portugal had a banging season. And as a result, it could go massively well for us this year. And there is a chance we could actually come 3rd. But also, we could end up coming 7th after this season. And dropping right down. I have an insect hotel in the garden. I don't know what that is. Is this just another word for we have lots of insects? Or is this like an actual thing that I'm too not garden having to be aware of? Oh. Paint name or cannabis strain is an 8. Okay. I'm just painting my walls with indica. Insect hotels at schools now. Oh, right. Interesting. Okay. I didn't know this was a thing. The only thing that my brain immediately went to Roach Motel. Is an insect hotel just like an upmarket version of a Roach Motel? That's kind of sick, actually. Good for the environment. I remember back in the day, my mum was always quite sad that there was just like no birds around, and that she took it upon herself basically to make my parents' garden like a bird haven. And honestly, like several years later, it was like teeming with birds, and it was awesome. You're charging sex for... Oh, yeah, you got to. Fucking freeloaders. Oh, my God. RDF Tactics. Hey, how's it going, man? Welcome in with the raid. We were just discussing paint swatches. Actually, this is the perfect time. We could get a second opinion. So, essentially, to set the scene for you, friends, a friend of mine has just bought a house. And they've literally got the keys today. And they're deciding on what colour to paint the main... was it your bedroom? So, if you could get an... Oh, that's not it. That's very much not it. These are the choices they are... You were listening in? Was it nearly like... Actually, I don't know if I want to raid that guy now. He's talking too much about paint. So these are what they're getting... in the middle of an intriguing gunfight. I mean, it could have been worse, honestly, given what we were talking about earlier. So there you go. I still think 3 is where it's at. Anything except 1, and I think you're on the right track. But how was stream, mate? I heard that you were having some issue with the AI scoring immediately against you constantly. I feel that pain, believe me. Although weirdly not today. Today's been very lucky from us. Right, we move. Go out there, relax, enjoy, vibe, have a gorgeous time. Let's go through. This is a bedroom, main bedroom. It's very important. It's good. Well, now that you're... Maybe you'll bring that luck with you, and now we'll lose 2-0 to Leon with both of their shots on target. That feels like we're due one of those games. You're literally watching paint dry. It's actually worse. You're watching me watch paint dry. Yeah, it's left to right, Dean. The skin we're rocking at the moment is Saz23. If you do exclamation mark skin in chat, you'll get a download link and all the good shit. If you don't have a shot. In a way... It feels like a skill issue to me. Just don't concede shots, innit? Get good. Oh. Oh, speaking of getting good, it's Pog. How's it going, Chief? Oh, you'd love to see it. How's the car looking? You what? You could have done a better job. Right, okay.
There's still like mud on the fucking glove box.
Still mud on the glove box.
And like around where the phone stand is.
Brilliant. You feel like that would have been the first thing that they got rid of is the mud on the glove box from when you put your feet on the dashboard.
Honestly.
On the plus side though, I do have a giant iced coffee, so you know, it's all good. Got to mix it up a little bit. A little bit of coffee ASMR. That sounds satisfying to me. Oh, this looks amazing. And Scry, thank you. Oh, hang on. I'm saying that right. Hang on, no, Scryshik. Hopefully I'm saying that correctly. Thank you very much for the follow. Oh, that's really good. Fuck me, I need that. I didn't need that at all. 98, so it's not that old, but not too old new at the same time. Enjoy the rest of your day, Viking. If you're around later, we can dub. Although I can imagine you're probably going to be a bit busy today. It's a good round. Okay. This is a quite poor start from us, actually. Kishvada at 1-1 with RB Salzburg. They've got an injury, which could help us. Here we go. Go on, Texie. On someone's head. Easy peasy. LMS, no. Oh, there is an age cap for the development list, but there is a way around it. So, I think it's 23 is the oldest you can add a player to the development list. However, if you go into the player on the transfer... Hang on, I'll show you. Because there is a way around this, and I think it's kind of sick. Well, does it look cool? Even better. I'll call you William. Because we don't have a William in chat, so I'll call you William. Before you're like, fuck, that's my actual name. What have you got on me? So yeah, if you want to add them to the development list, and this isn't available, go to the transfer status page, go to do nothing, and go use the development list. You can add any player to the development list through that method, even if they're older than the age that they're supposed to be, basically. I can't remember who showed me that, but my god, it's changed everything. Texie's in behind. Can he do it again? Well, he can, because he's just been fouled, because that man is lazy. Oh. You know, I can't believe I actually forgot to ASMR that can the other day. You're right. I really should be punished for that. And how about a bit of straw-sucking ASMR? Doesn't really work, does it? Okay. Here we go. Bobby tree from the spot. That is woeful. But hopefully we can still score for it, maybe? Oh, come on. Come on, please. No. Jesus Christ. I'm starting to wonder, RDF, if you actually have brought the... Oh, never mind. I take it back. It's 1-1. It's 1-0. Brandon Silva with a poggy finish there. Oh, dreadful pen, yeah. And is injured. Hey, He should get off the pitch. Shit, get off the pot. Jago, thank you for the follow.
Winter, it can get very depressing.
I genuinely did not think we were actually going to score from that play. The fact that we missed both initial efforts. Look at this from Brandon Silva, by the way. Dreadful goalkeeping after just saving a pen.
Here's a fun fact.
You'll have to see it. Yindik? I'm sure that's not correct, but thank you very much for the follow nevertheless. Kjvada are leading Red Bull Salzburg. Budapest still at 1-0. Sorry, 0-0. This is a good day for us. I think we just have to kind of... I think, honestly, from this point, we can just kind of see it out. Tex-Mexi, maybe? Oh, there's more. We beat... Who was it? Was it Nice last season we hit for 7? We're still dreadful from pens, though. That is definitely worth noting. Oh, look at the space out wide. Oh, Robinson's in. Ah, wrong foot, I think. Yeah, it just didn't pick it up. That'd be kind of good if you could just like sledge the other manager in the middle of the half. Actually, don't say that too loud, otherwise someone's writing that down and going, yes, this is the main feature for next year. I really hope not. Okay, not an amazing first half, honestly. But we don't look threatened at the back, and Bobby's on a 6.2. I get the feeling we might see a bit of Blaise Urine in the second half. I always feel like I'm calling him Urine, but that's his name, I suppose. I might even turn one of the box on. More discussions. Oh, you know what we need? More player interaction. I reckon at least another 2,000 lines of that, and that will satiate the player base. I'm truly believing it. That's what I've been looking for the entire time. Okay. So the left-hand player was an advanced forward, stay wide. We tried that sort of offsetting the strikers with this system, and it really didn't work when we did this last time. And it actually probably cost us Champions League that year. So I don't want to try it at the moment. Maybe at the end of the season or something. But like when we tried offsetting our strikers with this system, it just really made it worse. I think Hidalgo. And Robinson seems to struggle when he has to play on the right, and I think I might actually start training him to play on the right, so he's more comfortable there, because it clearly does seem to affect him when he's having to play on the other side. Do you know what? No, why would I do that? Why would I do that? Let's get Darla off, even though he's playing well. I want to nurse him if I can. Compliments and criticism of hairstyles. Ooh. Of the watch that you can now add to your manager, you mean? Refining current features. Oh, I think there's a lot of things they can add. They just won't. And, I mean, but I agree with you to an extent. It does feel like maybe sometimes there's like an intent to add stuff when perhaps it doesn't need adding, and perhaps that development time could have gone on refinement, though. I agree with that. Oh, he's missed it. Not win the league as they have no trip. Yeah, he's got... I'm sorry, I can't sign you for my team because you have 0 Riz. The keeper is shit, the opposition is shit. But then PGMOL come in, and then they get to explain about why your goal was actually offside. Have to know play. No. So you set the overall development list instructions, and then that should apply to everyone that's on the development list, as far as I'm aware, anyway. It does feel weird that when you're in discussions for about a player, after you ask the player if they're interested, if they say yes, there isn't an option when, upon seeing what the club want for the player, that you can just go, actually no, I'm not interested in any way. To me, there should be an option to say that. Obviously you can end chat, but I feel like there should be an option where you say, actually I'm not interested at those prices, and that potentially could give you some RNG factor where maybe they actually drop the price because maybe they do want to sell the player. I feel like that would be a nice little extension of that mechanic, potentially. Discipline for too much Riz. I wanted you as a ram daughter, not to ram my daughter. It's a brand new sentence, everybody. Brand new sentence there, courtesy of Bev. How are Budapest getting on? Are they letting us down? I see Full of Love's injured, chat. It's a dream come true for us, potentially. Was that our best mate for hooking up with her dad? Oh, I think I've seen that. I'm very certain I saw a screenshot of that on a TikTok, because that's just how I consume media nowadays, apparently. Oh my god, look at the football. That's definitely offside. Oh. I feel like we probably should have won this game by more. That is what I will add to this. We have missed a fair amount of chances here. To be fair, Dad is fair. I haven't seen Couldn't possibly tell your Tex-Mex is through. And he scored again. He must be onside there, surely. He looked miles onside. No hands up, though. Oh, no, he's onside. Yeah, I thought so. Also, yet another goal for Tex-Mex. He is on a different level this season. Finally get the second goal for us, but that was just nice. We actually second-faced someone else for once. It's all going our way today. Just an absolutely powerful strike at the near post. The keeper nearly keeps it out, actually. Now engaged and expecting a chart. Really? Oh, I guess all's well that ends well, right? Is he going to get another assist? He bloody well is. He's grabbed himself an assist as well. A goal and an assist in stoppage time from Tex-Mex to keep that record going. I think that's now 5 goals and 5 assists this season in 5 games. He's definitely up for it now. I think he might be on course for his best season ever, which I think is 33. Back out of conversation. Yeah. Because then they get their agent pestering you. Like, well, would you like to resume these talks? I'm like, mate, I was never interested in the first place. I was just catfishing you. What's this? Oh, I can't open that because it's a Discord link. Presumably to a server I'm not part of on there. Or unless it's from our server and I still can't. Right, good result. If a little bit dodgy in places with the whole penalty miss and that. Oh. Pog's just left her iced coffee here. Like, if she's not back soon, I could just drink this. That's a disappointing result for Gizvada. I would have hoped for more. But please tell me Budapest at least didn't lose. They've both got draws so far, which keeps them in the hunt, but I feel like those were games that they would have earmarked as potentially wins. Unfortunately, Riz, chat, help him out, because I don't even really know the full explanation of what Riz is, because it's one of these things that's like, I guess you could call it like sex appeal / more like game, I suppose, would be a better analog for it. Yeah, it's short for charisma, I suppose, yeah. But like, I feel like actually game is probably a better way of actually describing it than pure charisma, because charisma can mean lots of things. The club are asking far too much money. Yeah, exactly, yeah. Because it's totally true half the time. Chat up technique, yeah, I suppose. It's mostly used sort of tongue-in-cheek and like facetiously now, almost immediately, but lack of anxiety. Oh, God, yeah, that is relatable. Do I have Riz?
What?
Yeah, indeed. They could not have answered in a more apt way there. I don't think you could there, Pogs.
What's going on?
Chat are trying to Riz you now.
I don't know what that means.
You're younger than I am. How could you not?
I'm an old soul.
You're an old soul. All right, mate. Is that what you used to say before you got ID'd back in the day? Oh, I'm not 18, but I'm an old soul.
Yeah, man.
Exactly, Anderson, yeah. I have to keep a level of Riz on the DL just in case to keep Pog interested.
I don't know what that is.
Charisma, like, game.
Yeah.
She scoffed at me, Chatter. Yeah. She has scoffed in my general direction. Fine, I won't try and buy nice clothes to look good for you anymore. I'll do it just for chat. More money for us. Was it Riz or Pity? Is there a difference? Like, I feel like there's a fine line between Riz and Pity a lot of the time.
Listen to the cover. I forgot.
You forgot to listen to it?
Yeah.
Useless.
Excuse me, I was getting you coffee.
Something smelled up. You were getting me coffee, which is very kind of you. Love you lots. She doesn't seem convinced by it, no. Tex-Mex is topping every single chart here, except for best pass completion, but you get it. No fuss me. Oh yeah, I'm straight in there. I'm wearing a fucking necklace. Riz. Oh mate, there's bound to be some Rizzies in here. Please, I am lonely. There's Luca Rizzatelli. Come on, with a name like also Marcus Rizzo here. There's Rizzy and Rizza here, but surely Rizzatelli. You can't be. Wait, where's he gone? Luca Rizzatelli.
First for Brizza.
Rude fan Ristelroy. Very important answer. No point on Rizvard. Rizzatelli is just pure Italian Riz, yeah. It's a type of pasta that you've just never seen before, but it will shag you. Relevant meme on Twitter. Oh, God. Just checking my mentions. In it. Put a link to that in chat, Mason. I can't show them my Twitter page because it's on my other browser. Oh. Rizdambul. Gonna be solid, yeah. 350k. We could sign the Riz monster. Where's the telly? Would he be interested? Of course he's interested. It's up to us to woo him. Be a fringe player. 14k a week. That's bad. That is L Riz right there. 14k a week. Have a laugh. Ah. Bye, Pog. Pog, I think half the contents of your window just fell out of the window. Bye, Pog. Ah. He's just playing hard to get true. Everyone expected it, literally. So, Debrecen hosting Osijek, that's really important. That's going to be tough for Ferencváros, but maybe for once they'll actually surprise us. And then, Debrecen. Oh, no, sorry, not Debrecen. Molfehevar, Fenerbahce. Tough. Haladash, what are we saying? Home against Lech Poznan. Not easy, but I felt like they should be doing that too. Come on. Hungary needs some points, damn it. Go on, Jules Gordon. They normally have some... Wow. To be fair, we have kind of exhausted all of the quality out of Swedish teams over the last few years, so I can sort of understand why we've kind of sucked Sweden dry lately. Finally! Okay, ignoring the Molfehevar result, Ferencváros have finally surprised me in a good way. That is an excellent result. Away at Club Brugge, 3-2 victory with Aguilar and Petkov. Finally! Did what to Sweden? Oh, I did all sorts of horrible, unspeakable things, Bev. Ah, there's a great meatball shot. Apparently so. They are Sans shirt baller. Also, good result for Debrecen. Really important, that. Okay. All of a sudden, Ferencváros, 2 wins out of 3. Still have a negative goal difference. Up into the top 6 in the Europa. They found their level, basically. And Molfehevar still sitting 16th, which is fine. But Debrecen get their first win as well. As long as they all get through. That's the main thing. Uzep, thank you for the follow. Now, the question is... Does Haladash win? Yes, they do. Zivkovic and Menendez doing the business. Haladash, 1 win on the board already. Oh, is that their first result? Okay, so yeah, Haladash, 100% record so far. Greasy guy, my bad. Thank you very much for the follow. There's nothing really to show you, Sin, because I don't have the league switched on, so we do have a lookup for stuff like that as well, but I wouldn't really be able to show you anything beyond literally the winners and runners-up over the course of the save, which I'm happy to show you, of course, but that's all I could really do. Well, it's actually only 15 seasons, but close. We're currently sitting 5th, although this season could either be 3rd or 7th. It could go either way. Oh, hang on, now I can give you a bit of straw ASMR. It never works when you want it to. Right, so what about coefficients? What does that do for us? Is that better for us? 4.7. Okay, we're closing the gap a little bit this time around. Sweden actually above us on the year. England doing England things as always. I don't know if we're going to be able to do it. We're just losing such a great year. We're going to need an insanely good run. To be fair, though, the teams are looking pretty competitive in all competitions so far. Elite Syrian, so it's been mostly... Oh, Viking with that initial win. Lillestrøm with a runner-up there. Bodø with most of the titles. A couple for Molde in there. Rosenborg with 1. Vålerenga getting a lot of second places. We're doing well in Europe, I would say. We're doing okay. Oh, when it's Greeks. Oh, it's a fucking wooden... not wooden straw. Wooden straw. It's a paper one, which means if I move it through there, it'll just rip in half. Oh, Tromsø got a 3rd. Tromsø are doing well in real life. They only narrowly lost to Bodø during the week as well, which is a pretty good result for them, honestly. Save the world, destroy the fun. Save the cheerleader, save the world. God, what a show that was. How many goals has Patrice got this season already? Yeah, he's already on 4 goals in 7 games from centre-back. That's insane. Hey, Christian. How are you, my friend? We've had some interesting discussions today. We've had... discussions about what Riz is. We've had discussions of what colour Viking should paint the wall in his new bedroom, which is in his new house. He hasn't just bought a bedroom. This bedroom's over in that guy's house. Criticises MTK for lack of directness. Who are you again? Oh, I'm sorry, mate. I'm sorry, I can't quite see you there over all our league titles. Insect hotels. We talked about insect hotels, which are a thing I now know about. And I'm intrigued to learn more. Also, what a great name. Widehammer. I know it's Widehammer, but still, Widehammer. Love it. Any Scandi name with hammer in it is pretty much good in my book. One of the options was actually a pink, but it wasn't a nice pink. It was like a grandmother's doily type pink, you know? Yamin's set for huge move to... No, he's not. He's set for none of those things. Zeus Ascension. Speaking of Ascension, apparently it's some kind of... It's called like Ascension Day in Scandinavia. I don't know the specifics of it, but happy that. For those of you who are celebrants / observers of said day, enjoy your Ascension Day. I hope you ascend into what you always wanted to ascend into. I'm going to need some context. Without a spoon. 4-day weekend. Oh, nice. Even in that case, even more reason. And now I've fucked it. See, this is why you don't take the straw out. Take the lid off. We're going lidless. You've heard of strikerless. Now we're going lidless. Does he play for Hammarby as well? That's so perfect. Ah. Yeah, they're not great, are they, James? Just... The problem is because it's the straw itself is actually okay. It's just because the thing that the straw goes through is too tight. So the moment the straw loses any of its structural integrity, which, let's be honest, with a paper straw is exceedingly fast, it's impossible. How many tracks does that coffee have? Too many. I mean, it's decaf, so it's all right. Nice and turgid. Let's go to Tesco. Yeah, I guess so. There's no Lidl near us, but it's all about Aldi. We're an Aldi house. Good. Oh, is that what it is? Interesting. I wonder why that's such a big thing in Scandinavia and nowhere else. Thank you, Christian. People seem to have so far, which makes me happy. I'm glad that people have enjoyed the video. Let me just have a little... I shouldn't be checking on this middle of the stream, but fucking hell. That's really good. I'm very pleased with that. Particularly as it's early in the day as well. Nice. Okay, we move. Metal straws. Metal straws are good, yeah. Double means to be only. I think it actually does. For once on Earth, I think you might be on your own here, bud. Oh, we've got ages till... Wow, we literally haven't got another Champions League. Oh, no, it's Malmo. I literally just mistook Malmo for a league game. If they fancy joining the OTP Bank Liga, then they can. Yeah, just get yourself some plastic straws. Fuck the turtles. 16th to 10th in one season. Didn't we get like a random 10-place jump one season, chat, when we had that surprisingly good season really early? And it would never happen again, of course, but it was nice to see it when it did. Texie through the middle. I think we got a little bit of tiredness as a bit of a hangover from that Champions League match, which is fine. Bobby and Hidalgo through the middle. Most of Western Europe, really? I suppose we've had a lot of bank holidays around these parts lately, and them are hills. Oh, Profanus, I just got your Discord DM. That's really fascinating, actually. I have to have a look into that. 2 late goals as well. Tex-Mex again, Labros and Ian Robinson coming off the bench to do mad things. You'd love to see it. We've actually done really well so far this season. This is a nice start from us. De Bruyne stopped scoring the league, but that's fine. Like, statistically, Tex-Mex has got 6 goals and 5 assists already this year, which is filth. Really, really pleased to see. Only player underperforming their XG for us that's, like, really obvious, as well as Diego, which is a shame. But there we go. 18 is a really good season. Go on, EFK. Show me one good player. Oh, okay. He sounds like the least Swedish man alive, but not bad. Better goal difference than points. That's usually how we know that the season's going okay, when the goal difference is exceeding the points. Most of that has come from that 6-1 hammering of Honvid on the opening day of the season. But we take what we can get. Okay, 7 wins. We've actually not conceded many goals this season either. We had a look at Hungarian transfers. There wasn't any massive new... Most of the big ones were the ones that you saw on the last stream, like the £16 million signing. A history teacher. He is a bit of a history teacher, or he's very stepdad. Do you know what I mean? He's or your mum's first boyfriend after a divorce. That's what he sounds like. This is a pop. Right, push... Oh, they're never going to win that, are they? What am I doing? Why am I even expecting that? Perfection. Okay. Coffee is finished. We move. Oh, did Perino just get into the Australia squad? Nice. I think he's got caps before, hasn't he? Oh, he's got 31 caps. Okay. I've missed... Yeah. I was like... Yeah, no, trust me. A community BAN save would be the way to make this happen. It's just the commit... Think about how long it takes me to do this, right? Now, whoa... imagine what it would be like to have to communicate that with, say, 5 or 6 other people. I think it would just be almost impossible. You'd have to be so committed to doing it. But speaking of commission, this is Bengt Svärd. Oh, realist. Okay. His name is... Hang on, does his name mean Bent Sword? Because I'm totally here for him being called Bent Sword. I like him immediately. I will be sending him straight to Gonzalo. His name is Bent Sword. Bro going into battle with one of those foam ones. Bengt Sword, yes. Also, shout out to Andres Appelberger as well. Does that mean Apple Mountain? See, he's all about the Everest life. Bit of Apple Mountain here. The sickle. He was actually a farmer in another life. Oh, he's not awful either, actually. Okay. Malmö, ironically, who were about to play, coming up clutch there. Swedish for the muck plant. Oh. Pep, De Zerbi, Silver, and Eddie Howe. How do they forget the Miracle Man up here? I think that O'Neill... I think it has to... I think he's done well, but I think that maybe it's just because it's not quite as long-term, perhaps. God, who wins it? I mean, to me, if I was choosing manager of the season right now, it would have to be between... Oh, God, it's so tough between Arteta. They've done really, really well, but the fact that they have not managed to do it in the end is still an insane season, but it does obviously take the shine off of it. De Zerbi's outrageous work, but he was building on... and he's done fantastically, taking over a club and actually making them better from that position, but I just can't look past Unai Emery. The thing what he's done at Villa for me is, I know Marco Silva is in there, but for me, Emery, obviously I'd love Marco Silva to win manager of the season because what he's done at Fulham this year is insane, but Emery's achievement for me far outweighs that. Arteta might come second in manager of the season potentially.
Do not hate me.
The Woozy, thank you for the follow.
And I am programmed to get freaky.
Or he'll look like he's about to get first in manager of the season, and at the last second he'll get pipped. I don't know. These guys probably... Oh no, they're reasonable. No, we'll send you around again because you're reasonable. Anyone standing out here? Okay, those guys have kept their sort of... Elmas dropped off a little bit of potential when I started sending him to Gonzalo. Is it because Gerald's really bad? I mean, agreed, he clearly was, but the amount of points Villa have gained in that timescale is insane. Emazini, hang on, no, Emazini TV, thank you very much for the follow. Squad will be important for you guys next year. Oh yeah, I mean, he's not going anywhere. I don't see it. I'm not in any way worried about Mitro leaving this summer. Just not going to happen. So I'm curious, but also I'm liking manager of the year. I think he's done well as a manager, but I just don't think, compared to some of the other achievements that we've seen from managers this year, I just don't think that he can be in that conversation. I always look at manager of the year of managers who've exceeded expectations by the most. That's the way I judge it in my head, anyway. And I feel like, as Brentford have definitely done well, and they have exceeded expectations probably, but I don't feel like they've exceeded expectations to the same level as some of the other clubs and managers around them. Manager for the whole season. True. I can certainly see the logic there, yeah. These guys are at clubs we can't afford. But I don't know if that's the criteria they actually use. It's just how I judge it in my own head. Wow, these are all Partizan players. Okay, Kundrak. He's definitely got Hungarian nationality, yeah. I tell you what, Andres Kundrak is pretty sort of too good for keeping Chelsea up. I mean, the red injury prone isn't ideal, but the cheapness is what's actually intriguing me about him. Ah, damn it, Andras. What about Mr. Music? He's a lot more expensive, and I'm just not sure. Can you pronounce Gerge? Is it Gerge? I still can't remember if it is actually Gerge or not. But regardless, I'm going to still go with Gurgly because, come on. You can't spell it like that and not have someone call him not call it Gurgly. That's on you as a parent. Ancelotti for keeping mid-table, yeah. Eddie Howe has done very, very well, of course, but I think there are better candidates for it. This guy's... Was that a Gonzalo Seagrass report? It was, wasn't it? Oh, no, it wasn't. I want Gonzalo's opinion on him specifically, I think. and then I'll make a decision on him because he's a bit more expensive. You will have to come back for it at some point. Best mates with Wiggly. Wiggly and Gurgly, the boys. Oh, wow. Big win for Pushkas. Massive win. Very important. Who would you say is the worst manager of the season? Who is like the opposite of manager of the season? Because there's a lot of contenders here. You've got Lampard, Gerrard, Stellini, Nathan Jones. Nathan Jones is probably the one, right? It can't. I'm trying to think who else. Stellini would probably be a good shout for it as well. To win worst manager, you have to still be in a job. Ooh, okay. Oh, that is fascinating there. Okay, right. No, okay. Change the rules then. Worst manager of the season, but they're still in the job.
Do you know if there's a train coming anytime soon? Oh, yes, very soon.
Initiate transfers to off a good thing to do. It depends on what type of save you're doing, because that just means that he will go and find players and try and sign them. So it could be quite bad. Moyes is probably up there, I'd say. Yeah, 2-0 for Ollie. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, Moyes, as far as... I feel like Dean Smith has not been in the job long enough to really count for that. I feel like they have to have started the season as manager, or at least have done 6 months at the club to count for this particular award that we're handing out now. But it did seem a really weird appointment for Leicester. Honestly. I think we can just do one match Saturdays and it will just take over, won't it? Yeah. Literally European final. Yeah, but we're talking about specifically in the Premier League. Like, if West Ham had got relegated and they'd won the Europa Conference League, would that have been a good season? Yeah, but like, who have they played in that competition that they're playing in? I feel like pretty much... I realise that Spurs also bottled the Conference League a few seasons ago, but it's... Would you call it a good season if they were relegated from the Premier League and won the Conference League or reached the Conference League final? Hodgson's done spectacularly well. But then I love Big Roy. It's going to be like an absolute Roy love fest at the Cottage this weekend. Fulham versus Palace. Although we've got to be serious because we want to get that points record. Nearby teams. Where's Fault? There they are. I feel like Moyes is one of the ones that could have gone at various points this season despite their European success. Like, that squad West Ham have got is very good. They should not be a struggling side. That should be a top half team with some of the talent they've got in that team. There's been a lot of fall off, it seems, from last season. I know there's probably been some injuries in there because there always is in these situations. But still, you'd expect more than what they've been most of this year. Roy Scottish Love Fest. Cooper has... I feel like Forest is a strange one. I mean, maybe this is just because I'm not partial to... I'm not privy to more inside information about like the club because I don't really follow Forest that closely. But it felt like they were kind of getting their shit together as January came around, and then they bought a load of more players, and then it kind of disrupted them again when maybe they didn't need to. I don't know. I still think they will stay up. I think thankfully they've got points in the bank at the moment, which will probably help them. Wasn't Cooper's job on the line at one point, which to me would have been mad sacking him. Like, the guy's clearly a phenomenal manager. Who's managing Coventry City? Because is it Rob Edwards or that's managing Luton? Is it Rob Edwards? But I can't remember who the Coventry City manager is. Mark Robbins. Oh, Mark Robbins, as in former Bristol City manager Mark Robbins. I love the fact that it's Coventry versus Luton in the playoff final. Yeah, but no, there was rumours about it, though, wasn't there, about sacking Cooper? Look at us talking football. Hey, Lily. Who do you think's coming up? I honestly think of the two, Luton are probably stronger in terms of team. And just based on the league seasons they've had, Luton are probably a stronger team. As if they've also, when you look at where they were last year, they clearly seem to have carried that on. But I'm happy either way. I would love to see either of them in the Premier League. Yeah, a vote of confidence is usually like a sign of things to... Another win for Hallidash. Well done, lads. 2 out of 2, top of the Conference League. Have to choose one to go to Wembley. Oh, you could sit in the middle, straddle the line, Hexin. Sit on that fence, damn it. Paqueta is... I mean, surely, but Paqueta is still a very good player, right? I mean, they didn't sign him because they were expecting him to... I suppose it's more a case of expectations, isn't it? I imagine when they were signing him, they were expecting him to be more than that. Because it was quite a big money for them, was it not? But again, I've not really watched much West Ham this season, other than when we played them. Yeah, no, Antonio's... I mean, Antonio's not the youngest anymore, is he? He seems to be a bit off the pace these days. He does still do stuff, but he's never been particularly even when he was prolific, he was never prolific, was he? He required a lot of chances to get goals. Mr. Teeny, thank you for the follow. Stuart will take you down. Make a seat. There you go. Make your own seat. Bring a camping chair. Hey, Silver. Streaky. Yeah. There's a lot of players like that, I suppose. Squad. Yeah. I mean, would they be the smallest ground ever in the Premier League? I assume it's smaller. Is Kenilworth Road smaller than Bournemouth's ground? Ooh. Oh my days. Look at the current ability on Mr. Idogu here. Ah, he's a mercenary. Still, could be good. More clinical at amateur. Yeah, I could see. They're sort of the same mold. I don't think he's quite the same. God, imagine if he actually could have... If Adamatoro could have ever found that a bit more of a cutting edge with his play. Like, I know he got slightly better, but like he could have been exceptional. Sindre Orlandsleed, thank you very much for the follow, my friend. How are you? Oh no, I've seen all the pictures. I mean, put it this way, right? If Luton do go up, those types of... You know exactly where I'm going with this. Those football media accounts, you know the types I'm on about, the ones that just like wank off a random team each season because there's like a slightly unique factor about them, will drive that slight unique quirk into the fucking ground next year. And I think that kind of stuff actually kind of ruins quite unique quirks about football, where you just will not stop hearing about it. It'll be this year's Will Still Play Football Manager chat. It's already in the ground, but it'll be so much worse. Like the Will Still thing. Like, there's various other examples, but the most recent one for me is the Will Still one. I think what more annoyed me, not even annoyed me, I don't really care that much. It was the way the coverage of that sort of stuff was written. It was written in this kind of sensationalist way that made it sound like as if they'd just randomly discovered it and it was like breaking news, that even though it was like 6 months later. Brentford's 4-putt. What if Luton was for 500 billion? I don't know if they actually can. Isn't that probably higher than the GDP of Luton? Well, I think here's a posit you a theory, Bev. I believe every single football argument, boiled down, will eventually just resort to Ronaldo versus Messi. No matter what the discussion is. It's like, oh my God, Fenerbahce. Hello. This is... Fur hats? Jesus Christ. Godwin's law of football. Did I say Fenerbahce? Every single Turk in chat's just turned off. Oopsie. I love that I said it with such certainty as well. I said that with such certainty. Man is hoarding umlauts. Is that 4? 4 umlauts. That is a lot of umlauts. What have we got here? So we've got Servet Dirmebash as well. BA in Turkey, never. It just, unfortunately, I think that a lot of content creators are put off of doing saves with Turkish clubs a lot of the time because of the hey, I've seen other people get when they've done it because they happen to be managing the wrong club. And it's like, I have no time for that. It's the same reason I won't do Celtic or Rangers saves. It's not worth it. For some, that whole come to shit test thing reminds me a lot of back in the day on like bands that I would like, for example, on Facebook. You see like comments every single time the band would post a thing. Every single comment would basically just say, come to Indonesia. Every single time. Or come to Brazil. But usually it was Indonesia. Because it's clearly Hibs. Hibs is clearly the best side in Scotland. Indeed. Other than Glasgow City. Yeah, exactly. It's like the whole Dixie Dean Erling Haaland debate. It's like, it's just incomparable, isn't it? Like, it really is. That's the same one. The new Wonder Kids slogan. Well, to be fair, that's the one that we're living by that. East Fife. Oh, to be fair, if I was to pick a Scottish side, like, to do a save with, then I might actually consider it for the beta. It would be East Fife. Just because my granddad used to play for them. Wow. Galatasaray just simply not turning up. Do you know what? Galatasaray have had a really poor youth intake there, massively, compared to Fenerbahce. I must say. Celtic Rangers is definitely the best game in Scotland. Oh, bent sword. Still only reasonable at the moment, but regardless, I'll send these guys around again. But I'm going to make sure specifically that I send bent sword to Gonzalo again. But I'll give him 2 weeks this time. A bit more time for old Gonzalo. Running with a zip up. Of course I am, Basil. Have you watched me before? This is what I do. I make a mistake and then I turn it into content. It's my entire shtick. Salty Scotsman, thank you for the 17 months. How are you, friend?
Look at this beautiful man. Clearly the best team in Scotland is for Martin.
That comment, or rather TTS, had the same energy as look at this distinguished gentleman. I don't know why, but I enjoyed it tremendously. Yeah, the music seems to have stopped on Jenin. I'm not convinced by him. I'll only do that. I'll only do that. Oh, God. Monday Newt Fitbar. Oh, that's fine. Look at how they're masking my boy. That potentially as well, yeah. Oh, I've got to stop leaning forward like that. Fenerbahce Tassaray, the best team in all of Turkey. Montiel's back. So he's only going to have missed one Champions League match, which isn't too bad. And he should be fit, because I think that is a Champions League game there on the Wednesday. Wednesday, rather. No, I don't, David. I have explained this many times, but no, I don't, because it was pointless. Sorry, not pointless. That's harsh. What I mean by is it was content that was going to kill my channel and therefore take my career with it, essentially. So I had to stop doing it. It was simply not viable anymore to do Let's Play content for a channel like mine in 2023. I now do Let's Not Play. Now I put teams on Mount Everest. Which, to be honest, I enjoy that kind of content more anyway. It gets me more creative. And I like creativity. Everybody's so creative. It's a lot of attention span required. Also, you're asking a lot of people to keep up with the series that long anyway, because there's so many other people that could be watching doing that exact same thing. I feel like you have to offer something different. Yeah, but actually here get a little bit. And what about Antalya Sport, eh? No one ever thinks about them. Yeah, he has, and that's why he's blowing up. Rightly so. He's great. Oh, what's this award? FIFA Men's Under-21 Best Player for Patrice Villome and Mihai Alacu at number 7. Yeah, he is absolutely ridiculous. But while he's doing so well out of Kekshmet, I can't really afford to bring him back. Although, if Kekshmet were to start to struggle at some point, where they're not longer playing in Europe or anything, oh, really, Santiago? Damn it. Oh. You know, would it be a race to see how we can get 1,000 dislikes on a video? Because that's a surefire way of making that happen. Not that that actually matters, because you can't see it from an outside perspective, and it all counts as engagement from YouTube side of things. They just do not care. When you read... Hang on, you can do it from the mail. You don't have to go to the team. How do you mean? No, I know you can, but my point being that the reason I'm doing it from the team is because I'm already looking at the team. So it'd be a bit silly for me to back out of this just to do it from here anyway when I'm already on the menu. I don't know. I always do it while I'm in the team because that's... Yeah. It triggers my brain to make me remember to do it. Ooh. Evan Polden with a good result there. I feel sorry for Lipot. They were not the pot that we hoped they would be. Oh, Shakhtar, go on. Damn, they actually do have one. 19, admittedly, but still. Which makes me think that we might have looked at them before. In fact, we kind of have to have, right? Oleg Kotiela... Don't know. It's just much easier to make me remember to do it if I'm just doing it on the same page before I leave the screen. Because then I can just hit continue from here. Then we're vibing. Shevchenko had... Wait, what is Shevchenko up to these days? Well... there we go, I suppose. He's the Turkey manager. Sticking on topic there is Big Sheva. Skin debut. Okay. How did that end up back on there? There we go. Weird. Phone vibrating so much there. Apologies in advance. Lil Poik. I'm sorry if I've messed your name up there, my friend. Thank you very much for the follow, though. I do appreciate that a lot. Alacu would just be... Alacu's just a cracking footballer. I don't know if he's a legend there. We can have a look, actually. No, he's actually only favoured personnel, ironically. Weirdly, he has the same level of renown at Ferencváros as Anthony Mohamed does, a player that is still on loan from us and has been for the last 8 years. Yeah, no, they absolutely can do that. I think the reason for that is because, firstly, they're very good at what they do, but also people gravitate towards the larger content creators in that particular thing because obviously they would do, because they're very good at what they do. They're there for a reason, but also it's just very hard to compete when you can't really offer that much different. Basically, that's why I felt like people in my position had to make a choice where it was like, either you can keep doing the same thing, you know, slapping the bottom of the dead horse, or you can try to adjust your content. And the reason I did it the way I did it this year, without really announcing anything and just doing it, was because I felt that that would actually be better for me, would be to just start doing the content and let the content speak for itself rather than making some big deal about it, you know? That was my thought process behind it, because that's why I'd originally actually announced that Blue Star save, because I at the last minute kind of just went, no, you're right, you have to commit to this, otherwise you're not going to be able to do this in a couple of years' time as a job. Yeah, I think that's the next progression of that, basically. Because Zealand's, you know, on a different dimension to a lot of us in this type of content field, but he is now leading the way in that next element. Channel content reveal party. I had the balloons bought and everything, Bay. I was going to pop it and it was going to show Blue Star. They always want to put Carpenu in here for some reason. And I feel like Milovanovic... Oh, it's because he's out wide, that's why. In fact, wouldn't that make more sense to just swap these two over then? Because he's a striker and he's a winger. Pretzel, Montiel at right back is not happening. We'll do Skinner. Well, I mean, maybe he does. For all I know, he does. I would hate to cast aspersions on the fine gentleman. Yeah, because Kundrak's going to get some game time here. Pretzel and Martin Santos. Actually, do I want LMS? I might put Mendes in. Ooh, fuck. Valenzuela it is then. It'll do. With the friends we made along the way. Hey, one of these days I'll maybe revive it as like a Twitch save if things all go to shit with us and being able to do Building of Nations. Don't know if it's different content. Really? That's... Well, I was talking to this guy at the wedding I was at last month, and he was a Football Manager player, and he knew of Zealand and watched some of his content as well. When I actually told him what I did, he was listing off people that he sort of knew, and it was it was exactly who you'd expect. Yeah, maybe, but Zealand's chest hair situation, vastly superior. Man could wear a medallion and pull it off for me. Next looks like a roguelike. Oh, I'd be totally about that. Book club. Book club. A roguelike book club. It needs to be a football roguelike. Okay. Yeah, I'll be fine. Navarro can... Actually, no, wait. I've got better players than that. We've got Chris Smith. Who needs Navarro when we've got Chris C. Smith? There is a footballer. Is there really? Don't you do me like that, Bev. Don't you do that. You have me so excited for a fraction of a second there. What would you Oh, we were just discussing Zealand's chest hair. As you do. Normal conversations that people have amongst friends, you know. I don't know where my content goes next, because at the moment I'm just enjoying what I'm doing right now, and I feel like I can not ride this because I'm actually just really enjoying it. I like that I can now unironically make a video about what would happen if you put a football team on top of Mount Everest, and people go, yes, this is content I actually really enjoy and want to watch. That's fine. That makes me so validated. You have no idea. Good result for us again. Ferencváros get mudded, and Újpest are finally back to where they sort of should be. They only lost 3 games in the whole of last season, and they've already lost 2. Finished book 2. Oh, mate, Morning Star. Tell me you think it's good, because it's fucking amazing. I love that. I'm reading a book at the moment called The Recovery Agent by Janet Ivanovic, I think. It's kind of like Lara Croft / Nathan Drake, bit Indiana Jonesy, but with a female lead. Kind of enjoying it so far, honestly. A Matt Mukbang. Okay, we keep doing that. 8 straight for wins there. Right, can we finally play some Champions League football again? I feel like we haven't actually played a game in ages. I literally had that exact problem, Taz. Like I was reading it while cooking. how invested I was in that book. Don't do that. No, I actually chose... It was Oldham. It was Oldham I chose because it was the... We chose Oldham because it was the highest... Oh, which series was that? hang on. Just to swing us back to which particular topic of the... My brain is a bit weird, Pata. Because I could have like 3 different conversations in my head going on at the same time. Were we talking about YouTube series or book series? I think we must be talking about Red Rising. If so, it's a book series called Red Rising by a guy called Pierce Brown. Would highly recommend it. Think of it as Hunger Games meets Game of Thrones in space. Basically. Stormlight Archive. I haven't actually read any more of that at the moment. I will get back into it at some point. I've read about 200 pages of the second book. And, oh my god, a win for Haladash as well. Oh, the Indiana Jones one. Oh, okay, right, this is what I mean. So it's called The Recovery Agent by Janet Ivanovich. It's the first book in a series, so there's no other books in this series currently. Recovery Agent by... And now I've lost the ability to... I think it's Janet Ivanovich. If you type that into Amazon, you should find it. It's got a blue cover. Oh, fuck, I just nearly reported my own rewards queue. Gaziantep. I don't think I've got a report on them anyway, so that'd be good to check in with them. How did you put it down? Mad, isn't it? Dalanot, yeah. Yes, of course, yes. Sorry, it's been a while since I've read that. So Gaziantep, I'm knocking about, but I don't think I've got reports. I don't. In that case, they're getting one. Because they've clearly got players. Okay, looks like we're getting a report on their first team. I'll leave the other one in there just in case they get a few players coming in. The last part, yeah, no, I've enjoyed it. It's just, they're very long and it takes me a long time to read them. And sometimes I just want something a bit lighter, which is why I spent like an entire month reading rom-com books after that. And they're just so easy to buy. There's so many ones that are like 99p and are actually got quite good dialogue sometimes. So I don't really think they've won anything in this save, but in 2 years' time, we will find out more about them. It's basically what I'm saying, Asher. Oh, you're doing a save with them now? That's kind of sick. How's that going? Joan, thank you for the follow. Bit of Serbia. Lots of those. God. Most of our inbox these days, actually, is just players complaining about their loan deals. Yeah, well, luckily, it wasn't my first entry into that type of fantasy, because my first fantasy book I read was Mistborn, the first one, The Final Empire. And that was obviously still quite long, but it was a much better intro, particularly as the prologue to that book is fantastic, and it just puts you straight in there immediately. Tim Marshall's book on football charts. No? Tim Marshall wrote a book on football charts. When did this come out? That's kind of sick. Well, no, I can't have read that. I thought like I'd read everything Tim Marshall's ever published. I must have missed that one. Is this brand new? I'm excited now. All right, can we talk about... Is Bent Sword in there? He's not. Okay, it's because we've sent him out for a little bit longer to hopefully get a bit more information for us. Report back. I could talk about books forever. I just like books. They keep me calm. You are not likely for us, are you? These are some of the Besiktas guys. It seems like most... Hang on, wait, what? Chat, this was the guy. This is Furhat, Mr. I Steal All the Umlauts. Just as well, we sent Gonzalo round. Was it Gonzalo? No, it was Scouty Netneck. Look at the difference. Yeah, like Choose Your Own Adventure, Garrett. I remember those. Never actually read them myself properly, but my mate Dean used to have a few of those, I think. Maybe? I don't know. He's probably in chat somewhere. So I think, yeah, you're probably right. Just in case, because it could be that Scouty... Not that Scouty Netneck is bad. He's very good. I feel like it's unlikely Gonzalo's going to suddenly have him come back at 5 stars, but it's quite the drop-off. But Servette seems to have kept his value a little bit. Let's have a little look at these guys, actually. It's not awful. Low jumping reach, though, on a centre pack. Probably a bit too expensive. My phone is constant. I think it's probably just people talking in my group chat about Vikings house, but my phone just keeps lighting up. Let me put that over there. It's distracting. Do a bit of that. All right, let's have a look at you. Do you know what, right? Attribute-wise, he's quite... I've started reading Colour and Magic. Ironic question. I've read like 14% of it according to Kindle. I need to get back into reading that too. I have a lot of books on the go. I was reading another book called... Oh, fuck, what was it called? It's called like The Investigator. It's by some guy called John Sanford. It was like Letty Davenport series. Couldn't get into it. It was just really dry. Did nothing for me. And those books usually do a lot for me because they're just fun, but they just didn't really do anything for me. Yeah, he's just kind of... He is only 15, so there is that to bear in mind, but he's also very expensive, and that's the problem. To Sunderland for 3 million. I have heard Wasn't he at a Sunderland game a little while ago? Or was that like literally really recently? Quite a big deal for Sunderland, that would be. £3 million is nothing to be sniffed at. Via Kano. I suspect that we're not going to be able to show you too much, sadly. Well, Colour Magic is the first book in the Discworld series, isn't it? So that's why I just started there. Right. They're in the second tier. Unfortunately, we can't see their league progression because, of course, but we can see if we can find one of their players who's a bit older. We might be able to find where they've been knocking about. If we can find someone that's been there a while, that's 4 years. I want a bit longer than that if we can. This is going to be the same situation we had before, isn't it? 5 years? Nah, that's not enough. I want someone that's been there a little while. Patino. There we go.
There's a train coming anytime soon.
Oh, so they're pretty much were in La Liga for quite a long time, and they've kind of yo-yoed between La Liga and La Liga DOS ever since then. Magic Archer, thank you for the follow. International under-21 managers. I think I am liking Colour Magic. It's just a different one. It's my dad's favourite author, so I've always wanted to read more Terry Pratchett. Particularly as they're not super long either. Something like 290 pages or something. So yeah, that's all I can really show you about Rayo Vallecano, sadly, because with the league not being switched on, there's a limit to what I can really do. Third Monsters Regiment going postal. It's just so much stuff. I know that how many? There's so many books in that like series, isn't there? We just go to Albania and we can do it from here. Actually, wait. How do we see this information? How do you see the under-21 managers? Is it on staff, maybe? Ah, there we go. I suspect most of them are going to be just... In fact, have we found a single one that isn't just a guy from their nation so far? Doesn't feel like it. I feel like it's going to be fairly straightforward. Lee Carsley is England under-21 manager. Ashley Cole is his assistant. They've also got Jolyon Lescott there too. An interesting coaching staff. Player sales. It depends. Like, no, I'm not going to get the championship club bidding on one of my players. But am I that asked about it? No. Like, yes, it does. You will buy. Oh, view only. I don't know about view only. I have thought about maybe doing view only next time around, but having them switched off, it will affect it because you'll only really get bids from clubs that are actually doing stuff. But you will still get bids. But it does definitely affect it. So if that's something you really, really care about more than, for example, the speed of the game, then definitely make that a conscious part of the decision making, I would say. But it's just something that hasn't really occurred to me this day because we never usually have too much trouble getting rid of players. So if Chariot want to move, wow. That's really nice of you, firstly. Shane McCartan is the under-21s manager for Northern Ireland. Louis Georges, I feel like he's been there a while. Niall Fitzsimmons is the under-21 manager for... Oh, he's a regen. John O'Shea's in there, though. What about Scotland? I feel like Scotland could generate us a fun one. Jaden Bates. And it's a regen. Oh my god, it's a scary-ass regen. Yeah, that's... Under-21 managers. Okay, what an amazing name. Totally fine with that. Man's just stealing all the E's. He wins on name alone. Oh, Wales have got Dean Griffiths. It's a lot of just regen managers, sadly. Not Charlight. What am I doing? Patino. There we go. He's at West Ham. Oh, yeah, he was a guy we'd earmarked as a potential like freebie signing at one point, but then he just stuck around at West Ham after moving for £11 million. Because I remember it was around like here we were like, oh, maybe they'll release him, and then he just moved to West Ham for 11 million quid. Spend enough thought. Yeah, I will read it at some point. It's just I have like 200 books unread in my Kindle at the moment, and it only grows because I buy them faster than I read them. Good coefficients. It's been okay, Mr. Progger. Like, they've actually done all right. Firstly, Ferencváros have finally been winning matches, obviously because they're in the conference, Europa League. Both of the other teams in the Champions League have drawn both games, which is good and bad. Like, they've got great results against Inter and Roma away from home with a draw, but then they failed to beat Nice and who was it? Red Bull Salzburg. Oh, speaking of, in the next matches. So It's been a bit of a mixed bag so far. We've done well, though. 2 wins out of 2 for us. And Haladash are 2 out of 2 in the Conference League. So it's going okay. But unfortunately, because of the dilution, despite that really good start, it's still looking a bit bleak because we have to gain so much ground. The only thing we have on our side is that maybe one of the other leagues just drops off a bit this year and just doesn't do that well once things get a bit further in. Oh, nice one, Heng. I'm glad to hear from you again. I'm glad that helped you. Which particular one was it that helped you the most? I'm curious. Since it was a very different ones for different situations. Hey, Espresso Cat, how's it going? Do a bit of that. God, it's mad that we're on season 15 already. Oh, Patrice is now considered world class. I mean, it's not a massive stretch to consider him world. He's 21. He is terrifyingly good. 21 years old. I know he's our record signing, but we did good with that. Splashing that money on him was well worth it. Him and Montiel would easily get into any of the other teams I've ever managed on FM. Both of them would probably be the 2 best defenders I've ever had. Maybe like peak Neslo would have given them a run. He's what Hardy should have been. It's hard to compare, but at least Hardy's sort of forging a career for himself just out on loan. My hope is that maybe we can sell him to another Hungarian side. Get a teeny bit of money back. How much? He was 27 million, but he's now worth 170. Well, roughly. Not that I ever want to sell him. He's one of those never sell type of players now. But we kind of almost knew that. He was one of those guys that I felt was guaranteed to be a success story for us because he was just so good. Illuminati! Thank you very much for the follow. But let's be honest, Illuminati, they've been following me for a while. Oh, in Poland, nice. Want my players on loan? So this is a question that gets asked a lot, and I suspect the reason that this happens is because sometimes people wait until they get players that they consider loan farmable before they start the loan farm. The key thing is, if you get too good, where the gap between you and the teams below you is too big, too soon, the players you're bringing in are too good for those teams in the sense that the teams know that the player won't want to talk to them on loan, so they just don't even want to bid on the player. And even if they do, the player will often snub them. And that's the problem. So you kind of want to be establishing loans as soon as you can, even if they're just random youth players, just to kind of establish that connection, start building up a loan farm as soon as you physically can. Because what will then happen is they will get slightly better, but they'll also establish this relationship. And for whatever reason, it seems that clubs who have got players on loan from you are more likely to ask for more players on loan from you. Which is why randomly in these saves, we often find there's like one team in the top flight that just refuses to take your loans. Because after a while, they'll have never really had any. They'll have like 1 or 2 at most. A bird. That I feel like I've seen that several times. I'm doing all right, Illuminati. I'm doing all right. If you got next week's lottery numbers, that'd be ace. So Malmo away. Celtic Kujvada. That's big. If Kujvada could pull off something at Celtic Park, that'd be lovely. And Újpest Olympiakos as well. These are huge matches. If they could get results. But that's often what the issue is, Progeny, I would say. Bevloy! Thank you very much for the 15 months. And thank Jeff for me too. Don Vito, thank you for the follow.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, particularly with your first FM. Building a nation with your first FM is pretty ambitious, I would say. That's not to act like this is a gatekeep this type of save, obviously. I want people to enjoy the game. It's just that there's a lot of moving parts that come into this that rely on not just... I feel like the reason I like this type of save is because, without sounding like a... I've reached a level of competency at the game that I feel like within 10 to 12 years, I should be able to get a team that's good enough that you can kind of min-max and win a Champions League. And I wanted tasks that were beyond that, and that's kind of where this came about from, essentially. Oh, it's very hard, but honestly, you'll get so much better at the game just trying to do it. Leagues and Cups. So basically, leagues, obviously, we won the league every year for the last 10 years, I think, which is understandable because of the dominance we've had. Cups, most of the time, is us. Although, weirdly, we've lost a lot of domestic cups just because of weirdness. Like, I think we've actually only won 2 of the last 5. Champions League were 2 of the last 3 years we've won the Champions League as well, which is good. So we've kind of established that base. But what we're now really trying to do is build up everything around us, and that's where the real stuff comes. Offsave, like, yes, I will. People have asked me about it in the past, and I need to put it up somewhere. It's a very big file. So having somewhere to host it, it's like 600 megs now, which isn't that much for some people. My internet's shit, as you know. But it could be getting better soon. You never know. I think that's pretty much the perfect lineup, isn't it? Castillo, Texi, Silva, Robinson. I'll start him on the left just so that at least we get the benefit of that. And that's what I was going to do. I was going to start training him to play on the right, wasn't I? So that at least he's more comfortable there. Because I feel like that's what's holding him back, is his lack of comfort on the right-hand side. Wait, that was right, wasn't it? Yeah. Crashes back to the start screen. Oh, I wish I knew Ahmed. Very inexperienced with network stuff, unfortunately. Someone in chat might have more experience with network games than I do. Hello, Pog. You okay? Taking your shoes off. Work it. Work it. Well done. Good stuff, Chief. Okay. Always be played while simming. Oh, so the way you do that... So obviously you won't play them all the time because if they get injured or whatever. So what you do is you set a lineup. Say I set this lineup and this is the one I want to set, right? If I then go into here when I'm simming... Not that I'm actually going to sim, obviously. But if you go on holiday and then go to use match tactics, obviously, but then use current team selection when possible, you have to have that tick. So what that will try to do is play the same team, give or take other things. Yes, Bob? What's that? Came to annoy me. Oh, didn't have to be here for that. At the back of my head just started getting warm there. Like, it knew what was coming. It was a premonition from... Ow. This is quite clearly domestic Chris Akabusi. Right. Now, where's my tactics screen gone? I've lost it. Where the hell is it gone? Fuck it. We'll just submit the team. Hopefully it's fine. Too many tactics in the folder. Really? Yeah, no, but that's what makes it so good, Project. Particularly as... It's weird because if you were playing that same game on FIFA, you have control of it. But weirdly, it feels like more of an achievement when it happens on FM because you have less control. I don't know if that makes sense. I think that's why the key moments when things go right for you in Football Manager feel so much more satisfying than winning in FIFA. Because I always feel like if you were to win that same game in FIFA, you've had too much control over the outcome. Whereas in FM, it feels like you are indirectly responsible for it, I suppose. It's hard to explain. I think that's, for me, in a nutshell, why FM is more enjoyable for me as a player than FIFA is, personally. Oh, dear. Also, Chato, thank you very much for 41,000 subscribers. Very kind of you. Well, I mean, to be fair, I haven't played FIFA in a while. They are very different as well. Yeah, they are... I always like to compare FM as more like the sort of games you see out of Paradox. Things like CK. I think it appeals to more that player base than purely what FIFA does. I think the Venn diagrams of FIFA and more like real-time RTS games, I think FM crosses over more with RTS than it does with FIFA. 50k milestone. Well, that was the aim. It was to try to hit that by the end of the cycle, but I think I need to put out some absolute bangers. Speaking of bangers, it's Terra Nova with a 1-0 goal already. Because they're both involved with... Yeah, exactly. Although I feel like they are more closely connected, because after all, they are both about football specifically. Oh, wait, I've never played Hearts of Iron. It's the one I haven't. I've got all the others, just never played Hearts of Iron. I think I actually do have it somewhere, probably. I need to play more CK3. I played a load of it when it came out, and I've really not touched it for a long time now. Reality moment. Yeah, but there's still things in FM that... Actually, no, I'm not going to say that. Like, enjoy the novelty of the game the way it is right now for you, actually. Because eventually there'll come a point where you do see things that you'll start to dislike, but I don't want to start talking about those to you now because I think that could actually spoil your experience slightly. So enjoy it, is what I'll say. Robinson, here we go. See that passing movement? Look at him go. Go on, Ian. Perfect pass. Castillo, 1-0, 2-0. Beautiful. This is what I mean about Ian Robinson. When he actually is on his game in these types of matches, he has this brilliant ability to pick the right pass. He makes the right runs, he makes the right pass. That was much more peak Ian Robinson. Just little ball there, spins it behind, Tex-Mex finds him, and then he actually finds the perfect pullback here too. It's a lovely finish from Castillo yet again. The first one, the first Wonder Kid that you find, the first regen Wonder Kid, especially. Or actually, even just the first Wonder Kid. Say, because if you're new to the game, you're probably not looking at like Wonder Kid shortlist, are you? You're probably just trying to enjoy the game. So I started playing FM not that long. I mean, okay, it's still a lot longer ago than some people, but compared to some people in this chat, it's nothing. The first FM I had was FM 13. Abdul, thank you for the follow. And the first time I really took it more seriously was FM 14. I use the RDF training schedules. I could have thanked him for that because he was in here earlier. If you do !! training in chat, Sub-Zero, you'll get a link to RDF's article about it, and there's a video on the page. It shows you everything. But they're fantastic. Really, really love them. And he's a great dude. Didn't really go head-to-head. Oh. Which league are you in? Head-to-head for me is always a bit of an annoyance, as Silver makes it... Wow, it's 15 minutes in and we're 3-0 up. We are clapping Swedish tinks! A La Decima of FM. Yeah, when I first started doing YouTube and stuff, people would say, how long are you playing? And I'd be like, well, it was like FM 15 and it was like 2 years or like less than a year. And then it was like, oh God. But now it's like, actually, that's 10 years ago, Matt, like pipe down. No, I'm never played Championship Manager. I used to play FIFA Manager, Illuminati. How do I find regens? Okay, so what's going to happen now, Illuminati, is now that you've asked the golden question. So probably before I finish this sentence, you're going to see some commands in chat that are going to generate YouTube videos, and I've made a couple of videos about them. So the way I'm currently enjoying finding regens, when I'm in a save that's sort of at the level I'm at right now, is team reports. Team report scouting for me has been a game changer this year. So exclamation mark team reports. Damn it, Bay. You were so on it. I'll do it myself. There we go. So that's one way. That's for national team scouting. Team reports is another one. You've got amateur scouting as well, which I think is really good. Online save, no. Honestly, just because I don't think it would make particularly good content. And I have to think about that kind of stuff when I'm preparing about what time needs to be invested into certain things. Oh. But yeah, no, I play FIFA Manager. I mean, I had like Premier League Manager back in the day on like the PS1. Those were the days. We're playing some phenomenal football here, by the way. It's 4-0. We are tearing them apart. Lisa. Yeah, like online test stuff is... I think it's very difficult to make compelling content doing it. Like the guys that did the network game last year, that's about as close as you're going to get to that, I would say. Oh. I had to add Lisa there. I realised what I'd said. Yeah, I had to. You couldn't... I can't say things like that and then not add Lisa. Do you say Budapest are winning? Well, I'll take your word for it because I assume it must have come up down here, or you can see it on this screen. Either way, excellent news. So with amateur scouting, for me, it's between seasons 3 and season 5. That's when it's most effective, because if you do it too early, well, you can still start from whenever you want, right? But around about season 3, the game's had enough time to produce a few regens now that will start to pepper into those squads. But by the time you've reached season 5, either you've grown to the point where the players won't be beneficial for you anymore, or the teams will have produced so many players that most of those squads will be filled with players from professional sides now. That's sort of the difference. So Silver's in again, and it's 5-0 in 30 minutes in Sweden. They're taking their shirt ball out and they're going home. Of course, Hurley scored again. Bastard. We're playing some good stuff here, actually. These are normally the sort of chances we were missing. We've been extremely clinical in the Champions League this season. Like, unusually so. 6 shots on target. 5 goals. This is very unlike us. I'm totally here for it, though. Yeah, there is still the opportunity to find world-class players. Like, just to give you an idea, right? This guy here, Dala, Emmanuel Dala, he was a player that we found as an amateur in the Angolan under-21 squad. And we signed him for free. He's been here now for 11 years and is now worth £90 million and is one of the best right-backs in the world. It's just... Yeah. Yeah, I feel like I'm basically RDF's opponents in every single match today. Champions League, we did it first in, I think, season 12. We won it in season 12 and season 14. I think we also reached the final in season 7, which was way too early. Won everything beat by... Wow, nice. Something just happened. We just can't win. Okay, so with tactics, I'm really bad with that sort of stuff in the sense of knowing what to change and when. Sometimes, wise, what it can actually be about is less to do with your specific tactic, because if your tactic was working before, there's no reason to say that it won't work now. FM doesn't have the level of intelligence from other managers in the game, although it has improved slightly, but it doesn't improve outside of matches. They will make changes within the games, but they can't like learn your tactic outside of games and suddenly start playing better against you. What can happen though is that maybe you made a signing that perhaps looks good on paper but might have a PPM or a trait or something that's not quite gelling with the rest of the team, and it can actually do a lot of damage. Best example I have of this is back in the day with, I believe it was Stockport County, my Stockport County save. I had a left-sided player called Victor Hugo, I think his name was. And we ended up having to sell him, I think. But he had a very specific trait. And when I tried to replace him, I bought in a new guy who was cheaper, but he was also much, much better in pretty much every attribute. However, we suddenly stopped scoring goals down that left-hand side. And the reason for it was because the original guy had a specific PPM, which was arrives late into box or something. I don't know if it's even in the game anymore, but it meant that those pullbacks that they were getting from the byline, he was always in the right spot to tap them home, whereas the other guy was going to the box too early, and was standing in the wrong position, and it completely broke our tactic because of one player trait. It can be as pernickety as like that. Only player signed Michael. There is an element of just pure luck to it as well, why sometimes it really can be like that.
They are already dead.
No, dressage guy, I will continue to pummel them. I will beat the dead horse, damn it. Or the, I guess in this case it would be the dead Heston, as it's now not another goal. How do you do amateur scouting? !amateur. I have a whole video about it, but basically it's, to shorten it, national team, under 20 squad, sort by contract type, amateur. These are the players you want. So Belgium is another one that I find it happens with a lot. And because they're amateurs, they can be signed for free. PPM is a player trait, sorry. It's they used to be called player preferred moves, but now they're called player traits. So if you go to like Belgium under 18 squads, there you go. These types of players. Now, obviously for us, these will be shit. But for you, there is every chance that potentially one of these guys could actually be quite useful for you on a free transfer. Oh, the reason we had to take over all the Gibraltarian teams is because with that database, for some reason, if you're not managing the teams, when you're in European competitions with them, it doesn't seem to apply the same logic to it. So Hadrian tested this and found that when he wasn't in charge of, say there was a team in the Conference League, when he wasn't in charge of that team, they wouldn't get the benefits of the altitude for some reason. Really odd, but that's the reason I had to set myself in charge of all 11 teams, because we couldn't tell which... Why did he just Rabona that? That's what... Yeah, so we couldn't tell which ones are going to be in Europe, basically. Yeah, I've got loads of squad views and scouting views. They're all across the different videos, but it depends on which one you want. If you let me know which one you want, I can direct you to the right place to grab it. Are we going to grab another goal by half time here? Ah, not quite. Age range players, do you send out on loan? Honestly, any age. Because what I'm looking for isn't really the age of the player, it's more the quality of the player. And even then, sometimes it's just a question of getting the player out on loan. I want more the better. Here we go. Castillo's through for the 7th goal. And it is 7-0 in the first half. The one I just showed. Oh, that would be in... Fuck. Okay, hang on. It's in all of them, I think. It's in the amateur scouting video in the description, and I believe it's in a lot of the others too. What age group? Usually I do their under 18 squad or under 19 squad. Basically their youth team. But for certain teams, if they're a smaller side, I'll sometimes scout their main team as well, because sometimes a really good player could end up in their first team squad. Oh, look at this. 7-0 at half time. Holy shit. 3 assists for Brown and Silva, 2 goals. What a first half performance. That's another good point, Monkey. Yes, exactly. Something that is worth paying attention to, and this is why I have the games played in position screen on my main block, because you might realize that if you've got a player that can perform in multiple positions, you might find that actually they're more efficient in roles that you wouldn't expect. So, for example, he's the best example of this. Tex-Mex should be one of the best wingers in the world. He's absolutely fucking awful when he plays out wide, but through the middle, he's unplayable, basically. Mr. Progger with the gifted sub to Kyoto Gaming. Thank you very much, my friend. Yeah, Malmö will not be happy. They will be crying into their Solglasögonen at this point. Yeah, we've had unbeaten seasons. We've never managed to do the invincible season yet, though. National team ranking. Yes, there is. Let me show you. We've got a lot of questions, though. I'm here for it. Not conceded 30. No, we've never done that. We've got the Park the Tank one. We had a season where we only conceded 7 goals in the league over 33 matches, which was pretty fun. So, yeah, the national rankings is... you go to the page like that, like any national team, and then just click on the number or all the world rankings, and then that's how you find the rankings page, basically. One of my favourite Swedish words. Solglasögonen. Along with Sköldpaddor. And the phrase "skulle vilja ha något att äta." 10 minutes from Malmö. I'm sorry to do that to you and the Skåne people, but the second half is, let's be honest, the second half is going to finish probably 1-1, honestly. I bet you would win this 8-1. We're topless. Not the first time that's been said today. The shirt is somewhat skin tony, isn't it? Now that I realise. Viata Malmö. The new thing deck. So basically the way I find them, Illuminati, it just allows you to not have to do that, because if you do that, you end up scouting through thousands of players that are kind of garbage. You know, I don't think I will say that, Wise. I feel like you're leading me down the garden path here, friendo. IKEA Adieta Fox. Saunas is a Finnish word. I think. I'm almost certain sauna is a Finnish word. He's not Finnish, he's only 37. Right, Kishvala, are they going to grab another draw? See, I told you, we're going to do nothing in the second half. Right, okay, that's it. We're freshening them up. I will not stand for this. We're going to get Hidalgo in, because that's what they want to see right now. Brandon Silva. Oh, Bobby Tree's not great off the left, is he? In fact, we probably won't do that then. We'll go Labros instead. Oh, Carp would be fun too. Yeah, actually, screw it. We'll do Carp. Carp and Labros. And maybe Yamin as well. Yamin needs football. It is a little bit bullying, yeah. Oh, basically, because you're looking through those, you're going to have to scout a lot of players to find any kind of gems there, whereas this method sort of allows you to cut out the middleman, I suppose. Because bear in mind, I used to do that exact thing, Illuminati. That was my thing. I would go to that every single time, scout the whole lot of them, and then just get reports on every single one of them. But I've just found I found ways that kind of allow you to... the thing I always try and do is, okay, we've got a method now. How can I make this more efficient? And that's how we've slowly ended up at the team report scouting, because it means that you're only having to worry about scouting the players that are actually any good. Plus, team reports are a really quick way of getting a little bit more information about a player that you kind of like the look of already as well. So I would highly recommend them, even just for that, because we have proven that it does work. See you later, Kyoto. Very time consuming, precisely, whereas the system we currently use doesn't rely on that. It has like a 30-minute setup point, but then after you set it up once, as long as you keep on touch of it as they start to come through, you never have to do that setup phase again, which is the key thing for me. Hidalgo's not the fastest, is he? He's more of a complete forward type player, which is actually kind of why I like him. Oh, Tex-Mex is in again. Tex-Mex! Hidalgo! It's 8-0. Could we get double digits in a Champions League game? This might be our biggest ever Champions League win as well. Away from home. I mean, we are the reigning champions, so we would expect these types of performances from us. But again, look at the passing. Tex-Mex probably should have buried this, to be fair, but it's a lovely finish from Hidalgo.
Oh, this isn't where I parked my
Snoozy
car.
poosy. Thank you very much for the follow. Will I? Maybe, yeah. Okay. There's just no... Uipest are 3-0 up, by the way. Giddy, Grabowska, and Kwane Zwane with the goals. God, look at Uipest. I'm so glad we have them instead of Ferencváros. And I am pleased for Ferencváros in their own right, of course. Damn, we've really overperformed here. It's lovely. All it would take now to make me really happy is just a late winner from Kishvada. Like a Chris Barwick goal in like the 87th minute would just like blow my chops off. I was trying to manifest it there, chat. It didn't happen. So we win the first half 7-0 and it's going to be a 1-goal win for the second half. Typical, isn't it? Unless we give the ball away here and we get the 8-1 I predicted. Oh, here we go. Right on schedule. Oh, no. Cool, one more. Carpi, Hidalgo, good first. Oh, it's a foul. That's a penalty, and that might actually be a red. I don't think he's even attempted to get the ball there. Is everyone just tied on the same points in the live league table? Here we go. So it's going to be given. The question is who even takes the penalty in this situation. I don't know who's even left on the pitch that... Someone's bound to be on a hat-trick by now, right? Is it going to be Hidalgo? So it's a yellow card for him. I think Hidalgo is actually going to take the penalty. A couple of goals off the bench for him isn't bad. Bodder are beating PSG. Bodder 2, PSG 1. That's a much bigger result. And Hidalgo drops it home for 9-0. No, I didn't watch the game. Pog and I were watching... Actually, I think Pog was still at work. We were cooking pizza. It just took a fucking long time. They were very thick. And after that, we just watched the new Ted Lasso. I got the scores, but I don't really care that much about the Champions League, to be honest. I could do a whole podcast about how little I care about the Champions League, but I will watch the final, of course. We like them thick, we do. Just the 9-0. That's very good for us. Episode was good, but it felt... I don't know, it wasn't a super strong one for me. Had its moments. Just Roy in those shirts alone. That was enough for me. Okay. The Super League thing was great, though. I must admit, yeah. And just the Akufu guy, he's just so good as well. I also really like that. I don't know if this is actually deliberate. You know the bit where the guy's trying to get out of the boardroom, and he's pulling the door when it. Sorry, he's pushing the door when it's a pull. So for me, obviously, I'm sure some of you have seen the Tim Robinson sketch show on Netflix from a few years ago, where there's that exact same thing basically in that episode. So Tim Robinson and the guy that plays Akufo. Firstly, I think he's in that as well, but also they were in this other show called Detroiters together. So I do wonder if there's like a deliberate homage to that in the show, because it was so fucking good. Just the 13 goal difference there. Mistake. Yeah, I do like the character, but what I also really did like, though, was the bit in the restaurant where he's like, don't do this to me. And it's just so good. Right. Budapest won, right? Yeah, 3-0. Kujvada draw their 3rd consecutive Champions League match. PSG equalise, but at least it was only an equaliser. A new season. Nice. Okay, more money for us. I mean, 2 goals and 3 assists for Silva was phenomenal. He's having one of those starts to the season, I think, now. So what are we up to now? Tex-Mex is up there, but Silva, what's he on? Yeah, 10 goal contributions himself in 8 matches. Tex-Mex at 12. Hidalgo's actually got 5 goals, despite only starting 1 game. Castillo's looking tasty. Patrice is up there. Things you love to see. F24. I don't even know at this point, honestly. It's hard to know what to wish for just because of... I've been burned before, right? The Real Man. Oh, sorry. The Real Maniac. Thank you for the follow. What we got? We got none of them because I believe that this is one of the weird match days where they're going to catch up with themselves or something. So none of them are playing, but there will be a Haladash game. No, there won't because they've already played that one too, apparently. Right. I still don't understand why that was the case, but it is the case nevertheless. So that's ignoring everything there. But coefficient-wise, 5 points. It feels like we're doing okay. We're just sort of where we always are. Weirdly. Not great there. Karabag have given us nothing. Won't be our Karabag for life. That's fine. I assume Haladash will still be... That'll still be in the top echelons. I would like to see new big changes to the set piece setup, but I think that... And maybe they'll get that. I don't know. But, like, that's... I think that the thing is with the set piece thing, I think other stuff would need to change quite dramatically in the engine in order to make that work. So if they promote something like that as a feature, then actually expect it to be more than just that. Expect it to actually involve a lot of other stuff under the hood, potentially, I would say. International management. Yeah, those are the things. It was free kick... No, not free kicks, but like set pieces in general. International management. That's like realistic stuff that I feel like has to be changed. Now, you know the things that I actually want are things that are completely unrealistic. Stuff like the flavor events thing, which I still think would be a really cool feature and would really help with long-term saves, but we're never going to see it in the game. I think that FM24 kind of has to be better. It has to bring something to the table. I really think that last year was such an L in terms of the response to it and the way that it was promoted. Things had to... What can you do to make it better? I mean, there's so many things you can do because, for a start... I mean, chat, what things, firstly, do you think you could do to make international management better? The biggest thing for me would be the way that squad selection works. They need to change the AI when it comes to things like asking your assistant to help you. I was once managing a national team, and I just asked my assistant to pick a squad for me at random. He picked 13 players. We needed 26 for the squad and a minimum of 15, and he picks 13 fucking players. Just, what? Shit like that. Training would be nice to have it. I feel like just the biggest thing for me is the way that the squad selection works. Needs to be completely revamped. I have explained it in like more detail, but it's hard to in the abstract to actually explain it properly. But it's just the way that it's just so tedious. Rest players are in tournaments. Yeah, I think it's honestly, if they were going to do it, I think it would have really had to have been this year. I'm really surprised that they didn't, considering it was the World Cup. It feels like that was such a big chance to take that and do it because of the World Cup. Right, I need to have a Wii, so I don't know if I might have forgotten to do... Oh no, I've still got you a Mid-Journey prompt in the background, don't worry. We've got a Mid-Journey one. Hopefully you haven't seen this one before. Back in a second, friends. Truthfully, I don't think that was the most difficult one I've ever given you, given that you literally got that it was, in fact, Brumbu at the very start of it. Yeah, that wasn't the most complex one, if I'm honest. The colours were way too accurate. I think this might be the one where I accidentally gave it the correct... I used the latest journey and latest version of Mid-Journey for it, which was the wrong choice. Normally when I do them, I use the version 4 because they make them a little bit less obvious. I want them to be worse, but they're not. Oh, Adam, believe me, that's a system I would love to see put in place in general. I would love to see a change to the way that the selection advice works. I think it'd be so cool. If you know how you can kind of control selection advice a little bit with the team selection criteria, I'd love to see that expanded. What is Midjourney? Midjourney is an AI art generator. Use the first name. Yeah, I often try to pick ones that don't use the text on them. Map of teams in the National League North next season. No, I haven't. I'm curious now. Is it one of these things where most of them are in the south? And there'll just be like one right at the very top. So a good one for us. Haladash win again. God, Jalilu's done remarkably well. He's developed into a hell of a player considering I wasn't expecting much from him. Uripesh win again. Ferencváros are flopping a little bit. Oh, again. Oh, I already did them, didn't I? Yeah. We've actually got 3 more Champions League matches to get through today. So we've got to get the hammer down. Although I think there's less league games in between at this stage. Damn, fuck me. Okay, take that back. Right, we move. Progressing. Wait, Bishop Stortford are in National League North. That's mad. They always used to be National League South because we used to do parties at Bishop Stortford Football Club back in the day when I was at college. It was like what they would use to do like events and stuff at the Mitre Lounge at Bishop Stortford. Different era. Oh, Garrett, believe me, I think it'd be so sick if they did that. Just historic databases. I know they kind of exist, but if it was somehow baked into the game in some way, and I think that licensing would be the only issue with it, right? That has to be the thing that's stopping them, because it would be so good if you could do historic databases. It could be game changer. North and South. Well, I think they have to, otherwise there's a... What the hell? Okay, Vasili's a bit good, isn't he? Jesus. Oh, Bengt is an A-. Right, finally, we've got the update on Bengt. On the bent sword. Oh, they're all looking quite decent. Send you guys around again. Most of you have fallen off the bottom of the list anyway. Furhat just wasn't... Yeah, so Gonzalo reckons the same about Furhat. Glad we didn't bid on him. Oh, is this the one? I'm sorry. National League North. Literally further south than Cambridge. Gloucester. National League North. Fucking Gloucester City. Like, that's mad. Oh, that's this season's. Because Bishop Stortford's like here. That's insane. Yeah, Bishop Stortford is like... Actually, it's probably even lower. It's like there. Because that, I'm assuming, is the M11 there. Right, okay. Bent sword. So, we're going to try and sign the bent sword, presumably. Oh, actually, he'll sign. Legend. Yeah, I want him. The fact that we could sign a guy called Bent Sword is impossible not to. I think we should be able to just get him for 1.9, right? Yep, 1.9 million. Totally fine. I think they could never do away with it for obvious reasons, but I think that it just needs an... honestly, even if they overhauled it, I still don't think I'd use it, because I do find it just... Anything that slows me down and gets in the way of me doing the things that I find fun in the game, I tend to just ignore anyway. Kasputin... Sorry, Kapushtin. Fuck, he's good, isn't he? Right, who's this report from? Yossi, I do trust you, bud, but I'm going to just send it to Gonzalo for a second look here. Because I definitely... Yeah. Wait, there was a guy, a Shakhtar called Cabbage. To be fair, the record scorer guy for Oldham in that video as well, his name was Mustafa Cabbage, which I didn't notice until I was editing it. Get rid of these. Just as I was saying about how we'd sucked Sweden dry, all of a sudden this chappie comes along. And everything is fine again. I mean, he will get Sweden caps. There's just no way you won't. But hopefully this will allow us to get 6-year deal. Yeah, that's fine. think I kind of want to nickname him Bang Sword. There he is. I trust you, but I don't trust your opinion. Exactly. Like, he's a nice chap. Go to the bar with him, have a lovely pint. I want a second opinion, though. He's kind of like Dr. Nick Riviera if he was a scout. Hello, Pogs. You okay? Okay. Cool. Travel with 7,000 miles. Jesus. That's insane. Stortford beginning to wish they never got promoted now. So Stortford have been put upon promotion. They've been put in National League North. Yeah, because you know where... Yeah.
National League North?
National League North.
That's going to be a journey enough for games.
Little bit, yeah. Little bit.
I like games, sorry.
Well, it's going to be a journey and a half for everyone else.
For everyone else,
Yeah.
It's a journey enough for everyone involved.
It's a bad time. It's just nice to see Stortford back in at least step 6.
Yeah, but it's Stortford as well, bit of a shithole.
They just dislike my personality. Exactly. They just like your muscles. South Shield's away.
For the fans as well. If they have fans.
They're step 6, Em. They've got fans. Stortford, I mean...
Imagine the journey for them, though.
Oh, yeah, no. I mean, follow Stortford away next year. You deserve a fucking knighthood, honestly.
I mean, but who would want it?
People that really like Bishop Stortford Football Club. I know their ground's on an industrial estate. That's not the point. I know. There is just not a lot of it's just that's the problem when you have the leagues, but there's no other way they could do it really. I just don't see how else they could do it. The only structure that could work would be if they had more leagues at that level, but with less teams, and therefore it was able to be more regional. But you'd have to have at least 3 to make that even slightly. You'd have to have like North, South, Central, or something like they have in the lower ones. I think that's the only way you could even slightly alleviate that. But then maybe have 18 team leagues. So it's less fixtures for them, which means that... But then they would lose potentially gate receipts from their home games, which could be bad. Thank you, Steve. That's very nice of me, my friend. How are you? Patrice. Now, your contract goes for 5 years, bud. As if we're going to give you a new deal now. A big human train. So is this to do with Ascension Day, Mr. Progger? Because chat sort of told me what it was earlier, but didn't fully explain. I'm looking forward to the big human train. Is that like the human centipede, but with like more chewing along the sides when you're not chewing someone's asshole? Sorry, that's completely uncouth. I'm sorry. I shouldn't be allowed on the internet. Let's see. It's moving swiftly on. Bring Robinson in because he needs to play these types of games. I'm eating lunch. So are they. I see no problem. Indeed, Bay. Indeed. That is the question. Nando and Hardy. What a front line. How's Nando looking these days? Still spectacular. I feel like they have wasted him a little bit. But at least they're playing him as a striker now. Good Division of Death. Yeah. Still be funny though, wouldn't it? Right, team selection. That'll do. Got 7 days till PSV. Chef special chocolate stuff. Is there any hot dog flavoured water going while you're at it? Here's what I reckon should happen, chat. You keep the 2 leagues, but you have, as you say, a hard geographic boundary. And teams that get relegated or promoted, it doesn't matter. They always go into the one that they're supposed to based on that boundary. But the league just gets bigger or smaller regardless of how many teams get into it. So if you just happen to get a load of teams relegated from or promoted from the teams below that are all from the north, then fuck it. You have Conference North has got 33 teams in it. Conference South has got like 11. I'm totally down for that. High salaries. Because I have noticed that salary balance is a bit fucky. When I do the career resurrection stuff, I am sometimes amazed by the amount that some players want. FM's just a bit weird at choosing. Players seem to be very rarely willing to drop a wage to actually get playing time a lot of the time. And usually even then they have to be set as surplus requirement to make that work. But Patrice missed a penalty in this game as well. Schedule. Oh yeah, of course. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it because I care about them. I'm doing it because I care about me and my entertainment out of this. Yeah, the season ends. No, just space it out a little bit. 2 weeks between every single game. It's fine. Did I miss Zagreb? Oh, shit. Thank you. That would have been a massive miss. Yeah, bloody hell. We could have missed seeing these chaps. So there's Zlatan Galinovic. He's called Zlatan. That's all you need to know. There's Gregor Visic as well. Oh, why is it with the 9 jumping reach centre-backs, man? I know it'll improve a little bit, but it ain't going to improve that much. I'm just like, oh, congratulations. You're a defensive midfielder. Siegrist. Cool. Glad we didn't gloss over them. My God. Yeah, that's another thing. They often will choose... This is something I have noticed, Darkness. So they'll want more money from you because of your lower rep sometimes and your station. But then when you're the one that's in charge of the side that does have the rep, they still want the same amount of money. It feels like they do provide some kind of advantage to AI teams. I've noticed this when I've been doing this career resurrection stuff, because even if I'm at a ridiculously highly reputable team, all of a sudden I'll make the bid as that team and they want way more money. But if I just sim a little bit and I can see them move to that same team, they go for like half the money and I don't understand why. First one kid in this save. Probably Flavian Moores. I don't know if it was even a wonder kid. I suppose Flavian Moores would probably be the first guy that we got where we thought, yes. And he's actually at West Ham these days. And he, by the way, was one of the Belgian amateurs that we found. We got him on a free transfer from Idracht Olst. And he was our first sort of absolute monster, i.e. was able to be like 4-star potential in our first team at the age of 18 when we signed him on a free transfer. Was here for a while. Eventually we flipped him to Dortmund for 24 million, as we do. And then they actually somehow incredibly made a profit. And he's now playing in the Premier League. To give you an idea of the sort of players. And there was Felipe Novak too, yes. Who I believe is now playing for... one of the Belgian sides. He's back at home as well. We are leading with... only 76. That seems low. Was it? Oh, it was Antwerp. It's definitely Antwerp. Yeah, that's the one. Which is pretty decent. I think he's actually their captain now. Right. Artero. Okay, we've got to get my foot down. We've still got 3 more Champions League games to get through. Zagmeister. Zagmeister is a great name. Such a wonderful name there. Oh, I use bonus laden contracts too, but even then, sometimes they'll still want moon money. Have a full mod pack. No, there isn't really such thing as a full mod pack. The mods are all sort of kept separate to each other. Wow, glad we had that. Also, we got a clause that we could call in on someone. Who? Oh. Yeah, fine. Give me the cash. Didn't really want them to do that, but it's just going to sit there and be annoying. I do want to, Adam, I do. If he was good enough to rush the sign, he would have absolutely been called that regardless. Oh. Okay, We're actually 12 points here at the top of the league at the moment, which is surprising. Usually... oh, wait, hang on. No, this is the rotation one, isn't it? Yeah, 4 days till PSV Eindhoven. Youth prospects. Milovanovic and... once again, why does Blaise Urin never get in this team? Is it because he's like 19 or something? Navarro doesn't start here. We'll start Chris Smith. Yamin instead will do Mendes. LMS. Actually, I'll probably put Mendes back there, honestly. Nah, fuck it. We'll do Valenzuela. Oh, he's at right back. Shit. And then we'll do Skinnerino at right back. That'll do. Although, yeah, that'll be fine. Hopefully we can get through this one as well. Give those guys a chance to get some goals. One massive 48-team league. Even more like it. Big fan of that. 48. Imagine how... what would that be? 96 fixtures a year. Match day 95. Everybody is just... there's 6 games a week. They have some like double headers. 3-0 victory. Chris Smith with a brace. Good stuff. We've been very consistent this season. Like, unusual for us on it, almost. Oh yeah, 94. Oh, of course it'll be 94, yeah. Have a lot of Hungarian teams. I believe the current amount of loanees is 140. So it's actually dropped a little bit from last season, but we're at 140 loans currently. But that's because some of them have moved permanently, and a few more of them will be moving permanently at the end of this season as well. Ooh, Larnaca's got nothing for us. That is kind of low, it is, yeah. We've managed to sell some... we've actually got like £16 million worth of sales to other Hungarian sides that will all take place at the end of the season. Plus, we're also going to be testing that theory we have about how on earth I managed to get all of them on 2-year loans last year, whereas this year we were unable to do it. That Nigerian Academy League, oh god, it was like 90 teams or something, wasn't it? 6-hour commute when Dover and Truro have... Yeah, Truro is mad in terms of how far away it is from pretty much everyone else. Ooh, that's unfortunate for him. Getting offers to your players, why is that? There could be a multitude of reasons, because I don't know how your database is set up, what leagues you've got loaded, who you're managing. There's all sorts of factors. Also, I feel like some people have an unrealistic expectation of getting offers for their players. If a player is crap and no one wants them, there's a reason for it. Like, it's not always the case, but sometimes a player is just not going to be wanted by anybody. Think of how that works in real life. There's so many players that just expire in their contracts and they just don't go anywhere, or it takes a long time for them to find those moves. Never been to Truro, or have I? Is the Eden Pro... No, that's St. Austell, isn't it? I was trying to think of what's near Truro, or have I ever been there? I think I've been to Truro Station once.
It's good you came in summer. In winter,
Guernsey
it can
National
get
League
very
North.
depressing.
Uzi the Don, thank you for the follow. That's all kind of some average players that I think, but mostly when we get them fully scouted, are probably going to just be disregarded. Wow! Vasily Kapushtin has gone from A+, sign at all costs. One little look with Gonzalo, now he's 3-star potential. Having a scout like... But this is the thing about how extensive scouting lies to you. This is why having a scout like that is so important. We could have got fucked on a transfer for someone like that if we hadn't have had that little bit more foresight. I would love it if Joe Bryan went back to Bristol City, because I feel like it's like a nice little... So he's loved there. He's loved here. He'll always be loved by me, obviously. I'm probably the only person that has 2 Joe Bryan shirts, other than maybe him and close family of him. So I will always be grateful for his wonderful free kick-taking ability and just general good vibes. Man's always talking about books on Instagram. I rate that. Gonzalo, he's great. I think he's got... So yeah, 18 judging ability, 19 judging potential. He's the guy that kind of gives them the once-over once they're done. We couldn't find anyone better than him. There was one guy we found that was better than him, but he wanted like £30,000 a week, which obviously we were not allowed to offer. Look at some of them. Fucking hell. Zivkovic is now 3.5 stars. Current ability. They've got an absolute gem there. 2027. We did find a 2019 guy who had never had a job, but wanted, as I say, £30,000 a week. It's always the ones that are jobless that want the most money there. They claim they're free agents, but it's like, does that really count if you've never had one? Now Milan gets to play a random day. Job right. Yeah, no, he's just a great player. I just really like Joe Bryan as a person as well. I think he's a good, like, representative of... He's just a good player to have at your club, I feel like. It's a shame that we're all free agents in a way. Oh, thank you, Thomas. I'm glad you liked it. This is good. I'm enjoying the good reviews. Thank you, chat. How's that going now that you've mentioned it? Well, I mean, 3K in 3 hours is pretty fucking solid. Bill Benjamin, thank you very much for the Prime. I hope you're well. That's very, very nice of you, my friend. I'm very grateful. In France this year, I don't really know. I haven't been keeping up with it. Mostly, as I said, he barely posts about football on Instagram. He mostly just posts, like, book reviews. Joe Bryan is, if I was a footballer, I'd be like Joe Bryan. So I don't know how he's got on at Nice, truth be told. I don't know how much he's been playing. I hope he's having a nice time, if nothing else. That's the real quiz. I don't know how Nice are getting on, honestly. Robinson, Tex-Mex. They always put these the wrong way round. There we go. Velasquez, Navarro, Montiel. Yeah, we'll do Montiel right back today. That's fine too. Oh, I can turn that off now, can't I? Actually see who we've got available. I feel like Madavanovic deserves to make the bench at least. You might notice that Jurin is not listed here. He actually wasn't in... He's one of those players that's in that little weird grey area where he's not quite good enough to be registered in this squad, and it would cost us a spot. And he... Next year, though, he'll be under 21, which means that he'll be free registration. Oh, welcome in, Ben. Ben? Bill, my bad. That's super nice of you then, just dropping by from that and then dropping a Prime as well. I hope the video was well. Was well? Sorry, if you've watched me before, you know that I struggle to speak. You have no idea how many takes it takes me to do video stuff. That's why I have to script everything. Real Madrid and Liverpool. Do you know what? I wouldn't be surprised if Budapest still come up with a mad one. Who are they playing? Real Madrid. I wouldn't put it past them. I just wouldn't. But it's up to us to do our job. This should be 4 wins out of 4. And we've still got that Man City game. That's the one that could trip us up. I feel like Budapest are the type of team that are capable of taking like a 1-1 draw at home against Real Madrid. Let's not forget that Debrecen took a 1-1 draw at the Etihad last season. Go on, Ian. Gets a... it's going to be off the bar. Oh, no way. The ultimate assist. What on earth? That is hilarious. That's like Jordan Pickford and Origi. Like, Robinson just has a shot. The keeper just stands there, waits for it to come off the crossbar, and allows Castillo in to tap it home. The keeper hurt himself in his confusion. Let me just clip that for the TikTok. Always important. Oh, I'll get that yoga sorted right after the game starts, because I'm curious to see what colour this shirt turns. Well, that's one way of taking the lead, I suppose. Remarkably, still 0-0 for the others. It might not be now, actually. Ironic, Christian. Thank you very much for the 15 months, my friend. That's super duper nice of you. Joe Bryan could never... Do you know what? He probably could, though. Oh, speaking of... Because Robinson with the ball in. Nah. What on earth? Why have... That was weird. It just randomly glitched out for a split second there. Come on, a bit more. We put 9 past... I can't believe we put 9 goals past Malmo. He must be offside, surely. Oh, off the bar. Off the bar that's, like, vertical. The vertical bar. I'm going to stop doing that. Well, Kujvada, so far, coming up to half-time, 0-0 with Liverpool. That is not bad. Remarkably. They've been poor. We've not done that much. I mean, we've created a lot of opportunities again. We can't really complain about not meeting our XG, considering we put 9 past Malmo. There's no way... I think we had, like, what, 4 XG in that game? Still 0-0 there. Although this does... Hang on. Passos. Surely that isn't him. He has 2 starts. That's a shame. It actually is. It's our former player. PSV Eindhoven's right back is Jorge Nuno Passos. The guy we signed for free for another amateur dude from Rio Tinto. Sold him to Milan for £9 million a couple of years later. It's good that he... Wow, he's not played much. Jesus Christ. Why is he playing today? Someone needs a career resurrection. Christ. Of all the games to put him in, they thought, you know what, you're against your former side. It's bound to give us some kind of bonus. Note to self, it hasn't. Thus far, anyway. Anyone? I don't know. There's a guy I can hook him up with, perhaps. Oh, here we go. Oh, that must be offside. It's a lovely finish. Don't know why he didn't play the ball through the middle. It's his testimonial. I mean, if this is his second appearance, it's more likely his 2-stimonial at this point. I feel like the correct ball was that one. Like, why didn't he just play it through the centre to the on-running striker? Did he... I don't know. Did he have single digits? He went on loan at one point, I think. Or did he? No, I don't think he did. Because he was one of those players that I was going to try and loan farm, and then he just never got the loan, and then I guess he just didn't play for Milan. Oh, that's poor. Oh, that right there is a gorgeous pass. Again, overdoing it there. I don't mean to alarm anybody, but it is still 0-0 between Kujvada and Liverpool. This would be remarkable if they actually drew a 4th consecutive Champions League game. All they need is 1 win and they'll probably be through to the next round. It's unlikely to come against Liverpool, though. It's got kind of 3-0 win to Liverpool where all the goals are scored after the 70th minute written all over it. What a pass from Robinson. It's come through to Castillo and another big save from the keeper and again offside. I want to look at his career apps after this game to see if he actually does have single digits. That would be funny. Also, why do I feel like we draw this 1-1? Here we go again. Robinson's made the run. No, not quite. I think Patrice hits double-digit goals for us this season as well. That is a prediction I'm willing to make. He got 9 last season and he started remarkably well this year already. I think he's already got 4. Plenty of time for that. Okay, Darla, just pop it through. Here we go. Could we get the ball on the floor for a second? If it's all the same, lads. There we go. Well done. This has got like random goalkeeping error written all over it. Here we go. No, that's it. Back. Oh, nice. Passos just throwing, but he's just doing everything he can. Navarro, go on, bend it. Oh, whoa. I thought that was in. Much better than the career stats drop down. Which drop down? Have I made any subs? No, I haven't. Right, we should probably do that because Velasquez has actually been poor today. So is Brandon Silva. Yeah, we'll go Malero. We'll go Hidalgo. Actually, Navarro as well for Jarju, I guess. No, we'll flip them over. Get Yaman in the play. Random keeper already occurred. Oh, that's true. But I mean for our keeper under history. I'll have to have a look up at the game. I'm just... Oh, there we go. Valia. 78th minute. They held on valiantly to last 78 minutes before conceding at home to Liverpool. Oh, we didn't tell Yeboah. Yeboah's still here. I think he's on the bench, actually. Good save again. Christ on the bike. We must be up to like... Yeah, that's a lot of XG for a very little return. I don't know what's going on with Budapest. I haven't seen anything pop up in the bottom corner. But that's the result. Slightly unfortunate to only win that 1-0, but, you know, it is what it is. We got the win. Rushed to hospital and they got dumped a couple of days later. Wow, that sucks. But that's what you kind of got to keep it up. I feel that this has always been my sort of viewpoint in things like this. It's kind of like waves, right? In that sadness sometimes it comes on waves and stuff, but also it's kind of like the tide will go out. That's the metaphor I like to use. But I'm sorry that you had to go through that, man. And I'm glad that anything that's happened today with our silliness has cheered you up in some way. Who did we sell? We sold Ojeda to Benfica for 20 million and Rivadavia to Real Madrid for 50 million pounds. Which still is one of my favourite pieces of businesses ever. I can't believe they offered me that. That was a straight up non-negotiable bid as well. They just went, here's 50 million pounds. To which I said, are you fucking with me? Okay, so chat. Budapest 1, Real Madrid 0. Joshua De Bruyne in the 91st minute causes Budapest to beat Real Madrid. They are massive. We finally got a friend. We finally have a team to play with that are actually going to do it. They've pretty much already got enough points to qualify again. They are huge pest. That's massive. And truth be told, I still feel like Kishvarda, they're not out of the race to actually qualify for the next round. They just need one win. Oh, Real blatantly got FM'd, but who gives a shit? We've got to go to the next day to find out, though. Adam, thank you for the follow. We'll go next day. Scandinavian League. I don't know, Chaser, because back when I was managing in Norway, there wasn't a loan limit, but I know that they've been starting to bring that stuff in preparation for the new rules. As Pushcats are out the relegation places now. Yeah, a huge friend, not a huge pest. This is very true. We go to the next day so we can actually have a look at the stats. Oh, no, we can look at their stats, can't we? It's just our stats we can't see. Check career games. Okay, so you mean on here? Or on what? Just not on FM. Oh, really? It's weird. Forget the prize itself on statistic. Clear on profile. Oh, no, I mean, I agree. I just think that there's so much dead space. I feel like they could add so many more columns here, or at least just give you the option to add them yourself. It's just odd to me that this is hard-coded like that, right? There's so many games, so many screens in FM that I feel like are so close to being really cool and just lack basic information. Right, what was I going to check? Oh, the game. We want to check. Mike, we continue to get scout reports from him, but we haven't had one for a little while, actually, because man still doesn't send me a face pack picture. Right there, Pog. Right, what was I checking? Oh, yeah, the Budapest game. I don't know why either. To me, it makes no sense that it focuses solely on the league and doesn't let you see their main... Like, it's odd how little FM prioritizes other competitions with stuff like that. Okay. So 1-0 against Real Madrid. How much did they mug them? I reckon Real Madrid are like 2.5 XG or something, and they've had like 3 shots on top. To be honest, it is still a mugging, but it's not that much of a mugging, is it? They both had equal shots on target. Real Madrid had a few more high quality of chances. It's one of those games that, honestly, if this was a 1-1 draw, we'd have been like, that's fair. It's still a mugging, but it could have been a lot worse. They've not been battered there. They're clearly getting better. They're reaching a level now where they can actually compete. Through graphic. Yeah, exactly. Who wants to look at it on a graph? I don't... It feels like it's something they put in ages ago and then just, yeah, forgot about. Right, Ferencváros hosting Ludogorets. Want to see a win there. That's unlikely to be a win. Molfehevar, they need a win. Against Shamrock Rovers, they better bloody beat Shamrock Rovers. Not standing for that. And it's Sombor Haladash versus Stjarnan. Hey, if Budapest knock us out of the Champions League one day, I'd be the happiest. I'd be a very happy father. It's kind of like, you know, you're raising your kid, you're teaching them chess, and eventually they beat you. That's what I want out of Budapest for me for now. Before we do this, though, Joker time. Deep into the knockouts. Oh, that's not done much to my shirt at all. Deep into the knockouts is unlikely immediately. Last year, we had Debrecen, though, get to the round of 16. They actually progressed through a round. They knocked out Dortmund by winning 2-0 in Germany and then won on penalty. So I'm sat on the back of my t-shirt. It's making me look weird. Oh no, I didn't. You're right. Was it George Nuno Passos was the guy, wasn't it? There we go. Right. So Passos. And he has... he's got loads. Because he got 61 for Rio Tinto. He got 9 for us. Then 4 for Milan. What I will say, though, is obviously there would have been some cup get forward there. He's not played a lot. He hasn't played a lot, though. Yeah, the overall best 11 is the screen that has it, yeah. It doesn't make a lot of sense. I feel like it should be shown more. Budapest are definitely getting better. Defeat there. Expected 3-0 win for Ferencváros. And Molfehevar with a 3-0 victory over Shamrock Rovers. This is the kind of stuff we're looking like. So, PC setup. I built this in 2019, so it's obviously a bit out of date, especially the graphics card, which was not from this same build. A command for your tactic. Yes, I do. Exclamation mark tactics, and you'll get a pack that has all 3, including a mad one that we don't really use, but it's fun. So, yeah, PC. It's a Ryzen 7 3700X processor. I've got only 16 gigs of LPX, Corsair LPX Vengeance 3200 megahertz RAM. I have another 2 sticks of 8 in the drawer, but for some reason when I tried to put them in, it wouldn't post. Weird story for another day. Probably, maybe they're just faulty. It's a Tomahawk, MSI Tomahawk B450 motherboard. There's a SanDisk SSD in it, as well as a Sabrent Rocket NVMe on it as well. The graphics card is a 970, so really out of date. As for the chair, this is a GT Omega racing chair. It's one of those ones that everybody had from a few years ago. So I've had this since 2016. As for the camera, it's a Canon EOS 200D. It's not a beginner camera. In terms of streaming, if you're buying it solely for streaming, I would not recommend it because I think I got this on discount. It was 450 quid. But it's done really well since then. And I really, really recommend it, but only as like if you want to step up to really serious stuff, potentially. Because it will look good because it's a mirrorless camera. Oh, thank you, Illuminati. It's very kind of you, man. Check out the Mount Everest one. Oh, yeah, no, it's a mirrorless camera, yeah. This is one that Ben recommended to me. You'll notice that most of the streamers you ask, particularly in this community anyway, have this camera. Or have certainly had this at some point. It was Ben's recommendation that got me this camera in, like, 2018, I think it was. I got this from John Lewis, of all places. They were normally about 650, and John Lewis were doing it randomly for like 450. And at that point, it was too good to not get. Because it's a really good camera as well, for outside of that too. But I've got it mounted on an arm, like this mic arm behind the thing. Right, well, Haladash and 4-1, easy peasy. John Lewis, for all your streaming needs. Exactly, yeah. You could database lookup kind of, Matty, is pretty much for anything you like, really. It can be players, teams, competitions, anything. It's basically just a kind of like, the reason we sort of have it there is it's kind of like, because we know it will sort of delay the stream a little bit, so I like to make sure that there's a price that comes with that, just so that it keeps us moving. And it's not as a deterrent, but otherwise it would stop us from getting bogged down and everyone just be like, hey, look this up, look that up, you know. That's the only reason it really exists. You'll notice that sometimes I'll just look stuff up anyway. Go on. Oh, FC Copenhagen. They just cannot be stopped. What have they got for us this time around? They've got Thievis. This butthead around there. Stahlfest. Go on, Mikkel. Maybe. We'll see. It'll be very stop-starty. Yeah, exactly. Which is why I tend to... that's the only reason it exists at all. Which is why when we do the looking forward streams, when at the end of these... For those of you who are aware of this, at the end of every save, right before the new game cycle, we take the normal save, as it is, and then sim it like 50 years into the future, and then we do a big stream where basically chat just give me things to look up and we just go through the database. Then I obviously put it to like 200 points just so I can get a big list. Thank you, Delinquent. That's very kind of you, man. Yeah. Did I actually... Oh, that could have been a mistake. Not getting another report on them. That would have been bad. He's 50. Oh, okay. Yeah, maybe there is room for improvement there then. Yeah, last year was a lot of fun. I did actually make a video for that, but I don't think it ever got published because the game came out quicker than I was expecting. Spurs. What's interesting you say about Spurs, because Spurs... Oh, of course, yeah. Because FM doesn't let you type in Spurs to get Spurs, obviously. So yeah, Tottenham. They have won stuff in this save. Not Premier Leagues, but they have won 2 Europa... No, wait, hang on a minute. They've won fucking 4 Europa Leagues. Weird thing about Spurs in this save too is the 2 most recent years that they've won the Europa League, so in 2034 and 2036, we have also won the Champions League in that same season, both of which ironically in the exact same stadium. We played both of them in Kiev and won. We've then played Spurs in the UEFA Super Cup in both those years, and they've beaten us in both of them. So that's fun. I suspect he has been there the whole time, primarily because obviously with the league not being switched on, you don't see anywhere near as much... Legends, none. That's the most Spursy. Not even like Danny Blanchflower, just none. Oh dear. That does feel very Spursy, and I don't know why the game's got no legends for Spurs. Yeah, Marlon Caprice is a fantastic name. Spurs is smurfing. There's always that one guy that's... Oh no, the just in case guy doesn't show up anymore, does it? Because that's how we found Justin Das, who's a real player. And I know that he has a nickname, but his name is still Justin Das. Well, indeed, particularly as Kane very nearly broke the Premier League scoring record in this save. And I say very nearly for a reason, because he was like 3 short of it. Oh, Brahim Diaz. He was at... Actually, I think he might be retired. Brahim, buddy old pal, would you... You went for Osasuna for a little bit. Would you like to come and join us as an under-19s coach? Such is the tradition. Standard. In real life, yeah, it's weird that they have none at all. You've got to get Brahim. Every time we see a former player that's become like a manager of some sort. Honestly, Fernando Farto... Wait, hang on. There's just a... Oh, right. Okay. I'm a big fan of Fart Grass, chat. I think this might be my favourite one. Fart Grass. Yes. I'm glad we did this. I'm glad the maturity levels weren't considered to be too high for this. Sometimes you just got to fart grass. You've heard of touch grass, but now indeed, you can fart it. That's one stinky ass pitch. Oh, what have I done there? Yeah, Brahim could get there. Was he only like a National C license or something? Building a nation fart grass. Was there no report that day? Leon will probably have, yeah, some absolute monsters. I decided that we were at the level... There's your standard Vietnamese player that you always get from Leon at some point. I figured we might as well actually have a look at some of these guys for once, because we're finally at a level where we could maybe poach someone from one of these teams, even if it was a 10 million type player, because there's potential for an absolute monster. Makes me cry. Oh, Saz, no. Surely the skin could just be ported over. Hey, Monkey Man. Well, I'll see you later, Matt. Thank you for joining us. I appreciate it. I've got this new stream stats thing that I get after each stream now that shows me like lurker breakdowns now. So actually, not only that, it also shows me like, it separates chatters into categories of like regular chatter, one-time chatter, first-time chatter, super chatters, and all this sort of stuff into different categories. It's really interesting. Also, Twitch have now launched their own alert system that you can actually have, and some of the stuff in there is kind of cool. If you are a streamer and you're interested in it, it's called StreamB.
Do you know if there's a train coming? soon. They are building it now.
It's yeah, the analytics, obviously you can overdo it with analytics, but that particular analytic is just kind of fun to see. No, it doesn't name you, it just shows you like a percentage breakdown and then like the underlying numbers behind it. It doesn't like name anybody. Melgar, thank you for the follow. If you want to see who's a regular chatter with the name thing, we got to go to that other website. It's called Pornhub. No, that's one that gives you like proper stream breakdown stats, or rather like front facing ones. A shit chatter. Yeah, it's just you and Rob. And occasionally Viking. Right. So, oh my god, Tottenham's still 18 days away. In that case, back we go to the big boy tactic. We'll just play whatever they want us to play this time around. Too tired to pick. And we go. Oh, he'll definitely get it before Bentner, because Bentner is not getting it in this save. Bentner is going to retire at this club before he ends up actually gaining any kind of coaching badges beyond where he currently is. Which makes you wonder how on earth he got those. 4-0. Yeboah, Navarro, Castillo again. Lovely old job. We're doing quite... We're actually on for the invincible season at the moment. It's gone under the radar a little bit. Honved are on for the getting absolutely slapped season at the moment. Good lord. Minus 23 after 12 games is not good. Doesn't have his driver's license yet. There's another couple of these guys. Gwendol Lab... Okay, Gwendol is a superb first name. He really should be signed solely for that. Also, Jean-Marc Berger is pretty good too. But also, Gwendol is £73 million. Yeah. Just a little out of our price range, I would say. Having real life. I don't actually know. Maybe that's just what he starts with. 43 goals scored is solid. Wow, we've only conceded 7. Then again, we've had an entire season where we only conceded 7. Oh, was that a second team? Shit. I'm not used to these teams having multiple teams. Ah, you can't... That's annoying because you can't... You also... I guess their second team's getting a little once over. Someone's just gone transfers. Yeah, we can. It's just there's quite a lot. I'll sort it like that because that's sorted now by the amount of which they move. I'll move to the left as well. Oh, no, because then I'll hide the player names, won't I? Everything under the top of my head here is... They go between 700k and down to 200k at the very bottom, basically. But there's still some big moves. Top right, no, I only have bottom left and bottom right. There's no real reason to move it anywhere else. Well, not move it anywhere else, but like to have a scene specifically for that. How many brand new saves? Well, it's a lot because I use, like, for example, if you consider the Oldham Everest video, that was like 3 different saves by itself because it was all of which were Hadrian's. Actually, no, technically only 2 of them were because there was the Gibraltar one that needed, there was the Oldham normal one, then there was the version of Oldham with the goalkeeper being the only player left on the pitch. And so I go through loads, career resurrections, tons of those. Yeah, Utrecht have spent some real money, like a lot of money. Oh, this guy. This is Walid Mejahead. He's at Pushkas. He's weirdly only got 3 goals. That's weird. He scored 2 of those goals against us. He is good. The reason we missed him is because he's a lot older, if I recall. Oh, he's only 20. In that case, I have no idea how we missed him. But I'm glad he's at Pushkas, to be fair. Japu, thank you for the follow. Occasionally, I'm actually happy to miss out on a player like this. If he goes to another Hungarian side, then cracking. Like, and then obviously got the likes of Grabowska for £16 million, who we would never have signed because 29. I heard it was decent, but when Benfica offered me £20 million, it was just way too much to turn down, considering we have so many players that are AMs through the middle. It made no sense to keep him at that point, not when we could get 20 million quid, and we needed the money. Because at the time, obviously, I hadn't sold Rivadavia yet. Now that we have, obviously, maybe wouldn't have made that same move. My God. There's some insane quality in here, but obviously the people like Laribi. I think Laribi actually played against us in that game earlier this season. Moreno at Chelsea. Unless he's like... I mean, he's extraordinary, obviously. But like his contract's not up, so I don't know why we're being shown him. Same with Nyanzu as well. Unless his contract's up at the end of the season. Oh, his actually is. But he's also 34. He's not really the type of mole we were looking for that type of thing. So, Laribi's insane, but just insane prices as well. Gwendol Labby, again, they're both phenomenal players, but just players that are totally out of our price range at the moment. Glinovic has dropped off a little bit there, actually. I think this goes around again, actually, for the moment. We've got bigger fish to fry. Heidi Rodieger is one of our former players, yeah. He was, I think, on loan at... I think he was on loan at Molfeheva. That rings the biggest bell, is him being at Molfeheva. Bidex. Thank you very much. Oh, hang on. Wait, no. It's BDX, isn't it? BDX. Yes, that makes sense. BDX. Thank you very much for the 2 months. That's very nice of you, friend. I sussed it. I think I've got to schedule another friendly yet. Whoa, what have I done? Oh, didn't know you could do that. You learn something new every day. So we'll do that. I can't play FOT again. We played them very recently. It does feel fairly easy. I think the main reason for it is because the other teams seem to be falling over themselves as well. And last season, that very much didn't happen. Budapest ran us very close last season. To give you an idea, at 17 matches, I think it was either 17 or 15 games into last season, we weren't even top of the league. Budapest had they won like 16 of their first 17 games, I think. Goal 50. Oh, we've got a guy on the list. Velasquez, finally in at 44th. We never won the Europa League, no. I don't think we've ever actually even played in the Europa League in this save. We had a season in the Conference League, and since then we've been in the Champions League every year, I think. Or did we play in the Europa? I don't think we have played in the Europa League. Have we done it once? Yeah, we must have done, right? Let me have a look. We can find out easily enough just by going to club info and then competitions, right? Oh, no. There, you're right. You're right. We have been in the Europa League one time in 2020. So 10 years ago, we were in the Europa League. Presumably it's because that's when we must have got knocked down from the Champions League to get there. Highest ranking ever so far was with Ireland. That was 3rd last year. So Christ, who do we get rid of now? It has to be Philo, right? Because, wait, what about pricing? It can't be Matt Booty. It can't be the guy called Pog. Adam Schmidt, I guess it is. So Schmitty's off. There's too many memes in our under-19 coaching stuff. But now we've got Brahim Diaz. Panathinaikos. Maybe. Better this year. I think second is definitely possible. I actually did get second when I was doing a test save right at the very start of the year. I had like a Dinamo Zagreb save I was using as like a tactics incubator. And I just simmed it a couple of days overnight with a set basic tactic. And they actually did get to second. And that was with Croatia. Develop the club. Actually, it's still cool. Oh, nice. British international competitions. 7th season already. I think with any small side, you really have to plan several years ahead. So instead of looking at a player going, will this guy improve my first team now? You kind of need to be, once you reach a certain level, you have to look at it as kind of like, is this player going to improve my team in 4 years' time? And then start signing based on that. Because unless you've got moon money, you're not going to be able to buy players after a certain point that are going to strengthen you unless you get lucky with a free transfer or random gaps in the market. You have to look at basically players who are going to be helping you in the future. You have to... Say you don't have a world-class talent, you can't afford those players but you can develop those players. You can bring in a player that's 18 that might become one of those players for you, and I think that's a strategy I always use with FM. Because particularly with a club like MTK, we can't, at the moment, it's very difficult even for us to sign a player that's going to strengthen this squad. A £40 million signing for us right now would not make us better, basically. But a guy who's £10 million at 17 could make us better in 5 years' time. That's sort of the logic you have to use. Tactics. Tactics are very tough. I'm going to make a video about tactics at some point, about how I build tactics, because I do it in a way that's a bit neurotic, basically. Incremental marginal gains over the course of that preseason is how I build tactics, very slowly, but we get there. And then the same thing. Oh, that's fine. Most interesting save. I don't know, it depends on what you define as interesting. Like, I find these types of saves interesting personally, but one man's cup of tea is another man's warm glass of piss, Weird analogy. Let's roll with it. Bobby Trey's developing concerns. Right, how are we looking contract-wise? 2039, 25, lots of caps, phenomenal player, not as good as Castillo somehow. Hasn't actually still featured a good amount this year, to be fair. He's still not getting a contract, but maybe next year, Ollie. See you later, Basil. Enjoy the rest of your day. That's another thing, yes. So we now have a domestic tactic and a European tactic, which is something that I've not used in the past, but we kind of feel like we were wasting time domestically. Yeah, no, free signings are fantastic. Like, to give you an idea, I said players that we can't afford players that will strengthen us, but as it happens, actually, you can sometimes. This guy here was free. We paid nothing from Aston Villa for him. So, obviously, we pay a lot of wages, and there was a nice big signing on bonus, but still, if he was still at Aston Villa, we would not have been able to get him. You can get a stadium named after you, yes. I think that's actually happened in every single save we've had so far. So, most of the time, if you're a manager, basically, if you're a legend at the club, but with MTK, there's so many of them, and also, I don't think we are. Oh, yes, we are. there's a chance that you'll get the stadium named after you. Now, obviously, our stadium, when it was renamed, was actually named after Nando Hidakuti, which was ironically also who the current stadium was named after. They just changed the name. But obviously, we changed our stadium name for the lols. Jonava. But yeah, you can get your stadium named. I think on the last 2 saves, the new stadium has been named after us because it came later in the save. So whereas this stadium came like 10 years in, so we weren't quite established enough there. If they build another stadium, it will almost certainly be named the Sir Luben Mehoff Park or something. But it's a good idea as well, if you're, as Anna says, if you're dominating Denmark at this point, but just can't make that step, use the league as like a tactics incubator. So what we often do is, say we get knocked out of the Champions League, we use the rest of that league season just to try out tactical ideas. That's how we came up with the system we're currently playing. Albeit completely ineffective in Europe, but it's fun. And if you're not having fun, what's the point, right? This is getting bigger and bigger now. Get rid of all of these guys down here. There could be a gem in there, honestly, but got to start somewhere. You're a D. Oh, my days. So you're already signing for us. There's Mike again. Fully scouted. Looking reasonably solid, honestly. Send him around again. These guys are too expensive for us to even go near. Ah, Lorivel's finally back. Right, curious about him. Taking ages to get him fully scouted. Guys at Lyon, you're a bit cheaper. Wow, hang on. Oh, that's the same guy. £30 million. What about you? Kornecki. Oh, wow. Okay, he's obviously got the potential, but... Okay, tackling. He's not the quickest. He can't really... No, we haven't got Holly, just Mike. Mike came through last year's youth intake. Holly might come through this year if we're lucky. He is only 15, yeah, but it's like, it's the price. He's only going to get more expensive. Do I want to pay that kind of money for him at this current stage? Probably not. And I'm just not sure, even with the right development, what he would develop into. Because he's not going to... He will get quicker, obviously. Fairly determined as well. He's so lacking technically. He's got actually quite good mentals for someone's 15. Like, if he was like 2 million, I'd absolutely be all over it. But, you know, with that kind of money. It's a shame that Matavino went to Chelsea, honestly. He's jack of some trades in it. Tucum. Good, but 20 million good. Absolutely not. Album Bessie. That means that there's a real strong chance, chat, by the way, that this chap here has an Aunt Bessie. Man is winning at the potato game. That's brilliant scenes. I hope his mum or dad has a sister. Well, I suppose it'd be dad more likely, but that's amazing. Masood at... Yeah. Oh, hang on. There's an 80k guy here at Tenerife. See, he isn't much worse than the other dude, but he's also £80,000, which means we're going to be signing him. Yes. Occasionally you'll see random Spanish players that have obscenely low release clauses for seemingly no reason. This is an example of that. Now, he might just sign a new contract, because sometimes they just do. Yeah, we'll take that. Yuri Schweder. Goalkeeper... Low eccentricity, terrible first touch, which does concern me a little bit. There's another guy here at Tenerife, actually, Moreira, who's not awful either. Although he does have a lot of comms. It's a lot more... All right, what about Lorival? Chat, thoughts on Lorival? That red injury proneness is concerning. But he's highly consistent. Mentals are solid, very solid for 19. Physicals are decent. He's got great tent poles for the striker. Bit expensive. Was that a Gonzalo report, actually? Oh, it wasn't. Okay, let me just see what Gonzalo says. I want a proper report. I'll let him watch him for 2 weeks just to get a really good idea. Lorival's been really hard to get good knowledge of. I feel like if nothing else, he would be... Yeah. More cons. Well, and most of those cons are irrelevant ones. The only one I really cared about there was the injury proneness. That's what concerns me. Yes. Oh, and youngster, even better, which means that we can just do... Oh, wow. I should be able to hit him with a 5-year at least. Dump the relegation release clause in, and he should be cool with that. Yep, cool, nice. Just one for the loan farm there. You're 17, so we will reject that. Bring you back in. Get you in January. Not much more. I don't know. If he's got the high potential, it could work, but he's one of those players that if we really had no one else that we were super interested in, I'd probably be tempted to go and pick up. But I'm not overly convinced by him. Maybe. It's one of those players as well that you'll just randomly come back next stream and it's January and I've just signed him because we'd sold someone for stupid money or something. And I was like, the money's available. Why not, right? Take advantage of it. Scroll a bit, chat to my links. Sorry, which links? Oh, okay. Right. My bad. Sorry. It was... Okay, so that means you're a good amount in. The thing is, there's only so much I can really tell from this. I don't think you got Matt O'Reilly, though, by the way. Although it looks like he's leaving. The best player at the moment. I mean, he's good. Don't get me wrong, he's very good. It's just so hard to know how this fits in, like... Yeah. I can't tell you a lot about it from this because I'm not sure what information I could impart that would make too much difference. It could be that maybe you're too aggressive in Europe and as a result you're getting torn apart by big teams. I don't know. Like, what is the record looking like in Europe? Like, presumably you're in Champions League phase on the regular. So how does that perform? Like, do you notice that perhaps you get constantly clapped by the big sides, but you're able to get a reasonable... Oh, my God. Chris Smith just got an England cap. Jesse Marsh is going to kill me. Thank God we don't have a international cap clause on Chris Smith. But on the plus side, he's now an England international. We've got a lot of players who've got one England international. I think... Oh, no, he was Welsh, wasn't he? He's had a pretty decent career too. Chris Smith has very much got random £20 million signing for Spurs in a couple of seasons written all over him. De Bruyne, yeah, but I feel like he could have done better if he wasn't injured as much as he is, because he does still get quite a lot of injuries. Pot 4 teams, pot 3 against teams like Porto, Benfica, I lose. That would indicate to me that perhaps it's just a case of maybe your tactic is just too aggressive for European games, and in actuality, you're winning the league games because you've got a certain level of dominance, but that doesn't carry over. Can we see a screenshot of your tactic? I'm not sure that I'd be able to actually like offer you any huge advice to it, but I would like to have a look. So Apollo, we have like a player lookup thing for stuff like that, just to keep us moving, because we've got to get through 2 more Champions League matches in the next 18 minutes. So I'm kind of getting my head down here, trying to get that sorted. Not that we're on like a completely tight schedule or anything. It's just, you know, I like to try and keep the streams to 4 hours, otherwise I start to lose a little bit of... Oh, upgraded. Nice. Glad that's happened. Morna Bar there too. I kind of lose track of where we're actually at on these now, since I would have put some in at the end. So Hertha, my guess is probably just chilling in the top flight. They're not... Actually, no, I think they've seen in Europe. I think they're playing in the Europa League this season, aren't they? Because they played against... they beat one of our Hungarian sides earlier this year. But yeah, Sandro Schwartz is currently the manager. I don't know if that's the same in real life. Yes, it is. Wow. Wait. Date joined. Duration at team... Man's been here forever and he will never leave. He's actually won a Europa League in 2027. So that's something. Usually I'm not able to show you much, but you have actually won a Europa League. Right, so... Mine, if I Greek team are developing a lot of players, had a lot of money. I don't know about a lot of money, but they probably are developing... If they were developing good players, we'd have seen them, basically, because of the way we've done our scouting setup. Right. So this now needs to be rotación. So, finally! They finally got around to actually knowing what to put in there. So we'll put Chris Smith in. Then we'll put left side... Malero. I feel like Malero's not been used enough this season. Kundrak, Santos, Skinnerino, and Mendes. Hey, Z, how's it going, man? How's life? Right. This could actually be a defeat, because Budapest are quite good. I wouldn't be surprised if we lost this game. One of the other things as well is you've kind of got to think about it on the macro level, where if you're signing really good players, other teams aren't able to get those same players. So you're kind of... Because, particularly with our current scouting, because it is so vast, I feel like we're actually weakening the rest of European sides because they simply can't get access to these players. Malero with a brace and 2 for Vojislav. Lovely scenes. That's a really harsh result on Budapest. But that does keep us plugging away. Tactic, nice. Chat will probably be able to give me better thoughts than... Okay, so it's not dissimilar to mine. Well, it's certainly not overly aggressive. If anything, I would say that perhaps you don't have enough forward-thinking roles, perhaps. Because you've got your CMA, but these are both on support as well. So it feels like you're going to struggle to have players in the box. Yeah, I would maybe turn off pass into space, perhaps. Also, have you considered maybe an anchor instead of a ball-winning midfielder? Yeah, exactly, Adam, yeah. That was... Ball-winning midfielders this year, I think they get a bit busy. Whereas anchors, I really like the stability they provide. Personally. So maybe like build a separate tactic, obviously. Don't just edit the one you've got so you can still keep using it in the league. But an anchor would be, yeah, exactly. Ball midfielders, I find, are a little bit... They're the ADHD of midfield. Like, they're very easily distracted. Like, Butterfly and the ball midfielders off to try and win the butterfly with his big net. Whereas an anchor, I really like the... Yeah. Have the team... not really. I mean, in a way we do, because we have 2 different tactics now. So our main tactic is still quite aggressive, I would say. But we're now at a level where I feel like we can beat most teams... Oh, he's 5 stars now. By playing like that. BBM next to the CM. Yeah. I've heard a lot of good things about Segunda Volantes this year. We do actually have a Segunda in our 3rd choice system, one which we don't really use. Haladash winning again. They are making a lovely time of it this year. Really pleased for them. The league's less split up than it was last year. I think it's just because when I tried a Segunda Volante, it might have been during my Dundee United save. Montiel Villon, we can. I'm just struggling for time a little bit. But he's still going to be better than him. Let's put it that way. Like, Patrice is not quite on their level yet. I mean, he's still phenomenal, but I think Montiel is probably going to be slightly better still. Actually, I mean, he is, but ironically, Patrice, despite being 7 years younger, is actually mentally better. One thing as well to watch out for, just coming off of this, is... Say, for example, you use an element of asymmetry in your tactics. Say you have like an attacking winger on this side. Having the anchor, or the more defensive of your 2 midfielders on that side will also help with cover. So with this one, it's obviously fine. But with this side here, the reason I have the anchor on this side is because we play 2 attacking roles on our left side here. So having the anchor on this side, it behooves us because it means that he gets a bit more work over this side. Whereas if it's the other way around, it's potential... Oh yeah, 5 trade. Oh, you think that's... This is our main tactic for the league. But... Allow me to just introduce you to the real winner. Balance is very key. Yeah, exactly. That's why I like asymmetry with, like, if I have I tend to normally use, like, an attacking winger / whatever on one side and support on the other, but then the wingbacks being reversal of that. That would be Octotrek. So this is Octotrek, because it turns out you can, in fact, have 8 Trequartistas in the same team, and every role on attack. Sometimes, chat, you just got to get out your Octotrek, right? If in doubt. Behooves is just a fun wordsy. Play against Spurs. Probably not going to do it against Spurs, but we have won matches with it. How does it play? It depends on your opponent. We played it in a cup game last season. Like in an actual competitive game. What the fuck is it? This one here. From the 2-5-3 wide. Now, technically, it's now actually slightly different, but we started that game with a slightly different system. Then 10 minutes in, we moved to what we're currently using. But this was the result. 55 shots, 23 of which were on target, an XG of 8.62. They also got a red card in this game, which certainly helped. But some of the goals were quite nice. On account of having 8 players in the box every time we got into the area. Just a team waiting for you there. Hey, Kyoto. It's not really a serious tactic. We only use it in occasional cup games when we get drawn against like a non-league side. Because it's just basically it's to flex on them. To be like, hey, we don't need to play any defenders. You're still not going to score against us. Is essentially what we're saying. I think that coffee had coffee in it. I don't think that was decaf. I do not think that was decaf at all. Get the reasonables. Oh, wow, he's D-rated now? Wow, Thievis. This is why it's so important to get that more deeper scouting looks of these players. Because, hang on, Mike's now A- rated. Intriguing. What's a defender? Never heard of him. Wouldn't know personally. We'll just keep sending these guys around for the moment. I'll take a proper look at those guys in January. If I reject it, they'll be sad. So, I feel like this is a real key factor that I don't think is talked about enough. Don't be afraid to piss your players off. If they've got a long enough contract, don't worry about like pissing them off. There's other things you can do to try and stop that, but don't worry about like annoying them for a couple of months. Defender is a Land Rover. Yeah, exactly, yeah. Pressing forward A. Yeah, defend from the front, innit? So loan numbers are good. We're currently at 140 loans, which is down from last season, admittedly, but that's because some of them are moving on permanent deals to other Hungarian sides, and thus good times. Better play the games. A little bit, but bear in mind, it's like, would you rather have them be slightly lower on morale for a teeny little bit and then keep them when they are inevitably happy to stay? Because often what will happen is the moment the team that they want to move to drops their interest, and that does happen, especially if they sign someone else, they will just say, you'll get a news article saying they're happy to stay. In addition, there's several steps you can take before you reach the point of upsetting them to get them to stay. The biggest thing for me, and the one I've been using a lot this year, firstly, if they're an influential player, use that in the talk. But the best thing you can do, if you've got a player that you know you'll be able to talk out of leaving every single time, as J-Lo leaves us, sad times, that is his real name, by the way, then what you should do is piss them off as soon as you can in the window. Then resolve your issues with them and they're happy to stay. Then every time a player wants to leave, in that discussion say, well, X player was happy to stay, and usually that works way better this year. That's the one I've been using a lot. What I would do for like a few years in the past, because we haven't really had many bids on our players lately because we're so good, is I piss off Montiel right at the start of the window. He'd always be happy to stay when I just said, come on, mate, you're a team leader. And then every single time a player came to me after that, I'd just say, well, Montiel was happy to stay. Jarju's now very sad. Watch him leave at the end of the season. Also, I'm unhappy with the fine. We had a situation like that, Z, where I said that a player, he'd got sent off in a game. And what was it? He got sent off and I criticised him for his like defensive play, and he got annoyed at me because apparently he'd won a tackle in that game. I was like, yeah, but mate, you got sent off. Something like that. And let us... Oh. New chat. Wait, what the fuck? Doing new club. Wait, hang on. It's that one. Oh, no. Actually, a big deal for Navarro, who does play a bit less lately. What do you mean? I swear I'll move quickly. Bruv, it's November. There is no transfer window active right now, you melon. Handed a transfer request in the middle of November. What? Sometimes FM will just randomly shit on you for no reason, like that. There's no reason to suspect that he... So, point being, no matter how well you do with the game, and no matter how many best practices you adhere to, sometimes the game is just going to go, you know what, fuck you. For no apparent reason. Which is exactly what's happened there. Luckily, it will mean... that the annoying thing is there that it didn't go for the one where if I accept a bid for him, but now he's actually expecting me to like actively try and sell him, which I'm obviously not going to do. Like if someone wants him, they can bid on him. I'm not offering him out because the thing is, if we offer him out, we'll get bids of like 50 million instead of the 100 million that he's actually worth. Oh well, on the plus side, it looks like we're now going to have lots of money available for us next season for a massive round of use scouting. PPMs do I prefer? I prefer none of them because I prefer players that don't have them for the most part. I don't like things that put players into smaller boxes. That means that it makes it harder for me to make them do what I want. Even if the PPM is something I might want them to do at that time, I don't... Getting rid of a PPM is almost impossible for the most part, so I prefer to just not give them in the first place. Occasionally, like, there are certain roles... Like, if they're a playmaker, tries killer balls is fine, I guess, but I'm not going to actively give it to them. Like... I don't really like PPMs for the most part. There's very few PPMs I've seen that have actually made a player be any better than they were without them. Right. Okay, so Tottenham. We want Castillo, Robinson, Tex-Mex, as always, the wrong way round. Velasquez and Navarro. Okay, so he's going to play today, at least. Well, Kishvada nearly beat... Well, no, nearly beat Liverpool. They lost, but they nearly didn't lose. And that's the real quiz. So LMS and... Yeah, fuck it. We'll put Montiel up right back again. He can do it all. I put him in goal and I trust him. So Marlon Caprice is going to be up front for Spurs, along with... They've got Garnacho in there, too. Okay, here we go. Let's do this. We should be... I mean, I say we should be beating Spurs. They've literally beaten us in the last two Super Cups, so... And we still battered them in the last one, I should point out. It was just one of those games where they got like a... I think they scored their first shot on target, and then we gave away a penalty in the 92nd minute, or 87th minute. Then they saved everything in extra time, and you know the drill. Okay. Kishvada, let's go. So Kishvada hosting PSV. We're at Újpest. Away at Dortmund. Oh, imagine. Imagine if Újpest pulled something off away at Dortmund as well. I wouldn't put it past them. This feels like counter-attack. Very bad. Yeah, exactly. And that's why I kind of, because I change stuff so often, I kind of like to keep them kind of blank. Bear in mind, if I see a player that's already got PPMs, sometimes that will be a swaying factor. Be like, oh, okay, that's kind of cool. They will suit the way we play. But it's not something I paid that much attention to, as that could have easily been a penalty there. Tex-Mex has been very, very dangerous. But look at the amount of runners we've got now. Left and right. Got to find the right pass. Silva. Beautiful. Ah, he's clipped it. Castillo. There we go. 1-0. Another goal for Castillo. Good work. This would be 5 wins out of 5 if we were to get it. And the only game that we've really got to worry about, I feel like, is... PPMs are player-preferred traits. They're just called player traits now. Sorry. The reason I call them PPMs is because originally they used to be called player-preferred moves. Now they call them player traits. It's the things that you see on a player's profile round about the middle where it'll say things like argues with officials or, I don't know, tries killer ball. Stuff like that, basically. I've just instinctively always called them PPMs. As by the way, did you see that Kijvada are winning? 4 steps worse than PPM. If you've been missold a PPM, problem. Problem times. I think Kijvada are winning. I don't know who they're playing. Is it PSV? They're 1-0 up. Jefferson Angulo gets the fans going. Yeah, winds up opposition, argues with officials. It's for us old people that don't know what it is. It's 2-0. Chris Barwick. Kijvada 2. PSV Eindhoven 0. I told you. Kijvada need 1 win, I feel like. And that might be enough for them to qualify. And this could potentially be that win. And I think they've still got another easier game to come. God, Hungary's getting there. We are definitely improving. Good tackle from Montiel. Ah. Oh, that's lucky. We've got very lucky in Europe this season. I mean, it's about damn time, but I'll take it. Takes corners. They do weird hands up. Do they really? I've never actually seen it in action, but I guess that must be what it would. This is the league phase. Hello, Pogs. You have a bath. Enjoy your bath as Castillo puts us 2 goals to the good. I still remember this. And this might be because this was an alpha version of the game. I don't know, right? But this occurred to me either when I was down at SI or when I had... was given early access to do some videos a couple of years ago. Do you remember when they brought in the data hub and stuff? Obviously, we had some videos come out prior to the game's release, which means obviously it's not a stretch to say that it's pretty clear that we had early access to the alpha, right? So in that alpha access, I remember players would take the ball to the corner flag to waste time. As in, actively do it, which is what you'd expect to see. But since that moment, I've never seen it in the game since, and I don't know why. I suspect that there was obviously something that didn't quite work properly with it, and I hadn't gotten a chance to play enough of the game in order to do that. But I know that it was there, and it makes me sad because I'd love to see that brought back. Because now time wasting is simply just they take longer to take throw-ins and free kicks and stuff, as Uipesh now losing. Damn it. 3 days time. Well, that is good, I suppose. I hope you're all right, Mason. What's the second minute, though? Maybe, yeah. Castillo, good stuff. We're just doing our part. We're just kind of... we're a bit machine-like, actually. We're actually reminding me a bit of Manchester City. Like, we're just grinding through them. Highlights and you won't see it. Well, if that was the case, it would definitely do it in Champions League finals that we're playing on full match. Plus, also remember, think of the times that you'd be time wasting. Say you're playing on, like, extended highlights. You almost always see that long highlight at the end of the match. And I didn't see it once when I was playing any of those matches on extended, because I always used to do my Let's Play save last year on extended highlights and then edit it down. So I never once saw it. So it definitely wasn't in the game, which is a shame. Retakes of encroachment. That would be cool, yeah. No, I'd like to see that. De Bruyne with the equalise. The old fake highlight, yeah. We still randomly get that on key highlights sometimes, annoyingly. Because that's what really throws you. Because with key highlights, you're expecting something to happen. But sometimes if it's too late in the game, you do still get that random erroneous highlight. I feel bad for Bobby, actually. I should really start bringing Bobby off the bench in these games. Do you hate people? Z just wants to watch the world burn. How are you going to do that, Tommy? Because I think I must be the person with the most players on loan in like the whole of FM right now. Probably. But I am curious. Actually, I'd have to ask James and Kathy. He had quite a lot of loans too. Even though they're losing in Euro time waste. I actually find that we score quite a lot of goals when I have max time wasting on. And the reason for that is because obviously when the ball's in play, they don't do anything different. they just play normally. -14. Okay, that is actually quite ridiculous. Yeah, the most I've got it down to is negative 97, I think, which was, I believe, 156 loans or something, which is the most I've had anyway. And that, I think, is going to get given, right? Yeah, this is a bit annoying. This is exactly, by the way, what happened in the UEFA Super Cup. Oh, no, sorry, Budapest behind again. Spurs have actually been quite good in this game, or is it just that that goal counted for so much XG? Because we've not been amazing. And yet again, that European luck coming back into play for us. Yeah, we might have to start time wasting in a minute. Also, I believe that's Harrison Badwin. We might have to start turning on some time wasting of our own here. Even though I swear most of the XG they've generated in this game has come from that goal that they just scored. I think we might get a third on this play, actually, if Tex-Mex can find the right pass. Oh, it's been pushed over, which apparently isn't a foul. Hidalgo! Oh, that was filth. Yeah, we'll just drop the tempo, pass it shorter, bit of that, bit of that. Step 1 of time wasting. That would have been one of the best goals I've ever seen. Fuck it, we'll just leave it on that. Oh, God. Regret. Immense feelings of regret. Yes, we have a Discord. !mark Discord. You'll find a link to that. There's all sorts of stuff in there. We have a section that's related to solely for the stream stuff, and then there's obviously more generalized things for pretty much everything. UCL knockouts. Yes. In fact, it's happened about 4 times so far. Last season, we actually had 2 sides in the knockouts, and one of them actually got through the first knockout round. They beat Dortmund in Germany to win on penalties in the end. Robinson's through. The keeper's come out. Oh, he's missed the target. Okay, well, at least that's the end of the match. Bit fortunate to win that, honestly, with the way that Spurs... Was it most of their height? It wasn't all of it. They were actually pretty good. We were pretty lucky to win that game, as we have been a few times this season. Good win, though. 2-1. We take those. Now we just got to get to the Manchester City game. Bloody hell. How have we taken... I think it's just because we've been vibing today. I haven't been able to press on through the way I would normally. But we are still top. Kishvala put 4 goals past PSV Eindhoven. That's ridiculous. Budapest got 8 points. Kishvala have 6. And they beat them 4-0. I think City... I don't know. I have a horrible feeling we're going to end up losing to City because of Kane Fullerlove. The player that we nearly signed last season. Sorry, nearly got on the free. Who I know he's got an injury, but I bet you it's not serious enough that he misses the game against us. Right. Ferencváros away at Hertha. Wait, hang on. Does that mean they haven't already played Hertha? Well, they are now, apparently. What a coincidence. Debrecen away at Sturmgratz and Molfehevar hosting Maccabi Haifa. I'd expect them to win that. And Haladash are away at Baku. Oh, and yeah, Youth Intake preview. Looks like we're just going to go to like 3:30 today then. Top flight at the moment. Reputation-wise, we're up to... I think we're still 8th, actually, on that. Oh, no, 7th now. And then coefficient-wise, we're currently 5th. 109 players. The development do be working. All odds, go on. Yes. Erling Grönstad. A striker called Erling from Norway. There's a chance he could be all right. I mean, mentally, he's phenomenal. To have mentals that good at 17. Technically, he's not awful. High-ish determination. Fairly ambitious personality. Norway and Sweden in this save have been stacked. More so than normal. Fires off. Yes. No, we haven't fired the Doff. We've fired the head of youth development as Ferencváros win at Hertha. Big result for them. Molfehevar win as well. And go on, Debrecen. They won at Sturmgratz. All 3 sides in the Europa won as well. That's big. Ferencváros sits 6th in the Europa League with 4 wins. Molfehevar have got 9 points. They're going to qualify as well. Debrecen have got 6 points. They're pretty close to qualifying as well. This is good. They're actually doing stuff in the Europa League, which normally you get like one guy, one team that does well. What about Haladash? 5-0 win. Top of the Europa Conference League. So in this match day, we had 4 wins. So we had 3 wins in the Europa League, 1 win in the Conference League. Jesus Christ. 6 wins out of 7. What a day. That should do us 8.8. Now we're coming up. So now we're actually 4th on the year. This is more like it. Still annoyingly 7th, but look how much closer we've got to Germany. We're much, much closer to Germany and Portugal now. France are having a bloody insane year. But this is going to be what allows us to keep hold of 5th spot. Because Germany have got less sides. As in, not with the dilution, but we had Haladash knocked out Schalke to get into the Conference League. So that's 1 less German side to get them points. But they still get punished because of it. How about Ferencváros? What do you mean? Go on. Puskás kind of need to win that. Oh, my lord. Just get a bit further away from the relegation places. I beg of you. Go on, Rosenborg. Oh, my god. Another one. What we got this time? Oh, this is from the guy from last year, I think. Knut Kåre Like Arnsberg. Jesus. 16 finishing on an attacking mid. I'm sure Gonzalo is going to ruin my dreams and say he's actually crap. No. Ferencváros have won 4 out of 6 games. I did do the yoga, yes. We did it after not the last Champions League game, but the one before. Yeah, with them being in the Europa League, they're killing it. They're 6th in the Europa League entirely, and they've won 4 out of 5 games so far. So kind of killing it. And just dropping down's really helped them. I'm only 1 win away from setting a new league unbeaten record. Definitely losing it. Oh, that's for sure. Well, that's the game telling you, Ronnie. Get prepared to be disappointed. About Magic Stars, I don't like them as much as Pog does, but I do like them a lot. They're an excellent chocolate, mainly on account of having chocolate in them. They are sensational. I've really been enjoying a good soft scoop cornetto lately. Oh, broken ankle. Jesus, Casper. I'm sorry. You are probably the least friendly ghost in the world right now. Ferencváros ended up in the Europa League because they won the cup last year, whilst coming 7th in the league. So annoyingly, we didn't get them in the Conference League, which would have been amazing. But because they won the cup, they massively FM'd us in the final. It meant that, yeah. Better than Buenos. Yeah, easy. I don't really like Kinder Bueno that much. Bender for European Golden Boy. Okay. Really? I mean, again, he's good. He is, but surely there are other players that would have been Branier, who's on loan at Jury. Hang on, the 2 guys on loan at Jury up for the same award. Yes. Edvaldo, surely, should be one of the favourites for that award. And Mihai Alacu as well, who's now back to 5 stars again. And obviously Blaz Azurin. Jesus Christ. Last game of the college this weekend? Oh, I don't think so. Has he gone on holiday? I just don't see him leaving this summer. And if he does, it's going to be for such an insane amount of money that it might soften it a little bit. Yeah, our future is looking insane. These are guys that I'd happily have in our squad right now, but they're just doing such an incredibly good job out on loan that it's just no point. The impact they're having on loan is vastly superior to the impact they'd have here. Boom. Lips got all dry here. 4-0. Bobby Tree with a... Okay, nice. Nice to see Bobby back into the scoring a little bit. Couple of assists for Yeboah. Uipesh win again. It's getting very competitive, well, much like last year's, for every position except ours. We're 17 points clear after 14 games. Weirdly, no, Howard. That is a strange... I'm glad you asked that, because I've thought about this a few times off stream. Not once in this save have I been offered an international job, I don't think. And I don't know why. Or did I get offered the Hungarian job once? I think I might have been offered the Hungary job one time. Oh, shit, he's wanted again now. Fuck. Chat. No club jobs. To be fair, the only club jobs we could be offered would be in Hungary, and now the clubs were so much better than them, they just won't even bother us. I have a theory for Gajic. I'm wondering, right? Is it worth, when we get very close to January, but not when the window's open, if this money here and the value they want for him drops low enough to just try and buy him before the window opens to the point where they'll be able to actually get him on a free? Because I suspect that if we try to give him a free contract, he will go somewhere else. But if we end up paying like £10 million before the window opens, it might allow us to get the player we want, who's clearly worth way more than that anyway, whilst not having to worry about losing him, because that's my concern. Why is Bainbridge? Okay, these are a few guys to keep an eye on. Bainbridge for one, who's leaving as well. And presumably you're doing the same thing. Yeah. Okay, so these two here. Yeah, 37. Oh my god, he'd be a really nice addition. Irma Yashar. At least 3 weeks before the window. Yeah, I mean, the problem with that is that gives it less time for the fee to drop. But I think if we could get it down to like 25 million. Yeah, Man United did bid 80 million, and then Benfica stalled the deal, and he actually snubbed them. Remarkably. He didn't go. Which is crazy to me. I'm going to add these guys to the shortlist so we get that notification about them. You will stay there, obviously. But I'll have to keep a more close eye on you in future, because I think that has to be our strategy. Because the problem is, basically, despite the fact that we are the reigning champions of Europe, I'm just going to scout them all for the moment so we can progress. For some reason, To be fair, they can offer us a lot of money. Everyone's interested, basically. Everyone that you'd expect. Liverpool, PSG, Chelsea, the usual suspects. Man United, I believe. I assume they must be, right? So Darla's going to be missing a game. The usual group of teams are the ones that want him, as per. Just to make sure I don't miss out on any reports there. Oh, Jesus. Feel a little bit lightheaded, you know. Can't fathom it. Oh, Dino Bucharesti, go on. Give us a good one. Wow, wow, they've got nothing in this team. Valero. Get on loan. Buddy, your contract's up in 6 months. I wouldn't mind trying to sell. Oh, we could maybe, if someone bids on Malero in January, because you know sometimes they'll bid on them right before they're able to sign them for free. I would be potentially tempted to do that, and also that's not happening. It's a shame to have a falling out with him, but like I don't want to send you out on loan for the rest of your contract. Amateurs and so on. In that video, I explained exactly all of that stuff, but you can kind of just go through them all, really. That's the way I would do it, because then you don't miss any players. Yes, Pog. No hot water? Have you considered putting the hot water on? Ah, there you go. And then soon there will be. Huh? Whatever you want, really. No notification. That is odd. False credential. Although, to be fair, sometimes I don't get my stream notifications myself. Although lately it has seemed a bit better on that. I do at least seem to get them within an hour. Offer Portier out. Problem with doing that outside of a window is it can be a bit sus. Although that is not a good strategy, potentially, should we get to the point where maybe he's still... So what I might do is, if we can get him... Okay, here's my plan. 10 days to go before the window opens. I'll have a little look. If his fee is much lower again, trying to get him then. But if they're still stalling over it, when January opens, I might just try and offer Portier out to like red herring the other teams. French French, it's just a fun word to say. Oh, sorry. I just realized what you meant, false credential. So yeah, the app sometimes takes a long time because I can see the sub badge by your name. What will most likely happen in about 10 minutes time, it will just randomly pop up because it's not in my feed either. But especially with primes on mobile, especially on iPhone, I believe it's absolutely notorious. I've also said Fenerbahce more than Besiktas. This is true. I see no lies. More rotation. I'll put Robinson in for this one, actually, because I quite like him in that team. Is it 702? I've heard it was particularly bad on iOS. I think it has improved slightly, but who could tell? Okay. Yeah, I'll do that as well, Anareth. I'll do that off stream, though. Best Hungarian player? Probably Zoltan, who's out on loan. Unfortunately, we've just had dreadful luck with our youth intakes for the most part in this save. 4-win, Navarro, Robinson, Castillo, gorgeous. Wow, look at the XG. Portilla's actually been doing a solid job then, surely. It feels like we've been overperforming defensively. Yeah, -4. Not bad. Bobby Tree on form, good to see. 15 wins in a row is very surprising for us, honestly. There it is.
There it is, 6 sausage roll.
Yeah, love to see it. Thank you for the 4 months. I use the Saz skin. Exclamation mark Saz. Oh, sorry, exclamation mark skin in chat. It's Saz23. But a lot of skins have the instant result. But it's just so useful in games like this. Did not say goof once, but now you can feel better because I've said it. Right? You can feel assuaged. Sparta Trnava. Look at that. We're nearly there, chat. The home stretch. It's just right there. We've just got to slap Jury around a little bit. Ooh, bravo. Ah, no one. Gavelki, right? I mean, you got to love a man that wears tracksuit bottoms, right? Although he was trash for Fulham, so less so there. Good for Palace. Zoltan Guerra is probably my favourite Hungarian player.
Do you know if there's a train coming anytime soon?
Oh, easily, yes, just because his time at Fulham.
They are building it now.
Hero, thank you for the follow. And what a hero you are. I appreciate that. And Brahim's already on a coaching course. Man knows. Good phallus. I didn't, but let's pretend I did. Hey, Sharu. Because sometimes it's just a good phallus. Did I just see a thing about a failure of a contract there? That might be something for us to look into. See how well I can do. Oh, mate. It's so bizarre. I think that if I'd had more time to sim that one, it could have gone a bit further. But that was an overnight sim, and I only got to 2039 because... Well, obviously. Because when you're managing 11 teams, it really does seem to slow the database down. I can't imagine why that would be the case. We'll do... Wow. Kevin. I forgot about Kevin. 5 Trequartista. It does the business. Admittedly, in the league matches where we're generally speaking like several leagues better than everybody else. But it's always fun to do. We'll put Julio Poyet in, because why not? Give him his first appearance for the club. Watch him have like 1 appearance left on his like contract where he has to get a wage bump or something. Zoltak Gira, I'll always remember that wonderful overhead kick he scored. The reason, Slugs, is because for some reason, when you were in Europe, if another Gibraltarian team was in Europe, if you weren't managing them, they for some reason in the European games didn't get the benefit of the altitude. I just, yeah, no idea why. So that's why you had to be in charge of the team. You had to be in charge of a team in each of the different European competitions. But because I was never able to be sure when I was simming which teams were going to be in Europe, I had to take charge of all 11 of them. And then run the risk that someone got promoted and did well. But that was unlikely given the dominance they'd get quite quickly. So a good result for us there. We managed to continue the run. 19-point gap. This might be the most dominant season we've ever had. Just coming off the back of the least dominant season we've ever had. And wow, Sevilla yet again coming up with the goods. That guy's only got £3.9 million release clause too. I think I recognise him. But the other guy I definitely don't. And he's got a really fun surname. Really fun. Who wants to discuss personal matters? Too harsh during your team talk. Bruv. What? Again, with the random things it just throws at you. Angry. Mate, I wasn't even the one giving the team talk. Expect us at the end of next season to lose Mendes because of a promise that I made to him to improve our team talks, even though we weren't even the one giving the team talk. God knows what I was alleged to have said at half time there. Exactly. Grow up. Be an adult. From the first news, I don't know about that. I don't think any teams have gone, oh, youth intake preview. Okay. So, probably still going to be a bit of a hangover from having a Hoyd. But you never know. I'm expecting absolute shite. I reckon... I reckon 1 star. I reckon 1 star best player is going to be a D. Okay, 2 stars and a B. That's better than I was expecting, honestly. It's still trash, but it's slightly better. Yeah, exactly. It's still probably a hangover from when we had Todd. But regardless, Todd has at least got some kind of legacy here, potentially. We're going to have to wait for a couple of years of having no Hoyd to truly see the results of this. Another guy here, Sam Ingram at Liverpool. Jesus Christing balls. Also, a guy at Al-Shabaab is another keeper, actually. Hey, he's not bad. Okay, I'll just scout everyone on this list for the moment so I can get back to this later. It's always bloody Todd. Todd's just sat there with his feet up now, chilling, knowing that he produced those players and did a great job. Oh, actually, Zalaga said, surprisingly, after that start they had, are no longer top. 1 match day there. Boom, boom, boom. Jarju's ill. Oh, no. Oh, no. Send home. Don't want you spreading that. Christing balls, he does, but it would be pronounced Christing balls because he'd no doubt be Danish. Right, here we go. Manchester City away. We're nearly there. Hello, Pog. Oh. God, I might genuinely have to nip for another piss right before this game because I am busting right now. But I'll get us to the match day. And I don't even have a whiz quiz for you. Look at me, I've fallen off. To the point where I'm like fidgeting with my hands and such. I've drank far too much water today. And coffee. Portier draws interest from Liverpool. Well, would you look at that? I am sensing a little bit of sneakies potentially happening with that. We might be able to do a Hurley situation again and come out of it looking like roses. In fact, now that a bit more time has passed, let me just see if his value has dropped even further. I don't want to ask his agent too soon, as... Has that gone up? It's basically the same teams, minus Tottenham. It's very amateur of me, I know. Just can't get the streamers these days. Right. Switching back around. Navarro, Tex-Mex, Bobby Treat. What's happened to our wingers? Brandon and Ian. Velazquez and Yamin. You know what? Yeah, fuck it. Montiel. Blah, 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 blah. Right. Perfect. Lovely old job. Sick. Right. I need a quick pee. I'll be back as quick as a flash. You can guess which badge it is, chat. I do love that you've all just turned that into a wrong answers only competition, and I'm totally here for that vibe. Thank you very much, Chatto. Right, we're all ready to go. Also, can I just say thank you very much for all the love that the Everest video is getting on Twitter now. I just looked at Twitter randomly, and it was just like my notifications feed was just fucking full. I'm loving the F1 this weekend. It was City. It's true. It was. No, it was actually I don't even, I was going to think of a joke there, and I had nothing. Nothing for you. It's a blue Peter badge. Yes, it is. In a way, it is. I'm sure they've got a guy called Peter knocking about. Right, they still have Haaland. 36-year-old, and he doesn't look any worse. 280 Premier League goals for Manchester City. Oh, God. Hossam Abdul-Nabi's in there. Job is in there. That ridiculous player from... oh, no, it's Carney Chukwuemeka. Wrong one. Where's Yoshi? Is Peter... But I mean, that's the real question. Okay. The toughest one we've got... This is definitely our toughest Champions League game that wasn't the Liverpool one. If we get through this with a win, I think we've got a very good chance at winning the remaining two, because they're both at home against much weaker sides. I think they're both the pot 3 teams after Christmas. There's a chance we could completely win out, and that's great for the coefficient. Oh, sorry, the badge was Brondby. The joke was basically I already showed that one when we went for a pee earlier because I ran out of badges. I wasn't expecting to need a third Wii. Oh, the XP today's been very high. Okay. So, Budapest away at Wolfsburg, Kishvada away at Shakhtar. Those are both games that could yield points, but I reckon they won't. I reckon they both lose. For some reason, I feel like that's exactly the type of games that they would just randomly lose. Corn Silver. Back of Magic Stars. You love to see it. What Pog always does with Magic Stars is she tries to find faces on the stars that match and then puts them back to back and then eats them like that. Because apparently she's a strange one. A strong start from us, though. It's not a bad record so far. Just to actually take advantage of this and score a goal. I'm going to have to keep scrolling this right down. Oh, no, it's gone back again. Bit of a slow one from us here. Looking like the better of the two sides without really seeing much. I wonder if this is the type of game that a bit of work ball into the box could help. We'll see. If we get in the lead, we might not bother. Oh, Silva, that's not a... Oh, I think he got the ball. Maybe the implication is he's gone through the back there. City in the table. Good question. I actually didn't see. We'll have a little scroll in a minute. As quick as possible. Wow, but that's still eating, right? I think he must have gone through the back of him to win the ball. Yep, it's given. Castillo, who's had a really poor game so far. I don't know if he'll actually take this. Doesn't look like Castillo. 17th. Okay, so better than last year. Oh, it's Velasquez. Okay. Why did our DM take that at random? To be fair, City were 31st going into the final match day last season. And they only managed to do that because they only managed to come 28th last year because they won against Dynamo Kiev on the final match day. We genuinely cannot score pens no matter who takes them. Our penalty record is shocking. No matter who takes the penalties, they just miss constantly. Watch Castillo bang this in, though. Oh, dear. We might as well give Portier the next one. Well, Kishvala winning. Away at Shakhtar. Yeah, I think in the second half, I'm going to do our... Not standard tweak, but our... Things aren't going perfectly. Let's make one tiny adjustment tweak. And Castillo will be off at 60 minutes. Unless he does something magical in the next 20 minutes. Which I think is unlikely. He's having one of those days. Like, he's a world-class striker. But occasionally he'll just have one of these types of matches in a big game. And it's, yeah, usually not likely to turn around. And oh, God. Yeah, it's going to be one of those games. It's going to be one of those games. Ian Robinson. Ian Robinson's the guy we got on a free transfer from Aston Villa in the summer. Which means, sadly... Nah, you know what? Fuck it. I would normally take the AM off. But I like what he does for this team, and I'm going to take a risk, because why not, right? A draw or a win to us at this point. A draw or a loss is basically the same. We're going to take the risk. Also, while we're here, I'm also going to take this risk, because I just don't think that Castillo is going to get any better in this match, and I feel like Bobby's just going to give us a bit more running. We've not done that well ourselves. Better than Anchor in the situation. The situation of me not wanting to change our tactic for no reason, no, it is not better. I have no idea how a halfback performs in this tactic with this shape, whereas at least I'm content to know that I've seen this before and I know how it plays. There's no point in me experimenting like that in the middle of a Champions League game. 3-star players for £300,000 a week. There's nothing you can do about it. Sometimes players will just ask for moon money. The decision you've got to make is, do I want to pay that? And if not, then just don't sign them, really. Oh. I know what I'm getting from an anchor. Basically, if I go down to 10 men, I want to arrange the system where I can play with the same roles. Because if I start changing all the roles, you just have no idea how the interactions are going to work a lot of the time. Especially when those interactions might work fine with 11 men, but they could be completely different with 10. Whereas at least with this, I know sort of what I'm getting out of the interactions. The less changes, the better. Particularly as it comes down to things like tactical fluidity as well. Now that we're down to 10 men, actually, that would make sense to turn that off so we can be a bit more counter-attacking. They're going to score with a back post header. Oh! The team always scares me like that because they always leave him unmarked and at the last second a guy runs across and wins the header. I still think we lose this, but it's going to be a penalty, isn't it? Oh my days. Abdul Nabi's shot just turned onto the bar. Oh no! Fuck me. Just as Wolfsburg take the lead. Yeah, it's just not our day, is it? Miss a penalty, red card, all the usual nonsense. I don't know why this is even going to VAR. What are they checking it for? I don't know, where could there have possibly been an offside in this? Oh, maybe there? I don't know. Oh, maybe him? It's literally come off the defender onto the goalkeeper. Just one of those days, isn't it? Oh, they're back in front of it. Nice. Not back in front, you know what I mean. Well, it's up to them, basically, because we are just not having the day. To be fair, our only shot on target today was the penalty. It's classic, you play against Manchester City, no matter how bad they are, they're still going to play okay against you. Although the red card has helped. We're never going to get a good Champions League season where we actually finally go and flourish. Now we're not top. And unless we get a late equaliser, but I feel like it's more likely to be a second goal from City. So what the fuck, man? Yeah, okay, FM's back. What was that nonsense? Oh, why did we even bother playing this game? I should have just gone half an hour ago. It rolled for reputation and discovered that, in fact, City were going to get a goal here. Like, what was that about? Horrible touch. Player just runs past the ball. Shortlist view. Oh, I don't know, actually. What was that angle as well? I don't really use the shortlist very often. So I think it's just like a standard one I have made. So I'm not sure. I very rarely even look at the shortlist most of the time. I do have some shortlist views, but they're more for analysis than more like statistical analysis stuff. We'll probably score now, because now the game has decided that, yeah, now that they've given them the bullshit goal, now we get the goal. It does seem to do that a lot. You'll be, not that we're pummeling, but you'll have those games where you're pummeling a team, loads of chances, and then they'll randomly score out of nowhere, and then you get the goal straight after that. That's a terrible piece of play in general. Maybe there's still a chance for us here. Well, there we go. I think we could have played on forever. We could have played on forever and it wouldn't have mattered. That is a shame. The missed penalty, the red card, it kind of just all went a bit wrong for us. It'll happen. It sucks that it happened in that game because that was the last one we kind of had to get through. But the question is now, did the other Hungarian sides do us a favour? I mean, it looked like Kisvárda were doing fine. It's whether Újpest got a draw, because a draw would be fine. In fact, if the results held, I'd say that's enough for them to qualify. Yep. Win for... Oh, and a red card as well. He scores the equaliser and then pisses off. So Kisvárda go 19th with 9 points. That should be enough. Újpest go 16th with 9 points. Scouting priorities list. It's pretty slim, I think. Actually, it might be a bit bigger now. It's... Yeah, 33 is not too bad. Most of that's on Gonzalo as well. Right, let's just quickly check the next day for the Europa League and Conference League. I'll have to update you with the final Conference League fixture off stream because that's like a couple of weeks away. Right, okay, so Debrecen away at Shamrock Rovers. I expect to win. That I expect nothing from because it is what it is. And Ferencváros hosting Villarreal. I think we kind of got to rely on Debrecen here. Haladáš away at Braga. No chance. This is not going to be a good day for points. Damn. Sorry about that, Moha. Jarji, you've been saying this for years, bud. You accepted a new contract. I'm not expecting big things from this particular round of fixtures. You as well, maybe? Okay, maybe. Could be alright. Bit of Sigurðs there. Heads up about Malero. Didn't we literally just... Oh, that's a different discussion this time. Right. Now, where's the one about... Consider any bids. Yeah, that's fine. That's always the best option to take in a situation like that because otherwise clubs will be... Wow, nice. 0-0 draw. Not bad. Molfehavar with a 1-1 draw and Debrecen with the win. Okay, that's better than I was expecting, especially with the red card. Molfehavar come from behind against Napoli with 10 men. Debrecen get another good win. Ferencváros get a good win. They're all going to be like on the cusp here, aren't they? 14th place, 18th place, so they're all qualified now basically without any major stuff. Ferencváros looking good as well. What about Haladáš? No chance, surely. Nah, 3-0. Fair enough. Braga are normally right towards the top of this, and that's now them through, but that's fine. Haladáš will win their other game as well, so that's coefficient-wise surely over 10 now, right? 9.8, which puts us 5th on the year. The main thing is to continue gapping Germany on the year. We're so close to Germany now and not that close to Portugal. Portugal come out of nowhere, mate. Right. I think that about sums us up. Ooh, that was a bloody marathon, chatto. An absolute bastard marathon. Now, I'm going to do something I don't normally do in these situations, which is to promote my own content. I know, look at me go. And that is to... Let me find it from the Twitter, actually. That'd be the best way of doing this. If you haven't already seen it, this is the latest video, the Everest video that people seem to be quite liking, and that makes me rather happy. So I would very much appreciate if you would check it out. If not, that's totally fine too. I'm still going to do a raid, don't worry. Still got to send you lovely people over to someone, of course, because a very good friend of mine has started streaming, and I want to send you to him. Ooh, why am I only on... There we go. I will see you guys... Oh, I've got so many choices now. No. We're going to do Kev. I've raided Gavin a lot lately. We're going to raid Kev. I haven't raided him for like a week or so. Disgusting, I know. I should raid myself. No, I always like to raid someone else rather than myself at the end of the stream. But do check it out if you do want to. I would appreciate that tremendously. And boom, right, we're going to raid over to United City FM. Seriously, thank you for joining me today. Particularly if you... I value all of you, but if you're new, I'm glad you've come. I enjoyed it. I think releasing the video at the time I did was a good move for us today. Hopefully it will continue to do well throughout the rest of the day, and we'll have to have a little see. That so a load of my mind. I was a bit worried that it was going to flop, honestly, and I'm glad that it hasn't so far. So that makes me happy. So yes, I will see you guys on Sunday morning, 9 a.m. No, 10 a.m. What am I talking about? For, well, I guess knockouts and stuff, probably, most likely. And I think I'll have a lot more videos coming up towards the end of the month, because I've got a lot of things that are like waiting to come out the end of the hose, but they're just not quite there yet, including New Career Resurrection, the Suriname video too as well. So yes, thank you for joining me today. I will see you very soon. Hold your gun, capybara, bye-bye.